Hey guys, welcome to Ladies. I know it's been a while. Hi, Sarah. Let some people come in and then we can get the show started. I was sitting here getting ready to jump on the stream and my nose started bleeding. Yeah, so it took me a minute. Sorry if I was keeping you waiting. Yeah. Hey, Albany. I don't see Tatted. I mean, he was here earlier. Well, that was a while ago, but I don't see him right now. How are you guys doing tonight? Hi, Kimmy. Welcome. Thank you. How was your guys' this Friday? What did you guys all do today? Enjoying your day? Oh my goodness. Hello. Make sure you guys thumbs up. I always forget to say that. When I'm in the chat, I remember, but when I'm up on panel, I don't even think about it. That's right. Like, share, and tell a friend. And that's so. How was everyone's day? You guys gearing up for the weekend? You guys have anything exciting planned? I know a lot of places are opening. Their shutdowns are being lifted. So, wondering if there's anything exciting going on in your neck of the woods. Aw, thank you, Tank. Hi, HBR. Stoned as fuck is good, I guess. I'm waiting for some more people to come up and then we can get started. Sorry, it's been a long day for me. Albany always has to put out a disclaimer. Sarcastic and smart-assed women. I have no ill will to anyone. Much love from Oregon to all. Oh, shit. Hey, Albany, how do you like your house? I know you just moved. How's that going for you? Oh, goodness, excuse me. Oh, good, good. I'm glad. I always like it when things go people's way and everything's going good, especially in this time. It's kind of crappy, but you make it work, right? Hey, Tatted, welcome. I always like it when you see people who've, what's that song called? Started from the bottom, now we here. Oh, like, hell yeah. Success. Uh, I like success stories. Or when, people, and and I'm proud of you, Albany, because you didn't, and we've talked, and so I've heard your story, and you've struggled, and you've had a hard life, and you have overcome all of that, and it's amazing. Your story is amazing, and what it took, some hard work, determination, and the ability to look deep within yourself to see what you needed to make a change, and you did it. Now look where you are. You're in a happy, loving relationship. You have beautiful children, and you just bought your first home. I mean, come on. It's wonderful. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. That too. Oh gosh. All right, Tank, you want to put the link in so we can get some ladies up here, please? Thank you. That would be nice. Sorry, I'm sniffling, you guys. You should be used to it by now, though. Oh, of course, Albany. Ladies, don't be shy. Come up here and keep me company. I'm a little sluggish today, so you have to forgive me. Hopefully, I'll get a second wind at some point. Let's see. Are you guys oops, sorry. Someone just messaged me. Oh no. Tatted says that he might take his shirt off, ladies. Mm, there's an incentive. Does my voice sound weird? Like my nose is stuffed up? I feel like my nose is plugged up and my voice is coming out like like when you plug it, like this. And be like, hey, you guys, hi, Tank, hi, Jamie. Oh gosh. Oh, he would say that, Tank. He always thinks I sound beautiful. He always thinks I'm beautiful, even when I'm not. When I'm up here um, with my hair up in a bun and my glasses and are you guys gonna just leave me hanging up here? I mean, I could make this. We could make this a sleep stream. Hey, Mammy. What description did Albany tell? Did Albany put in the chat that she's beautiful and what she's wearing? Welcome, you guys. Oh shit. Yep. I know, right? It's no shame in my game. I'm not sitting at home with a full face and my hair all curled and yeah, that's not gonna happen. At least my teeth are brushed and my hair is washed in my face, and I have all my little lotions and potions on. I smell good. Shit, that's about as good as it gets at night. Albany says I look like a mombi. Been there, done that. I remember when my kids were little, and it was like a commonplace to, it's like every shirt that I owned, eventually I wouldn't have it on for maybe 30 minutes before a baby vomited on me or or something. And as I got older, it was always like something sticky or just something. I could never wear white jeans. In fact, I could never wear white anything. It was always like dark colors. Dark colors and nothing that showed dirt or anything. I could easily wipe it off. I'm gonna tell you what, baby wipes are good for everything. They're good for cleaning up shit in your car. They're good for wiping up little messes, sticky fingers. Yeah, but they're good at getting your upholstery clean in your car. That's one thing they're really good for. So if your child happens to spill something in a in their car seat or on your seat. I don't know what they put in those things, but it works. She knows what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Well, Tank put in the StreamYard link out there, guys. If you want to get up here, come on. It's ladies' night. Oh yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies' night. Oh what a night. Oh, got away from myself.
Hi, Golden.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I kind of got
Thank
a
you for
migraine
coming up
in the
here.
mirror. Had
This is your
had too
first
much.
ladies' night, huh?
Yes, had too much fun guys on your guys' panel before yours.
Oh, with Tank? Oh, that's
I was
good.
laughing too hard. I was laughing really hard, and I have to kind of have a migraine.
Oh, shit. Well, that's not
It's so
good.
no, but the problem is that when I have fun, that's what happens. I
That's what
I
happens?
get hurt. Yes, that's what happens when I have too much
Uh,
fun.
well, you know what? You
And it
have been up on, you use a phone, don't you?
to what?
You're using a phone?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're looking down a lot?
Well, I'm trying not to.
Yeah, if you look down a lot, I've
Oh,
noticed that my neck
laughing.
hurts from looking down a lot, and I end up getting a headache, and
Oh,
yeah.
my problem's not that. I have a my neck hurts because of my head hurts all the time. I have chronic neck pain. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Oh, I did?
Hi, Swedish Sugar.
That's
Welcome.
just dropping. Hold on, I'll drop out and come back in.
Oh, no, you're fine. I can hear you now. You're okay. Oh, there she goes. Come on up here, ladies. I'm waiting. Oh, I know what I want. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Does anybody know? Does anybody in the chat right now have the PayPal link for Mommy of Many and DSS? Um, I believe there. If everybody doesn't know, Mommy of Many and DSS uh, had their baby kidnapped by authorities a couple of days ago, and they're trying to. Yes, please. Can you, Mammy? I'd appreciate it. I'm going to put it in the chat so that people can have access to it. Um, yeah, they came and took their child, 6 days old, their baby, such little adorable thing, 6 days old, and I guess the reasoning behind it was that he wasn't wearing a mask, saying that he was putting his child in danger because he wasn't wearing a mask, which I have to say makes entirely no sense because your children obviously live with you. You're the parent. you're going to be taking care of them. So why would you wear a mask around your own child, or anybody for that matter, who lives in the same household? How, I mean, that makes entirely no sense. So, um, yeah, it's it is nonsensical. It's it it's frustrating. I would just be livid, and I feel my prayers go out to them, and my heart is broken for her as a mother. There's no way. There's no way in hell. What is going on with our society, uh, that thinks that any of that is okay at all? Yeah, I don't get it. Hi, Dragon. He said, well, I could put on a wig and talk with a girly voice, but I don't think I could hide my mustache or goatee. Uh, Absolutely, Albany. I mean, the um, the nerve of some. How can you work for an establishment or an organization that is okay with that? Okay with just walking into someone's home and stealing their baby. I mean, what the fuck is going on? That people just don't value the family unit anymore. They're just so quick to take someone's child away who have done nothing. Yes, it is kidnapping, and who have done nothing. But what? Because he wasn't wearing a mask around? Really? That just doesn't make sense to me. I really would like to get the specifics on that. I mean, I watched her videos on it and updates. Um, Hello.
Hi, Golden.
Hi. How are you?
I'm getting tired, but I always see how long I can last.
Okay, good, good.
So I had 3 hours of sleep this morning,
Oh, wow.
and I couldn't take a nap this afternoon because I had to go with my mom today. I was hanging out with my mom.
Oh, wow. Well, that's good. Family
Yeah.
time's always good.
Yeah, actually, I was spending some time with family today.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad you had fun. We were just sitting
I
here discussing the something. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Mammy. I appreciate it. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, Mommy of Many's pool for court and lawyers fees. I don't know what the hell's going on or how much they need.
wow.
I'll have to talk to her, but to find out. But
Ouch.
I'm sure that she'll appreciate anything that you guys can
Mhm.
help out with.
Yeah.
And if there's anything in her area, I know
Uh-huh.
that they live in North Carolina. Um, so I'm
Mm.
gonna get the number. I don't know what town they live in, um, but I think when we need to find out, and then we need to flood their fucking phones.
There you go.
Flood their phones and tell them what the fuck are they thinking, taking a
Mm-hmm.
newborn baby from his mother.
Not right.
No, it's not right at all. And
I
this
could
is another
even
thing. This is
pray.
what I don't understand. You're going to take a child away because they didn't wear a mask in the middle of a pandemic. And you're going to take a baby into a facility that has many hands touching him now, who
Uh-huh.
God knows where they've been and what they, if they're washing their hands or taking proper precautions. So, in my opinion, he's at greater risk. Hi, Amish. Welcome.
Oh.
I mean, it just that makes no sense to me. I just don't think these people think it through. I think they're just trying. To me, it sounds like a vendetta. Like they're
Mhm.
just being dicks, and they're trying to use, anything necessary. I don't know what uh, somebody did. I really don't care, but you don't take it out on a child.
Exactly. Got that right.
That doesn't make any sense to me. They're not hurting anybody,
Mhm.
um, but that child. That
Yeah.
baby needs his mother.
Exactly. Got that right.
Yeah, that might be it too, Tank. There's some vindictive fucks out there and got nothing else to do, but um, being just being up in everybody's business and just being evil. I just don't get it. As I could hate your guts. I really could. I don't really know anybody that I hate that much, but
Mhm.
I don't really hate anyone to be fair. But if I'm just thinking to myself, could I hate somebody that much and be so evil and vindictive to call we see out here we call it CPS. I guess out there they call it DSS. But call and then lie about some bullshit how a child isn't
Mhm.
being taken care of or they're in danger and get them involved in that shit. I just I just don't get it. I could never ever do that to someone. That's just cutting way too low. You can come after me. You can come after, come after me, but don't come after anybody especially my children, but anybody that I love, but especially my babies, because guess what? Shit, the maternal fierceness. There is
Mhm.
nothing compared to that. Really, there isn't. I will fucking kill you if it comes down to my babies. You try to hurt my child? Oh yeah. I think any mother feels that way if their child's in danger, or if they feel like they're yep. If your child is in danger or if their life is in jeopardy, oh yeah, definitely. I would do it for a stranger. You see somebody getting hurt. That's why we have these stand your ground laws, right? You see someone getting hurt. Why didn't someone try to step in when they saw uh, these freaking thugs, gang members, raging up into someone's house and stealing their newborn child? The fuck? Where was the community at? Why didn't someone stand up with him? I know that's right, Albany. Yes, Amish. A newborn baby was stolen out of his mother's arms. 6 days old, kidnapped right in front of the police. Nobody did anything. And see, Albany, you're right. That's the shit I'm talking about too. They probably would have put you in jail for fighting. And that's the fucked up part. Like, what do they expect? What do they expect when you're ripping their, you just give them over, hand them over, no questions asked? No. Kicking and screaming, I say.
Hell yeah, I would have fought, and I probably would have ended up in jail.
Yeah. Hi, Albany.
But I'm not putting them down for not
Hi,
fighting.
Albany.
Oh, no, I'm not
Hello,
putting
hello.
anybody down. I
No,
wasn't
no,
there,
I'm
so I don't
saying
know
if
how it went.
anybody,
Yeah.
I'm yeah, I'm just saying if anyone,
Yeah.
were to say, well, they didn't fight back. That don't mean they're any less than me, really. I'm sure they
Well, this
fucking
is the
wanted to,
thing. If they
but
did go to jail,
they have.
can you hear me, Albany? Uh-oh. You're roboting, honey. If they did go to jail, then they would have two problems on their hands, or three. Either DSS or Mommy of Many would have been in jail, and the baby, there would have been no hope because there wouldn't have been anyone to fight to actually get them back. So, or get the baby back. So then they'd have another issue. They'd be stuck in jail. And then the baby definitely wouldn't be getting home anytime soon. So that's just, civilization has become soft. Rely much on government, which is worth less as tits on a boar hog. Absolutely.
Oh, she left.
No, she dropped out.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, it dumps you sometimes.
I see.
Yeah, StreamYards is stupid.
I got dropped out by them too.
Don't worry about it, Amish. Everybody's vulgar in here. We are. Can't help it. Hold on a minute, you guys. I gotta run out.
Yeah. Albany. Albany, you're funny. Hi, people in the chat.
Okay, sorry about that. Shit. I apologize.
Albany.
What?
Read, read what Albany was saying to me.
It's opening.
I laughed my ass off. Sure, could you imagine me carrying a big router in my pocket?
God, sorry.
Golden eyes have to go poop.
No.
Golden. I mean, Albany,
Hello,
you
I
crazy
could be.
talking.
You guys.
I could be.
Too funny. Hi, Cindy. I know, right? It's quiet in here tonight. I'm just sitting up here bitching.
We need more ladies to come up with us.
Yeah, we do. It is quiet.
I'd rather have
I don't know
quiet
why
than
everybody's so
yelling.
shy.
Well, I was just sitting back and listening to you talk about the baby situation, Golden, because I really don't
Mhm.
know what to say about it, you know?
Yeah, it's okay.
I I come up to keep you company.
Aw, thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. And have you noticed my phone isn't buzzing?
Yes, your phone's not blowing up. Yeah, Sarah's the
Nope.
Miss Popular lately. She's been getting all the guys' phone numbers.
Yep, my mom helped me with the settings before I came on.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
At least um, don't. Joe Cole gets up on panel, man, and his phone is just blowing up
His is worse than
constantly. I'm like,
mine. At least
damn.
my buzzes.
Oh yeah, he's always got yeah. But at
I don't say
least
nothing about it.
yeah.
I think it's
No,
hilarious. I just sit
I
back and
didn't know
laugh.
what it was at first. I was like, what is that? I always thought of like, is somebody recording? Like you hear that
Uh
ding
huh.
ding or whatever,
Uh
and then
huh.
everybody's like, no, it's a cell phone. I was like,
Yeah, it's my
oh
cell phone.
shit, okay, I get it. Yeah. Well, no, not you. It was whoever was on panel at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, at least I'm not the only one.
Right. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
Are
Oh
you back?
hi.
What's
Why
that?
are you why are you whispering?
I don't know.
Oh
What?
God.
Can you answer that? I can't answer half the shit that comes out of my mouth. Seriously. Like, what did you just say? I don't know.
Right, I don't know.
And Sarah's up here laughing her ass off.
Yeah.
Right.
I love making people laugh. Even if people laugh at me,
You have to do
you
much
know.
though to make her laugh.
You
She just kind
funny
of
though.
giggles over there. I'm gonna start calling her Giggles.
Yeah, you can call me that.
Every
Sure
time you come on
am.
panel, you need to change your name to Giggles.
Just call me Giggles. This can be a nickname. You can call me.
Yeah,
There you
good old
go.
Giggy,
Oh my gosh, excuse me,
giggity
guys.
goo,
Oh, so embarrassing.
He do.
giggity goo.
Did your family have the picnic or the barbecue?
Go.
Yes. Yes.
But that was
We had
nice.
so much fun. It's still going.
Oh wow. Oh, well, it's
Yeah.
earlier.
It's an all
What
day.
time?
Yeah, it's earlier here. It's only 8
Yeah.
o'clock, quarter after 8.
Now,
Yeah.
is it still daylight?
No, it actually just got dark. Yeah. Just got
That's
dark.
good.
Yeah, I got a crazy wacky family. But we had like a pool party slash barbecue and
That sounds fun.
yeah, it was a lot of fun. But it's still going.
We have like
Everybody's
fights and
drunk.
arguments. Dude, my whole family's nuttier than this fucking squirrel turds.
Do you have
I
a
just
lot
so
of
happen to be one of those nuts.
Do you have
Right?
a lot of relatives actually in Vegas?
No.
Huh?
Excuse me. No, not at all. I have two daughters that live here, and the about 2 hours away, my sister, my mom, my dad, my brother-in-law, my nieces, my nephews, um, my daughter. I got one of my daughters that lives out there. Or I'm sorry, two of my daughters live out there now. She just recently moved out there. Um, so yeah, it's a big crowd right now. And then we have
That's
a bunch of
cool.
friends that live out here, so they're all over here too. So
Oh, several of us was going
yeah,
to ask you, have you ever been to the channel of News Now 702?
I have. Yeah, She's
Cause,
I've only been in her chat like once or twice and
'cause
said hi.
she's there in Vegas.
Yeah. Okay. Is she an auditor or is she
Yes.
just? Oh, okay. That's what I wasn't sure. I've never seen any of her auditing videos, but I've seen I've been on I haven't been on a panel, but I've seen like her I was in her chat and just said hi. I didn't stick around for too long.
There's several people
I just said hi.
in Vegas. Vegas has quite a group. Yeah, they have quite a nice group up there in Vegas.
Mm.
I gotta go eat for a minute, ladies.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You'd probably like 702. Her name's Cindy. Yeah,
She
she
seems
did
pretty
a
cool.
she did a lot of work for that get together when everybody went
Mm-hmm.
down to Auto.
Auto. Oh, I see what you're saying. We went to Texas.
Yeah, I went to Texas. Yeah, she helped all out there.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to like actually sit and on a panel and talk with her, but yeah.
I hadn't even thought about the fact
Um
that you two are in the same city till someone said earlier today, has Golden met 702? And I'm like, didn't even think about the fact those two are the same city.
there's another guy too. I can't think of him right now. I want to say
Prince
uh
Prince Vegeta's in Vegas.
oh really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Prince
I wonder
Vegeta's
why
still in
people are
Vegas.
traveling right now. I don't know, maybe. Oh, excuse me. We don't have an issue with like crossing state lines or any of that stuff here. It hasn't gotten to that point. Um, but yeah. But we were just sitting here talking about Mommy of Many and the kidnapping of her child by authorities. And you know what I don't understand is why they've been targeted. I mean, I'm assuming they've been targeted in the past. This is just from what I've heard by anonymous claims. I mean, would you think that this is what I think, and I think how it should be done, but anonymous claims should be thoroughly vetted before exposing children and family to potentially damaging
They usually are.
these children to this
They
experience?
usually
That's
are.
ridiculous.
They usually
I,
are.
I
They
yeah,
don't
well,
take.
obviously
They
something
don't
is
just.
going on.
They don't just take children for no reason.
I mean, like, what the fuck is going on here?
There's usually something. My nephew was just removed. Well, my great nephew was just removed.
Excuse me.
My
I
niece,
mean,
my niece has 6 children, um, from 4 different people, and she can't take care of none of them. And so the oldest was just removed, put with.
so why won't they offer her services
Oh, they have. Oh,
to
they have.
help her?
They have. She's just, she's something else. We found out she was locking the door on the out. She would put all 6 children in one bedroom. Then she would lock the door on the outside, and she would make them all sleep in one room. And then they would end up wetting their pants because she wouldn't let them outside.
Hmm.
It was just been horrible. The only reason the oldest one got removed is because he hit a teacher at school.
What? Oh, wait. So
And
your child goes to school and hits a teacher and they're going to take her?
they took him, well, because he ended up at juvenile hall on an assault charge.
Wait, how old was this kid?
He's 13.
Okay. Well.
So my brother and I actually was able to get him to get removed before more got involved. He lives with my brother, which is his grandfather, his step grandpa now. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to get him removed. At least in Ohio, it does. In Ohio, it does. If something goes wrong with my brother's, his next place is to come here. Because she's got 6 kids she can't control, and she has no business. If you lock 6 children in a bedroom, the lock is on this side, and she keeps them in there till she lets them wet themselves. That's problems. He's telling. We take him to a therapist 3 times a week. He's telling horrific stories. And they're now investigating, but she don't want the help. I mean, this is just what I know in Ohio. She doesn't want the help. But it's taken a lot to do anything about it. And right now they're looking for the father, 2 of the fathers, because they have parental rights first.
Right. Well, that's what they should be doing.
But the oldest one, he has given up his rights. That's why we have him.
I know, but it just pisses me off that an allegation that is anonymous. Let's say there's an allegation that comes into CPS that is anonymous. I mean, it's proven that these allegations are the least reliable because, usually people who make reports, they're really concerned. I mean, they're obviously wanting to be involved. They're concerned about the child, right? Usually they want to follow through and make sure that that child is okay. If it's a legitimate call, usually. What I've learned is like about 2% of anonymous reports are substantiated. The rest of them are bullshit. And that means that, the caseworkers that come out there and I don't know. I mean, they're more likely than not to agree that the abuse or neglect hadn't occurred. So because of that, because they've already got it in their head, at least that's the way it should be, right? But no, they go in there automatically assuming that, because they got a report and they have to follow through with it.
Right.
That they automatically
now.
assuming, it's kind of like they're assuming that something's going down, so they're looking for shit to take that child, right?
Right now, we do know the case. We have a friend who is a social worker. Only she works with the older kids who are more like problem kids. And she told us a case where the older kid social worker had to step in because it was a case of two sisters. The hospital called to report that the little sister came into the hospital with a broken leg. And they turned it in as a twist fracture. The little girl's leg was broken. And they turned it in that someone had grabbed the leg and twisted the leg and broke it.
Wow.
So that's what they turned it in as.
Fucked up.
Well, they go out to the house, and the older sister, 3 years difference, and she's so upset. She thought they were there to arrest her. Their older sister, I think it was like 4 and 7. And she thought they were there to arrest her. Because she explains now the mother says she told the doctor at the hospital what happened. She explains that they were playing and she fell on her sister. And when she fell, her leg rolled across her sister's leg. So they took the information and they contacted a different hospital to check, was that possible? And they said, absolutely. Because the little
Right.
sister still had soft bones. And if an older kid would have landed on that leg just right and rolled across it, it would make a twist fracture. But
Right.
did that nurse pay attention? No, she just turned it into somebody twisted that kid's leg. So if they didn't have decent
This is
CPS
ugh.
workers, they just snatch that kid for no reason because of just a twist type bone.
Yeah. This anonymous claims should be thoroughly vetted. Period. But unfortunately, not only does this not happen, right? Regulations, because of regulations, it can't happen. And these regulations make screening out malicious, false reports almost impossible. It's bullshit. And the agulation and the allegations made by the caller, if true, they would meet like a broad, vague definition of child abuse or neglect by law. I just think they should be screened in. Every call should be screened in and passed on to the local child protective services, and then investigate. But only after it's been completely vetted. And they need to. If you're gonna call, you need to give your name and shit. And nobody needs to know who the fuck called. But this anonymous shit shouldn't happen, because there should be laws against people making false reports. But because of the way the regulations are, they allow people to fucking file reports anonymously. That can't happen.
No, and it's bullshit that
needs
could
to be
even
changed.
happen. That's like being
you can get mad at somebody
by a neighbor.
I can get mad at
somebody doesn't like you.
There should always be some type of a paper trail, because you know what? What if there's somebody out there? There might be some fucking bitch that lives on your block who is got nothing else to do, but because she hates her neighbor. She's just an evil bitch, right? She just wants to be up in everyone's business, and they like to cause problems in their community. There needs to be some way to keep track of whether or not this particular person is calling in multiple times, either to one family, if she's targeting one family, or to a multitude, a plethora of families.
I was a preschool teacher for several years. When a preschool teacher, you're a mandated reporter. And one thing that you're supposed to look out for is for little girls who have potty training issues. That's supposed to be a red flag. There's a little girl who has potty training issues. Now, some kids potty train differently.
Yeah, because my daughter has issues with it, and she's on 3 years old right now.
We had a little girl who was pee trained really early, but she was poop trained. Oh, it took forever to poop train her. We almost had a teacher who was going to call it in, and we're like, oh no, you don't you dare. Some kids just train differently. Just because she's pee trained and not poop trained does not mean a thing. These people don't know anything about potty training. That was one of the red flags, is potty training.
So, would this be child abuse since I don't give her more than one scoop of ice cream for dessert?
Mommy and Minnie, I'm sorry. Mommy and Minnie, I'm sorry he was saying that. I didn't know if you wanted Jeff to say it so everyone could hear it. I'm sorry he said it. That was terrible. I haven't repeated it.
I'm sorry, I haven't been in chat.
I didn't repeat it. That's up to you to say it.
Okay, wait a minute. What happened? What the fuck happened now? See, I wasn't there. I didn't.
Here, you just read it. Read what Mommy's saying.
Oh, why would he say some shit like that?
Bieber was saying some hideous things. I didn't say it. That was up to.
Wow. That is fucked up.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's horrible.
See, again, unsubstantiated.
Yep.
It needs to be thoroughly vetted.
Great
They should
example.
have, if anything, yeah. For example, that's right there. That's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what I'm talking about. Instead of what they should have came to her and said, these are the allegations. We would like to take the baby's blood, or whatever the case may be. Find out for sure if these allegations were correct. If they aren't, then leave this fucking family alone.
And when it comes to
What
someone
the
who's
fuck?
saying that it's because of meth,
No, she has
they
a.
obviously don't fucking know you. You know what I mean? So fuck that
Wait
shit.
a minute. Read.
That would piss me off.
We live in a home with no power or water, just like Otto, because he was camping and they said he didn't have electricity. Same thing.
Oh my god.
If
I
you
am
just
so
don't,
sorry that
it's
you
the
have
thing
to
of
go
it
through that
is if you
shit.
don't live up to certain standards today, that's all it is. If you don't, there's a standard. If you don't live up to people's certain standards,
Hmm.
you have to. It's a standard of living. If you don't live up to my standards, if you don't live up to somebody else's standards, then you're a substandard person.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I agree. That is bullshit. You don't, I mean, really, like, how are you helping matters? This is the shit I'm talking about. People are going through some awful things in their life. Whether they brought it upon themselves or not is regardless of that fact. There is a child that is involved here. And
Mommy's heart is
oh, I
breaking.
bet. I bet. I bet. I have no doubt. As a mother to another mother, oh my God, I can't even imagine. And my
They were
heart is
being
just
cruel.
breaking for you.
They was telling her they wanted to see the blood test before they give her money. They were being cruel. They were being cruel.
Oh.
They were being cruel.
Well, I mean, see, as a pregnant
They were
woman,
just being
first
cruel.
of all, as a pregnant woman, you have to go to the doctor, right? And if you're a high risk pregnancy, especially, you go more often than a normal pregnancy. Um, and I know this because I had a high risk pregnancy, and they take your blood often. Every time you go in, they take your blood just to make sure everything is okay, that you're doing well. They check the baby, make sure his heartbeat and they do everything. They check to see if he's growing. You do your ultrasounds. A regular pregnancy, you get like 3 ultrasounds, one every trimester. But when you're in high risk pregnancy, your last 3 months, you get one every time you go in to see the doctor, once a month. So they
Yeah.
make sure they're checking everything out. So if that was the case, they probably would have arrested her at that point, depending on the state,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because I know in the state of California and here in Nevada, they'll put a woman in jail
Here, the baby
for
was
some
in a
shit like that.
two-story brick home.
Yeah.
Here she is. And they didn't drug test him, me or the baby. Plus, I just had a baby via C-section and had been on pain meds that I stopped taking 5 days after having him and just took straight ibuprofen.
Mm.
You had a C-section. How are you doing?
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
I know you're going through a lot, but how are you doing physically if you had a C-section?
Man, the whole healing from a C-section, the process is so different than vaginal. I've had.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh my god, I would rather pop another one out of my vag
My sister, oh yeah, I had my vaginal. My sister had a her C-section. Oh, well, watching her heal was awful.
I felt like the first time I stood up, I felt like my guts were just gonna fall out of me. Like, fuck, man, wow, it's a gnarly healing
Well, you make sure
process.
you take care of your stomach. I know you got to be strong for your kids, but you got to take care of your stomach, honey.
Good night, Pete. Much love. Thanks for coming.
Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah,
You just
Mom.
had major, yeah, that's major surgery, babe.
No, you can't have no more ice cream, okay? Okay, well, just a little bit, okay? Oh, muffin. I'll be right back.
Oh, goodness. Makes my belly hurt just reading it. You can cut my, you know what? I had a double bypass and they cracked my chest open. And I swear to goodness, you can crack my chest open, but a bellyache, oh, cutting on my chest. I'm a baby when it comes to my belly. We are kind of quiet tonight, Wilma. We're not, this is not a wild hyper panel tonight.
Not right now, anyways.
Yeah, we are kind of quiet.
The only reason why I'm real quiet is because I got screaming kids in the background, but
Well, I don't feel good. I don't feel good. I don't have much of a voice. I don't know if I said hi. Well, there's Tony. I know he said hi to me. I was rude and didn't say hi. I said hi to Beat. I said hi to Mom. I didn't say hi to Albany. She's okay. We can deal with Albany. I'm just teasing. Albany and I could do karaoke and we could sing a song. Albany, you want to sing? Where did Betty go? Wasn't Betty here just a little?
Hi, chat. Hi, chat. People in the chat. I don't know where she went
I'll be right
to.
back, though. I can't see chat, everybody. I'm just gonna go mute, but I'll hear you guys.
Okay.
Hey, did Betty book? Did Betty leave us?
I don't know. She could have.
Golden left us again. Are those kids with you,
Yep, she
Albany, or with Golden?
They're with me. Golden has kids and I have kids. So, yeah.
My daughter called earlier. Mom, I said, yes, honey. How are you feeling? I
Sorry
said,
about that, guys.
not any better. And she said, would you like your granddaughter? And I said, no. Nice try.
Yeah. Yes, Mommy, Minnie, Sarah. Okay, you guys can talk.
Hi, Wilma. Okay, sorry about that, guys.
Okay, I gotta go mute. Sorry, guys.
I asked.
I'll be right back. Oh my God.
Golden, I asked if those kids was behind Albany or behind you.
Oh no, it's Albany.
Now I have a UFC
No, the kids are already
going on here. A 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. I'm bidding like 20 on a 3-year-old. I'm kidding. I'll be right back.
right.
My daughter called to ask if I was feeling any better and if I wanted my granddaughter. I'm like, no. Mommy's don't feel good, and you can keep your daughter.
Right? I'm on the other side of the house, so everybody's out there. We have like three patios here, and everybody's on the other side where the pool is. So I'm way on the other side of the house.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit quiet over here
I
until
think we
someone, of course, knocks on the door or something. Then I have to go.
I'm gonna drop out for a little bit after they go to bed. Party's on,
Okay.
guys. Party's
It's okay.
on. Okay, I'll see you later.
Oh, too funny. Oh
Golden and
gosh.
I remember having screaming kids.
Oh yeah. Actually, the 1-year-old that I had here for the last couple of days, he's only one, but he doesn't really cry too much. I've never seen him cry like that before. So I don't know. When he was at my house, he was probably just in a new place, and because he's never like he's been here, but he hasn't been here as long as he has this time. Usually, I go out there, and visit at her house. Oh God. So he was kind of like one of those new things where it's a new place, whatever. But
Right.
yeah, once he got comfortable, I think he was uh just yeah, he just wanted to lay down. He was just tired. He fights his sleep. He's such a good baby though. He really is. He's a good one. He just started walking a couple of months ago, so he's just like zooming all over the place.
Well, that's always fun when they first learn to walk.
Oh yeah. And he's so cute. He's got like this little surfer look to him. He wears little puka shells around his neck. They're called teething beads. It's his father gave them to him, or grandmother, grandfather, something. They're like these beads for teething. He's been wearing them since he was an infant, like 3 months old or whatever. And they supposedly help with a child teething. Hmm.
It's one of those things they just wear around their neck, right?
Yeah.
I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about, Golden.
It's
Yeah.
just a necklace. They don't actually chew on them, right?
Yep, it's
No, it's
just a
just a
necklace.
necklace. It's like
Yeah.
they're stones. They're little stones. They're like black and blue and
We
cream
saw them
colored.
for Lily, but I don't know. I was nervous about her just wearing a necklace.
I was too, but he he yeah, he's never like snagged them on it. They're not long enough to get caught on anything, and then they're short enough to um not constrict. They don't like choke him or anything. But eventually
Right.
he'll get too big for him. They'll have to come off, but he won't need him by then anyway. But it's kind of cool. They look really cool. They look better on him now that he's walking. When he was little, they didn't look right, but now he's a little bit bigger, so they don't look too bad. But he's got like long hair. He looks like a little bro.
Yeah.
he he's he's got his little Vans on or his little Chucks. He's the cutest little thing. I got to get him a baseball cap. I bought him some shades when he was like right after he was born. He needed some sunglasses because last summer we had him at the river and he was always squinting because it's like super bright. So I got him some little sunglasses. They didn't fit him very well, but now they really fit him. They don't bother him at all. He looks really cute in them. But I got to get him a little baseball cap.
My
He's just
grandson
the
has to
cutest.
wear sunglasses when he goes outside because funniest thing in the world is um the dermatologist said he's allergic. It's called instant sun allergy.
Mm, mm.
The minute he goes outside, he will start sneezing.
Wow.
And he will sneeze 5 or 6 times, and it's called an instant sun when the sun first hits him. And when it's also his eyes will turn red, and they'll be red for just a little bit, and they say he's allergic to the sun for when it first hits him.
Mm.
So to keep it from really bothering his eyes, he'll wear his sunglasses for just a little bit. But
Aw.
he sneezes up a storm. I mean, I hate to say it because because it's an allergy thing, but it's cute as could be. He'll
Yeah.
say, he'll say, "Don't laugh at me, I'm sneezing." Like, well,
Oh.
it's kind of cute because I mean, his both feet are outside, and the way he goes to sneezing. But once he
Right,
gets
right.
5 or 6 sneezes out, then he's all done.
Right. I know me with that. With me, my allergies bother me. I don't sneeze just once. I don't think I've ever just sneezed once ever in my life. Usually it's about at least 7 times. I think the most I've ever sneezed at one time was about 13 or 14, I think. But yeah, it's like, ugh, horrible.
You you seem to have
Um,
really bad allergies.
I do. And the fucked up part is when I was a little girl, they told my mom, they were like, oh, she'll grow out of it by the time, she's about 11 or 12. And then 11 or 12 passed, and I was still all messed up with allergies. And I mean, my mom had to take me once a week. I'd have to go to the doctor and get my allergy shots. And then like every few years, I'd have to go in and get tested to see if I developed any new allergies. So they put like 100 holes in my back and test me for
Mm.
all these different types of pollens and um, just all kinds of shit. Come to find out, I'm allergic, and I think I've got the last time I had one of those allergy tests was years ago. My doctor wanted to give me one. I was like, hell no, that was awful. I mean, it was itching, and I had to go home like that. They were telling me not to scratch. I was like, are you serious right now? Yeah, it was horrible. Um, but I come to find out I'm allergic to everything that grows in the desert.
Oh, well,
Everything.
great. Then why don't you
Yeah.
just move to the desert?
Yeah, well, that's what they said. And when I was little, they told my parents that, yeah, live in a dry live in a dry climate, um, uh, yeah, dry, and her asthma won't bother her as much, and her allergies will be better. So I do, and that, but it didn't. It made it worse, really. It really did make it worse. Because I know that when I'm out, like if I'm up in the mountains, I breathe so much easier. Living in a city, depending on the city. But I can't go to places like Phoenix. The smog there is way too. I can't do it. Every time I go there, my asthma is bothering me. It takes me at least a week to recover. It's awful. So yeah, I just don't do it anymore.
See, I never
But
understood because I lived in
hmm
I was born in California, and they lived there 2 years, and then they transplanted me to Ohio, and I lived in Ohio for 50 years. And that's just the only place I live. So I don't understand all the other, places of,
hmm
everything. Well, my
yeah.
niece was born. She's got a lot of health problems. She's got scoliosis of the spine and everything. Well,
Mm-mm.
um, my sister-in-law took her to Texas just to visit her family, and she noticed how much better she breathed and how much better a lot of stuff would do. So they decided to move down there. My brother and my sister-in-law decided to move down there for her health. And she's just like, she can breathe like so much better down there than up here. And I just was
Mm.
surprised, just moving down there, her lungs and everything has just gotten so much better. And I said, well, I've never moved to feel the different environments.
Mm.
But just that different, just getting her down there. They say her lungs are much better. And to me, it's amazing because I've never lived in different areas to know. But just getting her in a different area, they say she breathes all that better. But since I've lived in the same state for 50 years, I don't understand.
Right. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm reading chat all of a sudden. Who? She said someone in this chat was talking crap about her. Also, she blocked them on her YouTube. So I'm curious to see who that was. But I just don't get it. I mean, don't the caseworkers have the ability to decide
Yes.
whether or not this is an emergency to, exercise that
Caseworkers can
right?
even drop the situation. Yes.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
So I'm saying I think it's bullshit. Now I know you have a right to refuse in theory. It's in theory. A right to refuse them. Then you can exercise that right. However, the caseworker can
Refuse
decide
what?
refuse them to see your children.
Oh no! Wait! Only for so far. No, only for so far because then they start getting court orders.
That's why I said in theory.
Yeah.
That's why I said in theory. You can
Yeah.
refuse. They'll even come with police officers, but unless they have a court order, you're right. They have to have a court order. But you can tell them to go fuck off and kick rocks. Unless they have a court order, then of course, then you can't really refuse, I guess. But I mean, but the caseworker can decide it by exercising that right. Supposedly, it makes the case an emergency and remove the children on the spot. And that's just entirely on their own authority. They don't
Right.
need a court order. Now that every state is different, so I'm not saying that that's where, what's going on
Yeah.
over there. I'd
See,
have to
when
look
my
at the law
niece,
there.
you're right. With my niece, she's now refusing them at the door.
Mm-hmm.
And because at the school, they're not even allowed to look at the school. But because there's been no turning them in at the school, they're kind of treading water. Because they have no reason to get a court order, they're kind of treading water.
Mm-hmm.
So we know nothing at this point of what's going on with them children. All we know is what he says was taking place with the children that are still there. And we know.
Well, this is what pisses me off, is that usually they target poor families, low-income families.
Correct.
Now, let's be clear. Let's be very clear that living below the poverty line,
it's not a crime.
Chances are your children, and it's not a crime, but chances are that your children will be in foster care. Because for some reason, our society thinks that being poor is considered abuse. And it's bullshit. Since when is being poor, as long as your children have certain things like a roof over their head, a nice clean bed, and food. That's what the state requires, that you have, electricity and running water, things like that, right? That's what they say. But legally, it's a roof, a home, a bed, a blanket, right, to keep warm, and food.
Right.
And they have to go to school. They have to be in school.
No,
That's what's
you
required by
you
law
can
in these
homeschool
states.
them. You can homeschool them. It's legal to homeschool them. They don't have to be in
Yeah,
the
you have to.
building.
Yeah, I know, but you have to prove that they're being homeschooled. They got to
But
have.
see,
They
but
come out
see,
and they
with
check your
Otto,
curriculum.
he was camping. He had food and he had water. He had a tent. He had a little camper.
Mm,
He had
mm,
everything, but he didn't have enough to suit them.
mm. Well, that I think she's doing good. What she needs to do, and she's doing the right thing. Um, now that uh, the children are gone, um, I mean, we know uh, that they didn't have a right to do that. So instead, you can fight back, immediately seek legal assistance, which is what she's doing, right? And I urge you to call the National Coalition for Child Protection Reform. And there's a place called the Family Defense Clinic. Um, they will help you. They will help you understand that people face, like poor people especially, face much greater obstacles. So they can help you uh, maneuver through those. I have your email, Mommy of Many. I'm going to send you these numbers, and maybe they can refer you to somebody in your area that can help you. Um, and if anybody out there is listening, there is someone in every city, every state, not every city, but every state, there is, there has to be a family defense clinic. Somebody
Yeah.
that are there to help people like you who have been assaulted essentially by the system. Because being poor is not a crime. And because if you don't do something about it now, it can happen over and over. I've seen it, even under the best circumstances,
Did
right?
they just take one of the children?
They took her. They
They just took the newborn.
took her
I'm
other children with something else. The baby is, uh, I guess, another thing altogether. I'm assuming. I don't know. You'd have to ask her. I don't really know the details of it. Um, I'm just livid right now. I mean, I wouldn't wait around, and this is just what I would do personally. If you have these resources available to you, immediately reach out. You never know. You might be able to get, there might be a grant available or something that there's somebody out there. There are people out there, philanthropists, uh, rich people, whatever, that actually give money to causes like this, because either they themselves or they know someone who has been affected by the system, so they work towards helping others in the future. So just like there's programs out there for homelessness and
right.
other for people who've been arrested just for being homeless, there are services out there like for them too, but they do have these services that are available, and they will point you in the right direction.
You need to get on Facebook and see. I can't remember her name. Um, get on Facebook and start searching for people who's had their kids stolen. And I don't know how to word it, but you just have to start searching
Mm-hmm.
for kids who've had this people who's had their kids stolen by the state, and they're going to be able to help you with resources give you ideas. But there's Facebook groups for kids, people who's had their kids stolen by the state.
I mean, yeah, because it sounds like to me, especially if this has happened before, and there are no, nothing has really been substantiated. It hasn't been vetted. So it sounds to me like either someone's trolling them, because that's what it's called. It's called trolling. Someone's trolling them, or they can simply make it means people are just simply, anonymous reports to a hotline, and the family will, families will be put through the whole ordeal over and over and over again, because people are doing this anonymously, and that should not be allowed to happen. If you're going to call and make in a report, you should be prepared to give your information for legal purposes, and for the protection of not just the family that you're calling authorities on, but your protection as well,
But
I
now,
would
what
think.
they may have had to, but then they won't tell. So just because
And they
we
don't
think
need
it's
to.
anonymous
Yeah.
doesn't mean that the state don't have the information. But
What
they'll
I'm
never
saying
tell.
is, let's say that somebody was calling me over and over, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I want to know. So I am going to start. I want an investigation open. I have that right. So I can get an attorney, and my attorney will ask for that information. And if it
Right,
turns out that it's anonymous, well, then there's nothing I can do about it because it's anonymous, right? See, I know
right,
that when you call the police, what the fuck? When you call the police, they have your information right there. 911, they know your phone number, they know your address, everything is right there, right? And they ask you, can I get your name? Can I get your phone number? And you could say, you know what, I really would prefer to stay out of it. I'm just being a good citizen and putting the call in. Let's say you were calling the police on a neighbor because you heard, a woman screaming or whatever, right? They're fighting and she's screaming. You don't know what's going on, but you just think that, that somebody should go over there and check it out. You don't have to give your information, but guess what? They have it
right,
regardless.
right.
Okay. You don't have to get your information. I think it should be the same way with fucking child protective services. That's just my opinion. If they're not going to have it set up like 911, because that's, it's an expensive service that the state, has. But my thing is they need to get the full story. They got to get the information. Because if this is someone that's constantly, you get a manipulative, evil motherfucker that is just making calls over and over again just to be a dick for no other reason, but then just to cause havoc and sit back and watch it, unfold. I mean, I'm sorry, but somebody like that needs to go to jail. That's false reporting, and you're putting a family and through hell, and children, and that should not be allowed. Not to mention it's a waste of valuable resources, because while they're busy checking on a family that doesn't need them, somewhere there is a child that needs fucking help, that's not getting it because someone out there wants to play fucking games. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm getting really upset. I apologize. It just gets in my, oh, it just pisses me off. Ugh. I mean, people in chat. Am I am I am I am I talking crazy here? I mean, am I wrong? Tell me. Am I wrong, Cindy?
Well, the person, no, no, but nobody's easily, no, no, as long as, no, you're
I
not
mean, because this is,
wrong.
yeah, it should be vetted. It should be 100% vetted. before you put a family and a child through that. Period. A report, if it's filed, it should be information should be taken of the person who filed the report. It should be on
Okay,
record. There should be a paper
wait a minute.
trail.
Maybe I need you to explain. Are you saying that the person who makes the call should be vetted, or
The
the
claim should be vetted. The claim should be vetted. At every part of it. There's a paper trail. Like, okay, for instance, when you go to file a police report, you can't file a police report unless they know who's filing the report. There has to be a paper trail. There has to be someone who is accusing someone of accusation. I mean, of the. I'm sorry. There has to be an accuser. There has to be a claimant. There has to be someone who's filing the report.
there is?
So therefore, it can't be DSS. They can't just say, "Oh, we're showing up because we feel that there is something going on here." No, there has to be someone who is. There has to be a claim. There has to be.
Okay, I know what you're saying, and there is. Whoever, there's no such thing as 100% anonymous for child protection. There's no such thing as 100% anonymous. Whoever made that call left their name.
No, that's it. They're not required to leave their name.
Yes, they are.
No, not in every state. It should be, but it's not in every state. In the state, I know for a fact in the state of New York, and in the state of California, and in the state of Nevada, and in the state of Arizona, you do not have to give your name. You can call and file a report. They'll ask you all these questions, and when they ask you for your name, would you mind giving me so we can follow up? You do not have to give that information as of yet, as of right now. And these false reports keep going on and going on and going on, and no one stops to think. I mean, if CPS has been out to a home multiple times and has gone there and found nothing wrong, and they put in their report that they found nothing wrong, and they leave, at what point, because they've got a record of this now, okay, and how many times they've been out to your home, at what point do they say, okay, wait a minute, we've been out there multiple times, these kids are fine, what the fuck? I mean, at what point do they say, okay, who's making these goddamn calls? This is
Okay, well
bullshit.
then, okay, I see what you're saying. Then I'm back with you. Well, then that goes back to CPS because they got the call ID, and it takes them 30 minutes to get the name of that person.
Yeah, even Kumanina said in Kansas you don't have to give your name. And legally, DSS, Be Real says legally DSS can release the name even if they know.
Oh yeah, the
I
name's
don't
always
know.
going to come
I'd have
out.
to go back and read that.
The
There's a
name's always
process
going
that
to
it
come
takes to
out.
generate a visit.
It all boils
No, they
down
do not
to
have to. It's not in
it all boils
Massachusetts.
down
Yeah.
to CPS doing their job. All this
Yeah,
boils
see,
down to
it's
CPS.
bullshit.
All this boils down to CPS doing their job. If they get a phone call, they got the number. They got the phone number. With caller ID, it only takes a minute for a government agency to get your phone, your identity.
Mm-hmm.
So all this boils down to CPS doing their job. If they don't need you to say the number. They got your phone number. How long does it take them to get the phone company to give them the name?
Yeah, just like Kumanina says, they agree they can't release the name of the person reporting. They do that to protect their source because they can be retaliated against, right? Now, that's the thing. They'll protect. Now, if it's a legitimate call and there's someone to protect as far as the person calling, now that's, I mean, fine. I get that part, but guess what? If this is something that's like a serial a serial caller who likes to just call in, and whatever their reason, they're doing it to be malicious, and that's not right. It's bullshit, and they need to protect families from people like that. But they automatically go in and assume that the child is being abused. And my thing is, they're not vetting it at all. They're just writing down a name, writing down an address, and they're just going to take their little happy asses over there and cause as much ruckus and bullshit that they can to violate this family, right? Because to me, it's violating. They come in your
See,
home, they go
this
looking
is
through
where
your
I
cabinets,
think.
your refrigerator, they go walking through your house, asking your children questions, looking at their bodies, raising their shirts. I mean, really?
But see, this is where I think if they get a law, this is just me. If they get a law, okay, here's Golden, and this phone number, call in by Golden. Okay, Golden's kid's fine. Here's
Mm-hmm.
Golden. This number, call in by Golden. Oh look, that's the same phone number. Well, we got to check. Hey, Golden, what's up?
Mm-hmm.
Everything's fine. Well, here's Golden. Wait a minute. Well, we didn't look up and see this thing. We better, before we go by Golden again, let's do a little check and see who this phone number belongs to. Because we got a
Mm-hmm.
history of this phone number. So before we go back to Golden a third time, let's check out this phone number. See, it boils down to CPS doing their job because they should be noticing the same phone number
No, not
and
always.
making a phone call.
Can I interrupt? Not
Yes.
always.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Miss Golden. Hi, hot gal. Hi, Miss
Hi.
Cindy. Keep in mind that people know how to restrict their numbers to where they cannot see them. Two, there are apps out there where you can use fake numbers to call. Okay? So that's not always
Mm-hmm.
guaranteed.
That's
We're
true.
trying to pass a law here in Kansas where the person who reports it has to give their information to them. Now, that don't mean they have to give out their source, but they have to give their information so that they can also investigate the person that is reporting the charge. Because there are a lot of family members that get involved and lie and have these poor children victimized and taken out of homes for false reports.
And it should be a crime.
Yes, we're working on that. But we
Yeah,
got to
we
get it to where
are.
they have to say their name first. That would make
Yes.
people hesitate calling in and lying if their name is on a record.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then
Absolutely.
once they do that, then the next step is to where legally we can request that name and use them in court cases, because you realize they don't have to come forward if there's no name.
Right. Well, there's no way to follow up.
No.
There's no way
Not
to
in their
vet
name.
the information. That's what I'm saying. And before they go and violate a family,
Yes.
the claim needs to be 100% thoroughly vetted.
Yes.
Period.
There's no
If there
way
is
you
no
can get a
basis, then they shouldn't bring their asses to the home. Period.
there's no way you can actually thoroughly investigate it. Think about it. A claim, if you don't have the name of the person who is making the claim, you have to be able to go back and say, well, when did you see this? They're saying this happened. When did you see this bruise? Do you have pictures of this bruise? Have you ever seen it before? Why didn't you
Where did
report it?
this happen? Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's the fucked up part. Betty has it. So that's why if they don't, they're bad and lazy. Look what happened to that kid in Lancaster. There are
Mm-hmm.
lots of children who falling through the cracks. And in my belief, it's because part of it, not all of it, but part of it is because there are valuable resources that are being wasted on false claims.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, there is a child that really needs help, and they fall through the cracks because everyone's so busy with the bullshit claims.
Now, one thing we want done is we want all social workers to always travel in twos. Because one social worker could go in there and do one thing and then go back and make a
hang on.
report.
Sorry.
We want social workers to have to travel in twos. One social worker should not get in there and go throw her
I
weight
got
around
disconnected. Oh
by
no, what did I
themselves.
do? Oh, sorry.
Hey guys, I just wanted
I
to
went
say
out to
that
smoke and I thought I got disconnected.
Hey, Betty.
That's not Betty, that's Be Real.
Oh, hi, Be Real. Sorry, I didn't
Hi.
hear.
Oh.
The
I
voice
just
is
wanted
really
to.
low.
Oh, is it? I didn't want to talk too
Yeah,
loud.
that's okay.
I just wanted to say that in the chat, I should have noted from the very beginning what I was stating. I forgot. It was Massachusetts law that I know because I took care of children that were involved with DSS. I was like, I don't know, like paid through them. It was like not foster care, but I just had them. I was their caregiver full time. And I'll tell you one thing, it was messed up. And it was about 8 years ago. And they didn't even have laptops. Basically, they all took their little notes. And there was quite a few people that came to see. I mean, I couldn't believe the crew of people that they had. It was ridiculous. Like one person would come just to check detectors and this, that, and the other thing. And if one person doesn't do their thing, it's like they report it. And that goes against your case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
It's crazy. So like, I'm just saying that they're brutal. They are brutal. And the fact that they didn't even have laptops, think about the lag time and everybody knowing what the heck's going on with everything else. It was ridiculous. They're the worst. They're the worst state agencies. They manage their agencies like shit.
Do they come in one single or double?
Not usually double, no. Even the one that would pick up the kids for the parents' visit, she would just come by herself. Most times. Like, and they each had like a lawyer, and they would come and they would have to take. It was weird. They took a picture of them with their cell phone. I didn't like that. I'm like, what the hell, man? Like,
what?
Yeah, they had to take a picture of the kid each time to show them. Like, I didn't like the fact that I don't know if that phone was a state phone. They have that picture of the. I don't know. It was creepy.
I know they do that so they can log the condition of the kid when they picked it up.
Right, but they're taking picture. It looked like their personal cell phone, and I just don't think that's appropriate.
Well, I don't know that.
I mean, I'm not saying it's just a picture, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It just was weird. The way they operate was just like back in the days before computers, and so they're better. They're better with that now because there was a case in Massachusetts that a kid died. You guys remember that? I forget. It was like this kid that was in care. Something happened. I can't remember exactly, but
yeah, they took the child away. This is not the first this has happened. Where they take a child away from the mother for whatever reasons, usually because they're poor.
Yep.
And they just don't agree with how they're living. Well, you know what? Fuck you. Not everybody is rich and can afford certain things. As long as that child has a bed, a warm place to live, a roof over their head, and food in their belly, I'm sorry, but there's no reason. They should have offered that. You don't take a child from their home. You offer them help.
Right. The baby that got taken, right? For example, the situation that prior to DSS getting involved, what happened was the parents live in the same house, like in one level, and the daughter and the kid was living upstairs. But so the grandparents are there and they were well-to-do, whatever. And when it happened, the mother ended up having to she had a drug problem. So she had to go, something happened and whatever it was. And there were so many people calling and this and that eventually they start going more often because they get so many calls. And basically when they came that last time, they said, either she has to leave the mom out of that house or the kids have to go with them. And they let the kids stay with the grandparents. Now, see, because of the situation. Now, why wouldn't they have done that with the baby? They should give that option. I mean, that's weird. But maybe is it North Carolina? North Carolina is the state they live in?
That's where they are in North Carolina. I don't know what county But
I guess it doesn't
yeah,
matter because you know what? As we all know, it's it's no big secret. They're notorious for really doing some stupid ass
fucking shit
things.
up, right?
They don't use common
Yeah.
sense. It's like, or they don't use discretion. Like a police officer, it's like a tyrant police officer that never uses discretion for the craziest things. You see people that you can get pulled over and have a suspended license. They don't have to arrest you. It's not a freaking. It's not like you. It's a civil matter.
No.
Come on now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so with
exactly.
the situation, like when DSS goes there and with the COVID thing, and if the baby was shown through the window and whatever, that should be okay. I mean,
Yeah. Right. I agree.
that's where you exercise discretion. And if that was totally the situation, which I don't know all the fine details, but if that really was just it, cut and dry, that's ridiculous. That's tight. That's them being a tyrant,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I
And
can't
I
even
agree.
imagine, regardless, she's not doing anything horrific. People that do drugs, they send their kids back to their parents. I know people that have been abused and they go to foster homes and DSS sends them back and they were abused even more. It's like, and I know the people and I know it's true. It's like, this shit happens, right? So why would you want a baby, an infant in some foster home? You don't know what they're not, I don't know. You just don't know what can go on.
Well, that's what I said. I said the
Fuck
same
that,
thing. I'm
man.
like, if that was their reason because they didn't have
Baby
gloves and a
belongs with
mask
its
on,
freaking birth mother.
you're going to
Jesus
take an
Christ.
infant that was just 6 days old and you're going to put him in a facility because they don't go to foster care right away. They go to a facility where they
Right.
change hands. Multiple hands are going to be touching this
and other
child.
children, and who knows what
Ew.
this, whatever.
Thank you.
Right. It's just, no.
And they're not clean. Those
Oh
places are
no!
not
Oh
clean.
no! You're kidding yourself. That baby's in a home. You're kidding yourself.
I mean, the babies get, faster because they're infants, but I'm just saying, I don't know if Mommy of Many was breastfeeding or what, but I'm just saying it doesn't matter. That
Put
is
it this
the
way, people
bonding time
neglect-
between
they
an
neglect
infant and a
infants.
child.
People
Yeah.
think, oh, they wouldn't neglect an infant. Oh, yeah, it's easier to neglect an infant. It's so easy. So easy. Just, oh, well, let them cry, whatever. People do some crazy
Do it
ass
all
things.
the time.
If they abuse older children, it's easier to abuse a baby. Oh my God, it's just, it's horrific.
I just think that before, and this should be across the board, every
She devil
claim
said she
that
was
comes across.
breastfeeding.
Yeah, she could probably
Yes.
pump and have it sent.
See-
If they don't do that, then that's a prop. That's messed up. They can't do that to her.
Yeah.
She can pump it. There's no reason they would not let her
Well,
do that.
she can also freeze it up to 3 months.
Right.
If they'll take it.
But still,
What kind of
though, that's
jerks are they?
bullshit.
Yeah,
Why
but if
wouldn't
she, I'm hoping she gets a lawyer and that it kind of runs
Well,
quickly.
she's assigned a lawyer, but I know it's a public defender. But they, regardless of what you do, unless the public defender isn't brushed up on the laws. I mean, you kind of have to be an advocate for yourself in these situations. I went to court for something unrelated,
exactly.
like some housing thing, due to a mortgage, whatever thing, and it was like, if I didn't research my stuff, they would have screwed me. It's like, and I didn't have a lawyer. It was scary, but I did it. I just did a lot of research, but I was nervous. Like I felt like I'm going to say this. I hope it's right,
Right. Well, I think that
They
they
will
should replace anonymous reporting with confidential reporting. That way, they at least have someone on record.
Yes.
Well, a lot of times they have the phone number or they know, but they can't. Because I know when someone asked about that, according to the DSS worker, I asked her and she said, no, they can't. They're not supposed to, release that. They can tell you someone called or we had multiple calls. I mean, sometimes people can figure it out. I think they tell you, they do read to you the report. They will let you either they read it to you or they show it to you. I don't know if you don't like a copy. It tells you exactly what the call was, what they have in their record. So a lot of times you can figure out by what someone's saying if it's bullshit or not. The person, like the person that was reported on, they're going to know what the person's saying and blah blah blah. And if it's total bullshit,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and
It gets figured out pretty easy who did it because you'll know.
Right. I mean, people, if someone calls on a family, it's either like if they're younger people, it's usually if let's say they are doing drugs, or they're people that think they're doing drugs and they did do drugs, and all of a sudden they get into an argument. Next thing you know, they're calling DSS on the stupid person's calling DSS saying, yeah, they're doing drugs. Well, maybe they were on drugs, but they're not now, or whatever it may be.
right.
People go out drinking. That's a drug. Drinking's bad. But people don't call and say, yeah, I saw so and so, my neighbor, she was out drinking and partying and blah blah blah. It's like people do the stupidest shit though.
I mean, anonymous reporting. I think. I mean, some people might object, of course, that this would make
They get a lot of
people afraid
bogus calls though.
People would, yeah, exactly. It would be
If you had to
afraid
give your
to
name, if
report.
you had to give your name and your phone number and a lot of times people call anonymously, like Star or whatever it is. But if you
But
had
I think if they take away anonymous reporting altogether, people would stop calling, and then we'd have a bigger problem.
well, no,
Well,
people that
it
would
would
call would have to be
discourage
serious
them, though.
callers. Like if you're going to call and be like, if there's a well, that's different, mandated reporter. But if you call and you give your information, they'll call and verify it with you. That means you're pretty much like, if there was a court case through DSS, they could call you they could subpoena you to go to court.
What needs to happen is they need to get a judge if in fact this is deliberate. If this is deliberate harassment, they need to get an attorney and they need to find a judge that is willing to go after.
But that's a separate lawsuit though. She would have to sue them. She couldn't do that really through the case that she's currently in court for. That would be a totally separate thing. If you're going to accuse them of false, or what do you call it, being negligent,
Malicious.
you're going to have to sue them for negligence. You can't just start going to the judge and saying all that. They're going to think you're just being a jerk. And
actually, that isn't true. Anonymous reporting endangers all children if it's done maliciously.
Yes.
And a judge,
I know, but
that does not have to be. That is not a civil manner. That is not a civil matter.
Are you saying though that if let's say I had a DSS, or like you have a DSS case and I'm going to the court regarding, let's say they accuse me of doing drugs or whatever it was, and they say, okay, you're here for this or that. And I say, hey, this is bullshit. This person, I could prove that this is not true, You're saying that you could fight that during the time that you're there for the case that with DSS?
No, that's a second. You got to handle the first one first.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I thought Golden was saying something else. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But I mean, I argue that that by allowing these anonymous reports to go through, and that they're unsubstantiated, they're bullshit reports, and they keep happening over and over and over. My argument on that is that there is a child in real danger that may be missed.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's my problem.
You think a lot of those slip through and it just keeps going on and on, like something's really going on.
It happens all the time. Absolutely. We see it all the time. Kumanina and I.
Oh, and DSS will say, oh, our mission is to, have those children be with their parents.
No.
Yeah, that is supposed to be their mission, but it's not, unfortunately.
That's what they say their motto is, but it doesn't work.
Every claim should be 100%.
The way to get through them is people lie to them. That's, and I'm not talking about myself, but like I know people that have been involved with them, and it was more than once. And I didn't say anything. They were telling them lies, but like, oh, are you doing this, that? Yep. Because it's like the list of things they have, and I can understand where fuck DSS was saying how, I mean, not that I can't get a job because of this or that, but there's a lot that they require you to do. And it's like, this class or this or that, and pretty much it's almost like a part-time job, the stuff you have to do.
I mean, think about it this way: at least 1/3 of our children here in America are forced to endure at least one child abuse investigation, one investigation through their life, and more than 80% of the time, those investigations are nothing. Their reports are false.
What about this? There was a situation and they were so pissed. And this is the family I was involved with. One of the DSS workers went to the school and spoke to the child who's like first grade without even contacting anybody, the parents, nothing. That's bullshit. Like all they're
doing is traumatizing millions of children. Caseworkers spend, I don't know, 4/5 of their time spinning wheels, and it's all false reports, anonymous reports that are vastly,
like a school.
And it's been proven that anonymous reports are vastly less reliable. They
Right, and
know
listen to
this.
this. So the case that I'm talking about, where the kids I took care
It's
of,
just a waste
so
of
the
time.
kid, the DSS worker went to the school because the school teacher claimed that, you know, he did need glasses, but he wasn't taking him to school, and that the parents weren't sending him and this and that. Do you know that they had to? They said if you don't get glasses for him, it was going to be a problem. Like DSS was involved. DSS contacted the family and said they had to get glasses. Or there's going to be another problem. They didn't even contact the family to ask them first. The school took.
Ugh.
I don't know what that law is, but the school seemed to like have this
See, the
authority
shit
or
like that,
something.
that's to me, that isn't even physical abuse. That just tells me that there's a family who needs insurance. And instead of taking the child, they should give them services, help them find
Right.
health
It's like
care,
right.
something that
They
can
didn't.
help them get that child glasses. Don't take the kid away from its fucking parents
Right.
and
They
its
threatened
home.
them. They threatened them with that. Basically, that's what it was. They said that if you don't get them glasses or whatever, I don't know what the threat was, but it was basically, yeah, they're going to take them away, or they're going to do something to put a wedge between you and your child or something.
Mhm.
It's all, to me, it's all a waste. It's all wasted time being stolen from finding children in real danger.
We have so many kids
While
in
we're
foster
busy
care
fucking around
now.
with this bullshit. Yes.
We have so
Right.
many
It's
kids in
money.
foster care now that they have them in a home,
Right. But it's
what
money,
they
you
call
guys.
it.
Without
But
a kid, they don't
years
get
ago,
funding.
years ago we called them orphanage, but now they just call them a home. They don't use the word orphanage. They just call it a home because they don't have
Yeah,
enough.
it's a group home.
They don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was about to say that group home.
An orphanage, all it is an orphanage is just like a big foster home. I think over so many kids they consider it an orphanage. That's what they call it. And if then you have the foster homes.
because
You know,
we don't have enough places to put them. But
they
years
say
ago
that
they called it orphanage. But
right,
now
but they say that
they make sure they don't use that word.
right, but they say they don't have enough places, and they're always looking for foster people. Where do they bring the kids then? I mean, what are they talking about? Where do they put them? If they don't have they're lacking places to place children, what do? I mean, what happens if they don't have a place to put them? They seem to find somewhere.
No, we got a great big home, great big huge home they
Yeah,
go
then
in.
what? They're put in foster. Oh, couldn't even finish my sentence, honey. They're put in foster homes where
Yeah,
these people don't really care. They're just
no,
looking for a quick payday.
Money, right?
I'm
But
not saying all of them are like that. There are
Not all of
some.
them are like that. That is true.
There
Not
are
all of them.
some. I ran a daycare for many years until my mom got sick, and I worked very closely with foster parents that brought their foster children to the daycare. And there was many that I saw that got involved in this really with a big heart. But after seeing all of the neglect and all of the pain that these children are going through because of the courts and everything else and the fighting amongst the family members, they just couldn't do it anymore.
Hmm.
So you got your good
Yeah,
ones that are
it's
just
a
not doing it. I mean, imagine, taking care
excuse
of a
me.
child, and this child wants to see its parent, and the parent really has not done anything wrong because there was false accusations that they're supposedly investigating. They go to court to have a visitation, and the parents denied to be able to see the child. But they take the child to the court to see the parent like they're supposed to, and then now they got to take them home and deal with them crying because the court said, well, we have some new information that we're investigating, and we feel at this time parents shouldn't see the child. So now you're punishing the child, even though you still have no proof.
right, it's traumatic for a child, especially I mean, not an infant so much, but still, that child. I mean, I would say an infant knows they're not with their parents. That's the bonding
Yeah,
time. It's
yeah.
bothersome.
Infant knows. Infant knows.
It should be mandatory that even unless it's something that is horrific that they but you're innocent till proven guilty, right? So they should like do supervised visit, have the mom go over and breastfeed and hold the baby with supervision. I mean, wouldn't that be best for the child? Yes.
Oh, absolutely. But no, for some reason, in all of these cases, most of these cases, the children almost certainly won't be placed in foster care, and there's a good chance that they won't be subjected to the kinds of traumatic interrogations and strip searches that are common in these investigations if they did their fucking vetting first.
Why don't we become DSS activists?
I work
Right?
very
Humanina is.
closely. Yes.
How do you
I
do
work,
it though? What do you do? Just like,
it's frustrating. We go in front of the courts, we put in petitions. I mean, we also bring in people who have had experiences with DCF. I mean, it's a nonstop cycle. Really, I believe that it's more of a money pit about them making money
right,
than
exactly. They get money from
Absolutely.
child.
than
Right.
really
They say
about
they
the
get,
children.
without the
become a
kids, they wouldn't have a job. It's like
To
without
become a
without
DSS activist, you start studying DSS.
Now, don't take what I said wrong. The other issue we have here in all states is the shortage of employees for DCF. Okay. So
right. So
then
they're
you have,
have more cases than
they're
they really can
overworked.
handle. Yeah.
Yeah, they're overworked and kids get squeezed through the cracks. And that's where you come up with children that are dying. That's where you come up
Well,
with
that's
children.
true.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And you have to have good judgment. And if you have a person that's hired, I mean, and it's just that type of job. It's like a police officer or anything else. If you don't know, and
Right.
if they have poor judgment, character judgment, or they can't really gauge, they're new at it, they're fresh out of school or whatever, and they don't have a lot of experience. That's a tough job.
Yeah.
Your decision makes or breaks that. It's a serious decision. The things that you do and the choices that you make, like when you go to that visit. You can very easily say I went in the house when you didn't. They're going to take your word for it, right?
Right.
Yeah, well,
But it
of
gets
course. I
worse.
mean,
In a normal
look
world.
at the case.
Go ahead, sorry.
Look at the case in Kansas City, Kansas here. I'm sure everybody has heard about the child that was nicknamed the pig child because he
No.
is his. You didn't hear about? Oh my gosh, there was a big, huge
No,
case
I
here.
haven't heard about that. No.
The dad got custody of the son, okay, of his son. He fed his son to the pigs. DSF,
Yes,
yes,
I have. Yes, I have.
yes.
Oh my
What's
God,
DSF
no, I haven't heard
claimed
that one.
they went there, seen the child, didn't see nothing wrong. This kid was bones. Okay, he was torturing his son, and his woman was torturing his son. They got a restraining order against the mother, the grandmother. DCF didn't do anything. They made false accusations that they had seen this child, and they had not. Now, keep in mind that all of the records that DCF had for 2 years, a year of that, he was already dead. Now, explain to me how you saw a child that was dead.
How can they sleep? I mean, I can't even. It's so upsetting.
It was a huge case here. That's when they did a humongous investigation on the DSF here in Kansas. Come to find out that there was just in Topeka alone 600 children unaccounted for.
My God,
600.
the management of dog shelters
Mm.
and adoption agencies is better than freaking DSS.
You know what? Right? I was just gonna say that. You know what? It gets worse, you guys. I mean, in a normal world, repeated false claims about someone would suggest harassment, and future reports would have less credibility, right? But in the bizarro world of child welfare, repeated false reports give the case more credibility, and that's why false reports, no matter how ridiculous, are kept in child welfare agency files, I think sometimes for like a decade or more.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Right?
It has to be like, it's like you think about the politics from, I'm sorry. Golden Eyes, go ahead.
No, the Commission to Eliminate Child Abuse and Neglect Fatalities has recommended that hotlines not screen out repeat calls about a family. And by the way, they tell them to actually call early and call often.
Oh, God.
And any call about a child under 3. Okay. Now, if your target has young children, you're in luck.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're basically telling you. All these, I call them trolls. I'll just say trolls. People who false reporting assholes that just want to cause problems for somebody because they don't have anything better to do. They're in luck, because that's, right now the system is set up for people like that.
Yep.
Well, too.
That's their priority.
Well, too,
Meanwhile,
depending on the area, the younger they can get, they can. Let's just tell them on the table and be real. They get them young ones. They get the parents to eventually get rid of the parents' rights, and they can adopt them out.
Mhm.
But what about this? Children have rights too. They should have somebody there for their civil rights. That's not
Yes.
who's protecting that child's civil rights.
The
No one.
DCF worker, dear.
Oh,
They say they are.
well, no,
That's their job.
That right
that's
there.
not
It
what's
seems like
happening.
that would be
Conflict of interest.
right, because it's
Yeah.
like they're not. They're going to be swaying it towards, oh, it's good. It's best of the child, right? But how
And
do
the
we know that
judge
you're doing,
believes
or your decision is?
everything they say.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The
I don't know if
politicians, like,
anybody
for
here.
example, if there was, like, the war on drugs, and and you hear the president talking about the opiate crisis. Well, if there was more talk in Congress and that kind of in the higher up, then there'd be some kind of awareness of it. They would, they could start doing things to change it. It's got to be brought to a higher level.
Oh, please. Half those motherfuckers are freaking snorting lines off the back of a toilet seat.
Like Tang just said, that's the inmate guarding the prisoners.
No, they can just
Okay,
tighten up
does
the whole
anybody know
system.
anything
The system
about-
is just, go ahead.
In Pennsylvania, and they're trying to move this across the country, by the way. But in Pennsylvania, they are using computer algorithms to investigate effectively child welfare cases. And
Well, they
that
probably
this
have a
kind
system.
of predictive
It's a computer system.
yeah,
like with
it's
metrics set
a
in it,
predictive analytics. Yes, a predictive analytics, and this is the new fad in child welfare. And
Right,
they're
so
trying
then they all
to make
report
this.
whatever it comes
No,
back
hold
as,
on.
if it's this or
Yes,
that.
the humans. Yes, humans who create the algorithms decide if it should consider the existence of previous reports of. These are humans that are basically using analytics to predict the future danger of a fucking child.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, I sound like 10th man right now. I apologize. But I get so irritated when I think about
tough.
fucking
I
children. It
agree.
just pisses me the fuck off.
The thing is that, in, like, there's a girl that I know, my friend of mine, and she told me when she was younger, mom was a drug addict, this and that. And I don't know, she said the foster home was just as bad, but she'd rather be in the foster home than go home, because every time she went home, her mother would beat her up, and she tried to tell them, but they kept, and I don't know what it was, but they kept on bringing her back and forth. And it's like, when, they have to be 12 years old to go to court and say, I'm done with this now. It's like, what's 12 years old? You can tell before, if the kid if they took them to counseling and the kid had some right, someone to stand up for them, to an advocate to get their side of the story, not what DSS is going to think. And are they sitting there asking the kid and counseling them? I don't trust it. It has to be more.
So they create an algorithm. Yeah,
right. It has
exactly.
to be more checks and balances to know.
So they create an algorithm that doesn't care if there's previous reports that were false, or even if there were malicious. They just use this algorithm that adds up to the number of reports and raises the risk score. So then
wait a minute, they care. Those,
keep getting
those false reports make it
repeatedly
worse
by the fucking system. It's bullshit. Oh, I swear to God.
That's why, you know what, I was going to do a daycare, and DSS, like, oh yeah, they'll bring your kids or whatever. Like, I don't want to be involved. They wanted me to be a foster parent, and I wanted to do it, but man, you know why I didn't want to do it? Because I didn't want to have to deal with them. I'm like, no way, I ain't fucking dealing with them. I'm not dealing with them coming to my house and being in my life, because they're messed up. It's like walking on eggshells,
I mean, I think this way: make every child safer. Case in point. Period. Make every child safer. Replace anonymous reporting with confidential reporting. Period.
Like, for example, if I was foster care and someone came in my house and they had drugs on them and something, I mean, this is crazy, but let's say, and someone came over here and I don't know, something happened and the cops came and they found drugs in the person, but they're not my family member, whatever, and they came into the house, guess what? They take the kids because drugs were here. But it doesn't mean I had them or whatever. That's just the way that shit works. It's just too much shit. Like, it's too crazy.
The requirements to open a daycare in the state of Kansas is more strict than the requirements to have a foster home.
Really?
Yes.
Like, I have a pit bull. You can't have a pit bull. You can't do this. You can't do that. So they have all these stupid things.
Now, do you think Congress could condition receipt of various forms of federal aid on states enacting such bans as anonymous reporting? Do you think that it would be helpful if if Congress enacted federal aid on states enacting bans on anonymous reporting?
No, they would say it was state by state business.
Because it's giving them money. That's what they're there for. Everything. I'm gonna tell you right now. Follow the money trail. It's always about money. Everything.
Oh, give them
is
federal
about money.
funding to create a program to.
Yes.
Okay, got you. I got what you're saying. Yeah. To improve.
No, basically telling them we'll pay you if you do this. Yeah.
Right, they need
to enact these bans.
When you call DSS for a complaint, I know there's like a main number to call, and I don't know where the heck it even goes. It doesn't go to the police department. I don't know. It's like a calling center place or something.
It is. It's a calling center.
Like a calling center that could mean that there could be 50 people there, and they work different. Let's say they're hired.
It's DSS calling center.
It's people that are trained by DSF. I mean DCS. But it's like a calling, like a 1-800. But they only have so many people who answer the calls that are trained to ask the questions, fill out the paper, and then they pass it on down.
But I thought that when you call, let's say, for example, I call and I see the kid next door on the roof, and I go over there and the parents aren't, whatever, it's something stupid. Let's say someone reports that. I mean, that would be an emergency. How do they know? Do they send someone? Maybe they're supposed to send a police officer.
That would be a 911.
Yeah, they would contact 911 immediately.
So that's their decision to do that. Okay.
Yes. And then
they would tell you
if they feel that CPS needs to get involved, then they'll call CPS.
That's an immediate danger.
Yeah.
There was a case.
They'll call and then they'll have you call immediately too.
I don't know if I just read it on Google today. I think it was. It was recently where that happened, and the parents were asleep. The kids are on the roof or something like that, and they pulled the kids out.
Oh my!
I mean, the thing is that I know kids that do kids do stupid things. My neighbor's kids were on their little side roof because the bedroom window was like, the screen right there. I mean, they didn't mean to do. Yeah, they didn't do it like why should you take the kids away because shit like that can happen. Some kids do some crazy things.
When I was a kid, I used to climb up on our roof so I could talk to my friend across the street without my parents hearing.
Yeah, my bedroom.
Every 4th of July, I would get up on the roof and watch Memorial Day and 4th of July. I would climb up on the roof to watch fireworks. I did it every year.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I remember climbing out my bedroom window. It was like the roof was just like where the front of the house, and then it was a little bit lower. It was for the porch. So did we
live in a different time back then or something? Because back then nobody did that shit.
Right, and guess what? I remember.
I mean, well, I'm not saying nobody cared, but no one called on frivolous shit.
Right. You know what? Yep. I remember at night in the summertime, my friends and I would I'd have a sleepover, and then we'd climb out the window in the middle of the night and run over to her yard and go jump in the pool and swim, and then sneak back into the house.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
I never thought anybody. Think about that. It never dawned on me anybody would call the police or DSS because I would
just knock on their door and be like, "Dude, your kid's on the roof. You know that." Just FYI.
I swear people used to go on the roof. It was okay. A lot of people did that shit,
I mean, I don't get it.
Different times.
Hey, different times. When I was a kid, in our neighborhood, we used to play and run around the yards and I'm sorry.
Back in the day in schools, I remember when the principal was allowed to whoop your ass.
Oh,
nowadays that's considered child abuse.
I know. I went
By
to
the way,
Catholic
they
school.
teach your children this stuff early age, preschool and kindergarten.
My sister, and I think I don't know if I told the story. When I was in Catholic school, my little sister, I'm like, why do you wear your knee socks? Like, are your socks way above your knees like that? And she says, because Sister Gilbert kicks me in the knees.
Oh my God.
I didn't even tell my mother. I thought it was, I mean, I remember walking home and telling me that. It's like, I should have went home and said, Mom, Sister Gilbert is kicking Tracy in the knees. It's like, I mean, think about that today. If some kid went home and said, hey, Mrs. Smith today was
Oh,
kicking me in the
goodness.
knees.
Oh, goodness.
Think about it.
Mm.
You
Now,
should go to
I
a
believe
utility
that the
closet with a winter
hotline.
boy.
Now, I think a big thing would eliminate all of this if the hotlines, because there's a Child Protective Services hotline that people call, that file these reports. I think the people that are at the hotlines should be allowed to assess the credibility before forwarding any information to CPS.
I think you could, if you had a lawyer and you were, let's say it was a nightmare of a case, whatever, and you hired, you were able to hire a high-powered attorney, like like the celebrities do. Come on, there's shit that can be done. They can challenge things and say, look, this is that, and if it's something that you can prove that has caused, mental anguish and psychological damage, and on and on. You know what I mean? You could probably get that
But
information.
if the hotlines are allowed to assess the credibility, meaning if they had, instead of anonymous reporting, it would be confidential reporting. They would have a way to put a name in a system and say, okay, this person has made a lot of claims. What the fuck?
There is a way. There is a way.
But by the time you're taking the time to assess that credibility, if it's a true threat, that child's in danger.
That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is you pop a person's name in the system and it'll automatically pop up. Like, for instance, I used to work in the electronics industry, and I'm going to tell you right now, when a customer would call in to put in a purchase order, I would put in a part number, and that part number would come up in their past purchase history automatically.
Hey, here, I have an idea.
Put up the pricing that they paid, all the history behind it. I'm saying they need to have a system like that put in place. That way they can put up, as soon as you pop it, listen, hold on. As soon as they pop in a name, everything under that bitch's name will pop up to say that they've made a lot of fucking claims. Okay. We need to find out what the fuck is going on before we send somebody over there to rape and molest a child, strip searching, and putting a family through that bullshit.
What about if they changed it where they tell you, like, a disclaimer that they read to you, and they say, okay, you are reporting this, against this child, this, and
FYI, if this is
an FYI that right, but you reporting this case means that you are, you possibly could be, subpoenaed to court, and you have to agree, that, that you are going to be, possibly a witness to this, blah, blah, and you might be called to court, and you have to agree to that
and
verbally over the phone.
And doing such, it would discourage motherfuckers like that from doing that shit.
Right, because if you're going to be calling about something, and if that's the case, and that's what they were told, someone that's making a bullshit will say, forget about it, never mind, and just hang up. You know what I mean? They're not going to want to go through all that unless it's something serious.
Let me ask you this. What if the complainant, what if the accuser is the government themselves? Then what do you do? Because I'm thinking
DSS can make up and say there was calls. I mean, we're just trusting they can make that totally up. I don't, who knows? I mean, I'm sure that, right. They could type up a report and say that they got that through that number and blah, 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 unless it's really checked.
I mean, look at the case with the child here in Kansas City. They lied for over a year saying they went and saw this kid.
Yes.
They lied.
That's why there's agencies that are set up for the act that stand behind the parents, because they know that CPS and other agencies, other people, just malicious people, can cause these problems. And that's why I was going to send they're called the Family Defense Clinic and the National Coalition for Child Protective Reform. And I told Mommy of Many that I'm going to send her that information. They're set up in every state.
They'll be able to help.
Yep, they will be able to help. They'll be able to forward her to the places that she needs to go to get her kids back. because somebody's fucking with them. It's pretty obvious. If there's nothing going on that's going on illegal, the kids weren't in danger, something is going on. For them to come in and just take a 6-day-old baby from its mother, what the fuck?
James Freeman seems to connect it. It just reminded me that he does some like audit things of DSS agencies and stuff, and his thing is he claims that it's like they're trafficking kids.
Go ahead.
He claims that they're like, taking the kids in, but they do all this, and a lot of them are like child sex offenders, and that they traffic, and they end up getting these kids and they traffic them. I don't know. That's what he says.
Our government, our tax dollars, okay, so our government, these agencies are being paid big bucks for every child that they have custody of. Big bucks.
You know what? That foster care, the number of children placed in foster care in the United States has reached historical highs. There has to be a fucking reason for that, other than these children are legitimately abused, because I don't believe that.
It goes back to the bogus, their means of getting the information, what we're talking about. It goes back to that. They need to change the manner in which they screen these calls and the way they get them into the system. It's just the system, the process and the steps are just, they need to upgrade that, and they need to change it with the times and things that are reasonable, and think about, they just need to revamp the system. When's the last time they redid it? Did they sit down and talk about this and how things are working or they're not working? Doesn't seem like it. There's not much oversight. Right. There's no oversight. I don't know. I'd have to look into it further, but it seems like there's lack of oversight.
Well, it's just like a lot of laws in this country that were written freaking 100 years ago. 200 years ago.
Thing is, years ago, people I have to admit that when maybe you guys too, and most of people, when you're raised, a lot of times you think, oh, the police is your friend. You think everything and I remember growing up thinking they're the authority. Yeah, they're my friend, but it's like if an officer says something, you kind of just supposed to trust that's what they say, what it is. That's kind of how it used to be for the most part. There's still people that are like that, but I think with the internet,
and it's highly subjective.
It is.
It's highly subjective. The concern about the child's well-being, the determination is highly subjective.
It's
they
even
can
like
say
a
whatever
teacher.
the fuck they want.
Right. It's like a teacher. Teachers, I've run into this when my kids are in school. I've always been a parent that's involved with my kids in school because you know what? They're with, right. You guys, I'm sure you're all the same way. I'm sure everybody here on this panel agrees. You want to know, someone's with your kids 6 hours a day, whatever, you should know who the hell they are and get, and when your kid says something, you check it out. Because I've had some shit happen where teachers are just, I don't know what's going on in their head. They have a bad day in there or whatever's going on. They told my kid one time, brought a book, and he was in speech therapy, and she said in front of the whole class to him and embarrassed him and said, "You can't read that book." Oh yeah, bitch. I called her up and I gave her a piece of my mind. I said, how could you do that? I said, he's in speech therapy. That's not encouraging. What kind of class are you running? What are you doing? I didn't send my kid there to make him feel like shit,
Good way to get the child to never want to learn or speak up and try to read.
So it's like some kids, you have to be an advocate for your kids, in all aspects. And it's tougher when it comes down to this DSS nonsense. It's
and you know what? Poor families. And the fact that, and this is just what I believe, but I believe that poor families and poor families of color in particular, are entitled to the identical protections, against state intervention than wealthy.
If you're dealing with families like poverty, if you're dealing with kids that are like in poverty and this and that, you have to handle that entirely different too. Just because they might not be living the best life doesn't mean they're being abused either.
Exactly. And the overwhelming majority of families that are monitored and disrupted by child welfare agencies are poor, and they are disproportionately minorities. It's always going to be that way. And it's sad that all these kids are stuck in the system and they don't have, there's nothing that they did, and they feel that they've done something wrong because no one's really explained to them what the fuck is going on. Right. And then their parents are left sitting there going like, what the hell? And they don't know what to do because they've never been put in that situation. And they're like, I never touched my child. What the hell? And they're looked at like criminals, and they're not given any information other than when to come and meet their child under, the watchful eye
Well, that's why, if
And then
somebody's
what? They
been
have
through
to leave.
DSS,
Oh God, I just can't
yeah,
even
if someone's been
imagine.
through a DSS situation or they know anything about it, once it happens, because a lot of times people that they've had a case and they go through the whole year before reunification and blah, blah, blah. Anything that comes down the pipe could be a little slip up, something stupid. And guess what? DSS, they are back at your house. They will be they will be back. You're like on
Yeah.
it's not like, it's kind of like a probation, right? So it's like, they're always
Right.
around, you know?
Mm.
Oh yeah.
And the sad
Oh
part
no,
is
I know. I'm
that
sorry. I'm sorry, Joel. Hold on. I lost my train of thought when I was talking. I meant to say that marijuana, like here's back, if you had marijuana, if you were caught with pot, you probably lose your kids. Now, okay, now
Oh
it's legal, so it's so you can smoke.
huh,
Like, I mean, these things are just that, just because people drink or people are alcoholics at their home, people don't call about that. Hey, my neighbor's an alcoholic and she has kids. I don't know.
oh shit. Well, it's different, right? They put certain standards on. And that's why I said about poor.
Right.
The rich can do whatever they want, and I know I usually don't go there with that because
What about
honestly,
celebrities? DSS ain't knocking at their door, and half of them are caught on coke, this and that, and all. Yeah, whatever.
Oh
Just
yeah.
believe in them.
right?
Well, they have money to pay them off. Okay, I'm being
Yeah,
sarcastic, but it's probably
it's
true.
true though. It's
Right, and they
true.
have a nanny, but they
Absolutely
have drugs
true.
in the house. Guess what? If anybody else had found drugs in their house, it doesn't matter if you have a nanny for your kid or not. They take your kids, right?
Yep.
But if you
Mm,
were like, some celebrity, Britney Spears, did her kids get in DSS with all that shit? No.
Nope.
right. Yeah, and these kids and their kids are more fucked up than anybody's kids.
Right.
It's
Well,
true.
it's just what you said, Golden. It's different. It's cultural. It's a
It is.
cultural thing, and they do. You're right. And it oh my God, DSS is a nightmare.
I'm gonna tell you, this is aside from DSS. I'm just gonna go back to culturally, how we raise our children. I'm gonna tell you what. I grew up when I did something wrong, I was chastised. If I did something really bad, I got my ass whooped. Period.
Mhm.
No, I mean back then you could do that,
Oh
right?
yeah.
But now we're raising a bunch of brats because the government wants to come in and tell us what we can and can't do to our own children, as far as punishing them and with in spanking our kids. And I'm like, well, okay, well, first of all, you're not going to tell me what the fuck I can and can't do with my own child. I'm not abusing them.
But they
I'm whooping
do.
his ass,
But
right?
yes, but the government does in
I
a
know,
way. They
but they
do.
can. Well,
Yeah.
well, fuck them because I'm. You know what? I refuse to have my kid. I remember my kids going to school and there's classmates were little fucking assholes, and it's they don't and they don't know how to treat people because they think that they can get away with anything and everything. And guess what? We're raising a generation of kids that are one stupid and idiotic because our school system is so fucked up that they're not teaching them the appropriate curriculum, and then we are not they're not disciplined because the government wants to tell us that we can't spank our children anymore or discipline them in a way that we see fit. I mean, other than abusive, of course. I'm just saying what's happening. We're raising a bunch of asshole kids that are ending up in prison
Well, we're not
because they
raising. I
think they
mean,
can do
we're
whatever
not
the hell
raising
they
them.
want.
We're not saying we're not, but there's a good point. You said we're not raising them. You know what?
Nope.
And I'm going to say, and I'm just going to push it over
Well,
a little bit of accountability to people that are bringing kids in the world and how they're raising them, because you know what? A lot of them are not. A lot of them just go on the internet, go use your iPad, whatever. They're not paying attention, and these kids are getting influenced. Possibly, they're like us. Let's say the kids they're on YouTube, they're in a group chat, or they're watching stuff on YouTube. They're feeding their brain with all this shit. They could be on there with a bunch of their friends on Facebook and having a little powwow like us, but on something like, oh, our parents treat us like shit, and we're not going to stand for this. And they get empowered. They get empowered by social media in a
you know
lot of
what? This
different
is
ways.
what
People, right?
I was visited by CPS when I was a young mother, and my kids. I think my daughter was about 11 years old, I think, and it was I don't even know what the report was. It's been so long ago, but I basically they were like, well, how do you discipline your kids? And I was like, first of all, I whoop their ass if need be. It's very rare because I have good kids. But if they need to, hell yeah, I'll whoop their ass. I lived through it. I got my ass beat and I lived through it. I mean, it wasn't considered abuse back then, but now all of a sudden it's abuse. And she was like, well, you can't do that. And I'm like, bitch, I refuse to raise a kid that is going to disrespect me
So what they
and
should do in the
raise
hospital
their
when you
voice
have a
at
baby,
me and
hand you
raise
the
their
law book
fist
of what you
at
can and
me.
can't do.
Yeah. Well, I refuse to have a child that's going to raise its fist and raise its voice to me. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
And,
So
I
then
remember
what?
that
10 years from now, I can call the police because my kid is freaking, beating me up? Oh, hell no. Sorry.
when I was a kid,
I'm
my mother
nipping that shit
backhanded
in the
me.
butt
Now that's
now.
abuse. You can't get
I'm
back. You can't.
nipping that shit in the butt now. Nip that shit
Yeah.
in the butt now. Raise your kids right. Raise them to know what's right and wrong. Don't do stupid shit in front of your children, and your kids will be okay. What the hell? They see bad shit going on in the world all the time. Are you serious? A little ass whooping isn't gonna kill them.
Actually, what
Right.
they now trying to teach you to do is they actually say timeout is bad now because that's mental abuse. So now what they want you to do, it's called you allow them to go calm down. You give them a safe space to calm down. And then you come and you talk to them about what they did and what they
I've done
should
that.
have done differently.
I've done
That's
that
how I.
too. I've
That's
done
how
that too.
I've
It
done it
That's
depends
because you
on
know
the
fine,
what?
but
child, though. Every child is different.
that's right. Every child's
Yeah.
different. When my daughter was 5 years old, she ran out in the middle of a busy street and ran from me. I was scared to death. I saw cars coming. I
Oh my God,
grabbed
your
her,
kid
brought her back. I smacked her on the bottom 3 times and
did that
got down on
too?
my knees
My kid did
and
do
told
that.
her, "Don't you ever run out in the street again." And people call, somebody called the police on me, and the police came and told me that I had no right to smack my child the way I did. And I said,
It's
"Well,
not like you're potty training them and you smack them because they peed off the bowl. That would be bad.
yeah,
But I mean, I hear you. My daughter did that in the parking lot, and I was freaked out. I grabbed her. I'm like, "Do you ever do that again?" You know what I mean? What the hell? My mother in the store backhanded me one time as I said a word when I was a kid. No one even flinched. I mean, nowadays I'd have everybody and their brother, like the police would be there or something. If I did that to imagine walking down in the grocery store is backhand. I mean, it's not good to backhand your kid in
oh,
the head. Nobody,
my mother
but
had
I had
a
that.
magical
Oh my God,
rubber
excuse me.
arm. I'd be behind the car seat, and she'd tell us kids, "You better stop it right now before I pull over the car." And I swear her arm was made out of a rubber band because I don't care where my head went, she connected with the side of my cheek every time.
Right, but I'm not saying you have to do that, but when you get a spanking or sometimes it's necessary or whatever you want to do, I mean, as long as you're not abusing them, they're going to remember not to do it again.
Right. And I'm saying a spanking. I'm not talking about drawing blood, beating the
Oh
shit
yeah,
out of your
no, a
kid, where
spanking.
you're leaving bruises and, I mean, a little whelp isn't going to fucking hurt a kid. It just, it happens when you spank them. Even with your hand, you can leave a red mark. And that's another thing. I hate when they try to say, oh, well, did you leave a mark? Okay, well, let me hit you while I leave a mark on you. Fuck. I mean, I wouldn't hit you like I would a child. A child, I'm not going to knock the fucking living hell out of. I'm going to, spank them like they're a child. I mean, it's common sense, people.
I wonder
I
what
don't get it.
the rule is in foster homes. Like, what do they tell them they can do?
Right?
What I just told you, they're supposed to have a safe space
Oh, God. Well,
where
you know
they
what?
can
That
go
works for
calm
some
down.
kids. I had 5 children. All right. I had 5 children. Every one of my kids were completely different. What worked
Oh,
for
bless
one
you.
didn't necessarily work for another. Okay. And so when it came to discipline, I mean, I had to be creative sometimes. I had one kid that could not stand to be indoors. She had to be outside. She had to be with her friends. I mean, it was like it was killing her if I had made her stay in her room. Well, that was perfect punishment for her, right? I didn't have to lay a hand on her, just threaten her to put her in her room all freaking day, and she was like, "Oh my God, mom, I'm sorry. Oh my God." And then and then I had one who was perfectly happy being inside. She could be inside all day watching movies, listening to the stereo, whatever. All right, so guess what? Your ass is going to be outside all damn day. You're not coming in unless you need water. You need something to eat? All right, baby, come on, I'll get you something to eat. Here's a sandwich. Bye. Go play.
Mhm.
I mean, and then I had another one. I mean, her cell phone was her life force.
Oh,
Oh God.
Okay. Cell phones, all my kids had cell phones. I know they're little rotten asses. But you know what? If they had, because I needed to be able to get a hold of my
stop
kids. I
now.
worked a lot,
Quit.
and I worked a lot, and I was a single mother for quite some time, and I worked for a cell phone company for a few many years. So
Gotta have
Sprint
that
allotted
parental
me a bunch
control
of cell
on.
phones. Totally. Anyway, but her cell phone was her life force, and man, I all I had to do was threaten to take her phone, and her ass was straightened right up.
I remember
So
that.
there's
Mhm.
it just
Remember my kids
depends
in
on the child. What
Yep.
works for one doesn't necessarily work for another. It was vacation if I told one of my kids to stay indoors all day. She's like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna be a piece of cake. Shit, no big deal." Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. I think
My
people.
kids were just getting into the cell phone and all that stuff. My oldest one, it wasn't like popular to have all that in school, you know what I mean? So it was
Mhm.
a little bit better. And they even when they did, it wasn't like it is now. It's like my kids were not like they wanted their phone, but it wasn't that bad. My daughter maybe. Girls are a little bit different. I don't know. They're the
Yeah.
social part. My boys are into sports, so they were kind of busy. But
Right. Oh no, their social life, if it affected that in any way, oh hell no. That was a
Hmm.
that was a definite deal breaker. Yeah, and my kids, I I I never gave allowance. What I did was I never gave them allowance for chores and shit like that. The way I looked at it, we were a household, and
Yes.
everybody pitched in. I shouldn't have to pay you to help clean your own room. That's bullshit. Chores, everybody pitches in. Mom works all damn day. I come home, I cook dinner, I take care of you, I buy everything that you need and want. The least you can do is clean your room and do a chore once a day.
yeah,
That's
they
not
get
too
they,
difficult.
they get what they need or things like that anyway. So
Yeah. And if they ever needed something like money for, wanting to go to the skating rink, or they wanted to go bowling with their friends, or if they wanted to go on a camping trip with one of their cheerleading thing or whatever, they knew that they got it. So that wasn't too much for me to ask for that.
yeah, but
Right.
it got
And don't be
teaches
an
them to manage
asshole.
money though. Like you can,
Hmm.
but it teaches them to manage money and when they get their chores. Kind of there's that side of it too.
Yeah. I mean, I just never, I wasn't paid an allowance when I was a kid.
Oh, I
My
wasn't
dad and
either.
my mom, yeah, they were like, no, you live here. This is what you do. You clean your
My
room. We get up every Saturday was cleaning day.
if we didn't clean our room, my dad took trash bags and went in there and cleaned it for us.
Oh no, my dad would put my room outside on the carport. I'd come home and my whole room would be outside.
Oh
And
no.
he's like, you don't want to clean your room? Well, now you have to. Put that shit back
Seriously,
in there
so
and I
they
want
took
it
everything out
done.
of your room and put it outside in your yard.
Yes. Yes.
The hell? I've never heard
Yes.
that before. I'm oh
Yeah,
my,
sure the fuck did.
that sounds like way too much work.
Yeah, sure the fuck. Exactly. That was the whole point. He was like,
No,
you don't
but
want to clean
me
your
as a
room?
parent, I don't want to
Fine.
move your stuff out in the yard.
No, my dad, my dad,
Jesus,
my dad
that's
was like this.
crazy. You come
No, my
home and
dad
like
was
you
like,
got
you don't,
movers all moving the
yeah.
furniture out and shit.
My dad was like this. My dad was like, you know what? You don't want to clean your room? Well, now you got no choice.
Guess
Either
you
put
listen.
your shit back in your room the way it's supposed to go, or it's going to the dump.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Like my room was never really a mess. Like how bad? I
I
guess you
mean,
didn't clean your room every
everything,
day or
my
whatever.
mattress, my bed, everything.
I never even had a door taken off. I hear people
Uh,
take the kid's door off. I never ever did that or had that
that
done to
happened
me.
to me twice in my life, in my childhood. When I think I was about 12, and the next time I think I was 16. I think I was about 16, 15 or 16. Yeah, that was the worst because my shit was everywhere. I had stuff broken. I was pissed. Yeah, that was a big deterrent.
My
Your room
dad
must be
my
bad.
dad took my sister's door
Yeah,
off
I had
her
military
room
family, so
once
that's the way it was.
because she loved
Yeah.
slamming it.
What?
My dad took her took my sister's door off of her room because she enjoyed slamming it. So my father said, well, then now you have nothing to slam.
Oh, we did that
Nobody
too.
likes it.
I didn't like that at all because my
Nope.
privacy was like my thing, and my dad took my door. I was just, oh my God, that was miserable.
Yep.
Oh.
She learned her lesson. She never slammed another door.
Right? My kids still to this day do that. They're adults, and if they slam a door, they'll go, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to slam it. That was the wind." I'm like, it's all right. It's okay. Yeah, but I don't like that either. I don't like slamming doors. Oh, you want to get an attitude? All right. Oh God, those were the days.
So what
Oh
is
my
the
goodness.
do you have an update on Mommy of Many's the whole situation?
No, she was actually in chat a moment. Earlier in the
I did see
chat.
something. What is she talking about? She said somebody accused, she's like, oh, someone, oh, do you know
Beaver
now?
was accusing her of some bullshit, like the baby and
Or
the
did he
baby tested positive. He was just being a dick.
was he
You
just
know.
asking if it was, or did he say that it was?
No, he was saying it in chat. He was saying, I don't know if he was saying it in chat or if on a panel. I wasn't there. I could just go by what she said in the chat. But apparently he was saying some pretty cruel and awful things.
Accusations?
Oh,
Yeah.
speaking of Beaver, there he is. Hi, Beaver.
Yeah, it didn't seem like
So
he would
I couldn't tell
cast
you
out
if
false accusations. Like maybe he
true
was
or not.
asking.
Yeah, that's why I said I can't really tell you what exactly happened. This is just what she said.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well, it's hard when you have a
I mean, it's
previous
pretty
case.
cool.
Right, but who knows? I mean, I'm not saying negative or positive. I'm just saying who knows all. I mean, I don't know all the fine details. I mean, they can say what it is, but like she said, oh, it's because of COVID. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that, saying it like that sounds kind of sketchy. I'm not saying I'm doubting her. I'm just saying it's the delivery of it. So maybe,
right.
And it's not that I'm saying it's something other than it's something bad. It's probably not. She probably is just all riled up and doesn't really know exactly the reason, and she's just saying it like that. She means it's more about they didn't let him in the house but she's not saying it that way. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean it's for drugs or anything from prior to whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter if she was on drugs. The baby was in the care of her mom anyway, so that wouldn't be
well,
it.
Tank, I'm sorry, but Beaver's here. Won't we just ask him? Beaver, Mommy of Many was in here earlier, and she said that you had made some pretty terrible accusations. I don't know if that's true or not, but it would be. Well, no, because she said, and if I go back up in the chat, I can tell you exactly what was said. She said the baby was in a 2-story brick home with power and water, and they didn't drug test me or the baby. Plus, she had the baby via C-section, and she had been on pain meds that she stopped taking 5 days after. So I guess she was on pain medication. Obviously, you're on pain medication after having a C-section. But she had said something earlier. Oh, here we go. That Beaver had said a bunch of stuff. Some of the crap that he had said, the audacity to say about me was that he tried to say that she lost her baby because her and the baby tested positive for meth. That's what she says that he said.
If that was the case, she would have lost. They would have taken the baby right from the hospital. They wouldn't have. I don't know if it would have went to the grandmother's house. I don't know.
I honestly don't know. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't know about the laws in North Carolina, but if that shit were to happen here or in California, she would have went to jail for child endangerment.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it would have been. Well, I don't.
Yeah, they do that here and there. If you're pregnant and you're a meth user or any kind of drugs, they will take you to jail.
Oh my
If
gosh.
that baby comes out with any type of drugs in its system, because they draw blood right after your child is born.
Yeah, they
Well,
do.
They
they
take it
do, but I mean, so
immediately,
not all
actually.
states incarcerate you, but are you maybe yeah, you're charged with a felony, right?
Yeah.
That you're accused. I guess
Okay,
that must be for
exactly.
this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
So
I
if
didn't.
that's
In,
the
Yeah,
case, I don't know the
yeah,
laws
that's
in North
messed up.
Carolina, but I'm
in
just saying if that's the case.
Kansas, they take custody of the child, and then they charge the parent, and then they have to go to court.
And he
Uh,
also, and these are also, I'm sorry, I gotta finish. She also said that he said that they lived in a home with no power or water and allowed a pedophile to watch their other kids while working full-time jobs. And that's the reason they lost their others.
Maybe it was a fake Beaver account. It doesn't sound like something he'd say, but he can come up and talk for himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
That's
don't think
just
he would
what
say something like that. He said, okay,
that's
he says
just
right
what
here in
she said
chat.
that he
He says,
said.
this
I
is what
really
Beaver's
hate
saying.
doing the whole he said she said shit,
No,
but yeah.
I'm reading what Beaver's saying in the comments. I'm reading here. He says,
I
I
was
was discussing her
discussing.
video interview she did with AK Mommy, and she discussed issues from the very start with CPS. Then he says that family has had CPS issues from the very start. Right. Yeah, he wants to come up on the panel, Golden.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Tank, if you
Put
want to
the
drop
link
him
in
the
chat.
link, please.
Thank you. Now he'll explain it. I'm sure that there's
Yeah.
maybe just came out the wrong way, but I really don't think he would be that cruel. He's not that kind of person. He might get, joke around and troll and say silly things, but
Well, that's why I
he's not
always like to
he's
get
not like
two
that.
sides of every story.
No, he's not not
Yeah.
an asshole like that. No.
Yeah. I like to be able to
Well,
get two sides of every story. That's why I
right.
was very
You
when I
better not let me
said
down. You better not let me down and be an asshole.
that's what
Hope he's not a
that's
real
why I said
ruthless.
that and that's why I said, and I reiterate, that's why I said I don't know what was said, but this is what Mommy of
Right.
Many says that I wasn't there, so I didn't hear any of this or see any of this. But this
Yeah,
is
and
what she said earlier in the chat.
and she wanted FTP to give her like the comments so she can go through it. I think that she was just wanting to see what it said. But go ahead. Hey Beaver, go ahead.
Hey,
Hey,
Beaver.
hey, thanks guys for letting me up here just so I can explain, what my side is from what I can remember. It all
Hey, and I
started,
stood up for you, so don't let me down.
I mean, that's totally up to you, hon. I mean, if you guys decide after I speak to you I was in the wrong, I feel like I was in the wrong about some things, but it's only because I didn't want to come out and say it, but people were beating around the bush about it, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to come out and ask questions. Um, It all started in It all started in 10th Man's room earlier today,
Mm-hmm.
and someone brought up a video that FTP was supposed to have about the interview with AK Twin Mommy and the couple of the baby. Mommy of Many and Fuck DSS, and see, people were trolling him. I didn't get it till later on in watching 10th Man stream what they were talking about. So I was trolling
Mm-hmm.
FTP saying, "Where's the video, man? Where's this video? I heard you had the video. Just having fun." That's what trolling is, kind of, like that. And he was just like, "Fuck you, Beaver, fuck you," and he started yelling at everybody in 10th Man's channel, and then him and Jeff got into a huge fight, a verbal argument, and they both screamed at each other, telling each other to fuck off. And I was like, "Whoa!" So today, just a few hours ago, Fuck the Police went live, and I haven't heard anything from that. So I figured sometimes when I come into a room, I always say something that's like funny, trolly type thing. And I said, "Hey, man, where's those videos?" As soon as I said that, boom, I got kicked out. I'm booted.
Wow.
And FTP was like, "Beaver, I'm not putting up with that shit, blah, 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 blah." Evidently, he's been dealing with a bigger issue, and I just came in and, really pissed him off. So, anyways, he kicked me out. So then I went over to Jeff's, and I was like, "Jeff, he just kicked me out." But I said, "I have so many questions about what's going on." And I was just like, have you heard a story about them having problems with meth? And this is what I'm all getting from Discord. And I'm not going to throw people out there, but I've been in Discord lately and talking in late night chats and just getting people's opinions about what's going on. And I tried to watch the video, the interview. Have you ladies seen the video interview?
No.
All right. Well, the first 25 to 30 minutes of the video, I got so sick to my stomach about hearing how they live that I couldn't watch it anymore. And the
When
person,
was this?
what do you mean?
When was this
This interview?
live stream with AK Mommy and whatever? I mean with AK, not AK Mommy. Yeah, AK Twin Mommy and her.
I don't remember when the interview was taking place. To be honest, it was recently though.
Okay. Go ahead.
Um, so um, she was explaining her story in the interview. I don't know how long ago it was. Trying to remember where I left off when I was talking to you guys.
You said that they were talking about their
Oh
their
yeah,
home.
I watched the video and I got sick to my stomach the first 30 minutes going in there because she was talking about how their landlord called the first time that they had issues with CPS as the landlord. Um, let me get this. The landlord called CPS on them because the kids were in the house, were living in the house without any electricity and no water running. And they were moving out of this place, but their power and plumbing was cut off several days before then. So the kids were, there. Plus the time that all this happened, um, fuck DSS and his wife were working full-time jobs, and they had a really good friend of theirs watch the kids, and they kept using the single as the single. I kept catching up on this that they said it was a good friend of theirs that was watching the kids, and then she said then they went to work and they watched the kids, but she didn't specify who they was. They just said this one person, and come to find out that one person that she had watching her kid was raping her son.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, um, so she immediately took her son to the hospital. She didn't know he'd been raped at the time, but she took the son to the hospital because he wasn't feeling good. And he also spoke up saying, so and so touched me, um, whatnot. So she took him to the hospital to get checked out, and the hospital called CPS and got them involved because they found out that the child had been raped, but mommy of many didn't know.
Mhm.
So they brought it to her attention of what was going on, and um, got involved with the children's well-being. And they moved out of that place while looking for another place. They had to live with her mom, and that was the only place that they could go. And evidently, when CPS came out to the mother's house, the kids couldn't stay there. They've been staying there, but CPS says they weren't allowing it anymore because there was no bedrooms, there was no room for the kids to stay in because the mother's house already had way too many people in it already. So at this time, um, they found an apartment complex to move into. And while the kids were playing in the backyard of the mother's house, mommy of many and her husband went over to the apartment to keep moving stuff in. And when they went there, the apartment complex was on fire.
Whoa.
Yeah. So for a good 15 minutes into the interview, they were talking about a PlayStation that was stolen and a TV that was stolen, and talking about the ring marks were left, and people went in there and stole personal items of theirs in this fire, and they ended up having to just leave everything behind. And then they've been struggling to keep jobs. They didn't have jobs for quite a while, and they didn't have a place to live for quite a while. And they were living in and out of a hotel room for as long as they could. I guess she was still working, maybe, but he wasn't working, and they just couldn't afford much. But I didn't really watch more into that video because of the explaining about how they were living in such a poor environment and that it was okay. Like her husband kept saying, they should have left us alone. It was no different than camping. Like if you were to take your kids camping and there was no running water or electricity, it was just a very sad event. So I was told in Discord that the husband has had problems with methamphetamines, and it's possible that they were tested positive at the hospital for that because it takes a couple days for the test to come back positive. And because of they've had issues with him being able to keep a job because of his drug addictions, it was a very good possibility that they took the baby because he failed a drug test.
She didn't say that though.
So
you said the last part was that's just hearsay. You heard someone's
yeah,
just
so I
say
came
that.
in. So I came in asking to Jeff's panel. I said, "What happened to the baby? Did the baby test positive for something? There was some kind of test that was done,
Yeah.
and I've heard it, and I'm like, where did I hear this? I think I heard it in Peachy Rider's room, or something that Mommy Minnie was talking about. Her and the baby had to get tested, and then they didn't want the baby around the house because her husband is sick and weak, and they didn't want them catching the COVID or something." And I was just like, that's weird because they tested the baby and the mother and it came back positive. So I was just like, what is that positive? And she says, Beaver, I never said that. And I was like, no, you did. We were going to stream the other day and you said you and your kid got tested and it came back positive. And that's why you think they came and took the baby. And she's like, I don't know where you're reading this from, Beaver. I've never said that. And I'm like, I'm not making this shit up. I just want to know where I heard it from. I said, I'm confused. I said, I'm sorry. I even apologized to her in stream. I just want to know what this test is. So I kept asking over and over again, what is the test that you guys came back positive for?
So she claimed that she came back. So you're saying that she actually said that in a conversation with somebody, supposedly about a
I
test.
heard it. I was
But you're
there. I
not
was
sure.
there. I heard it. I remember hearing it. I remember listening to it. I just couldn't remember if it was in a stream that Peachy Rider was there because Mommy and Minnie was crying during the time that all this stuff happened, and Peachy was saying, we really need to do a money pool for you, because they're like they don't have any money for an attorney and everything. And then I come to find out, and they've had an attorney this whole time, and what they're raising money for we don't know because they already have an attorney on this stuff.
Golden, do you know about this? I don't. I mean, I don't know enough about it. I never heard her say anything like.
No, I honestly just heard about it yesterday, and I didn't know any of the specifics. But I can tell you this: just like we were talking earlier about making claims to CPS regarding abuse, I think that you should have your facts completely straight, and they need to be investigated and vetted before actually bringing up any type of claims like that. I know with CPS, if someone was to call anonymously, they can do that now. We were talking about that earlier as well.
Yeah.
They can call anonymously and make a claim. These claims could be absolutely false, and there's no way for there's no paper trail to go back on to find out whether or not this person makes numerous false claims.
No, but
So
what Beaver's saying
whether
is that she
I
actually said
wasn't there,
that.
what Beaver heard, that's what I was just
Mm.
getting ready to say. Now, I wasn't there, I didn't hear it. All I can go by is what you said, and then by what Mommy of Many said. But I'm going to tell you what, um, if in fact you did feel this way, I would have asked, look, I would really love to talk to you about this, to find out, what are the specifics on it, because this is what I heard you say.
And I tried to do that, but what
And I don't know
happens
if
is
you have any way to do that.
I don't have any way of doing that. But what happens is you get a crowd of people together and you ask someone a question, and then like it's like I made one comment about meth. Did your baby was tested for meth? I said it's a possibility. That's what I heard. Can you please explain that? And then Wilma Dickfit is saying meth family, meth family, meth family in the
Yeah,
background.
people were throwing
And
that
then
those
and
things
other
out.
other people are
Mm.
saying, "Oh, he's saying that they're all meth people," and I'm like, "No, that's not what I'm
But do you
saying.
not think that that would have happened? You're a troll. You've been around trolls. You know what
I'm
they're
not a
like. Wouldn't you
troll.
not think that
I'm
that
not a
would have
troll.
happened when you did
I
that?
don't I don't stab people, Golden. I don't stab people. I don't stab people.
Right.
I'm not that
But
type of troll.
the thing is that what you, I mean,
Okay.
I know what you're saying, Golden, but what he's saying, if I'm
Saying
correct,
something like that in a chat. Well, this is all I'm saying. You say something like that in a chat, and people are just going to run with it.
right? Well, yeah,
I
true.
would have worded it
But he's
differently.
saying
And there's
she
a
said.
big saying that I like. There's always something I always say. I always say this. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
would
but
have said it this way. I would have been like, "Excuse me, Mommy of Many. I heard that there was some other details regarding this.
it's a
I
whole
think that
lot
there's something
easier.
more to it."
It's a whole lot easier to have someone understand your demeanor when it's a voice to voice, other than typing.
You're absolutely right. I agree.
You know. And when I was in the chat, people just blew it way out of proportion. And mommy was coming at me, and other people were coming at me, and I was just like, I just want to know, did you guys come back positive for meth? That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted
It
to know.
was it was misunderstood.
I wanted to kill the information that came to me. Okay. And I was just like, what did
Mhm.
y'all get tested for? What came back positive? She says, we never got tested for anything. I don't know why you're asking me that question. And I know in my heart, I didn't dream it. I know in my heart that I heard that
Mhm.
story from her. I just,
So why didn't you open your own panel and say, "Oh, just by the way, this regarding the topic of, the baby and with Mommy and Minnie and DSS, I heard that, that would have opened dialogue."
I thought about that. And the reason why I didn't is because I started getting trolled right away. And I
Well,
was
I mean,
thinking
you
it was
start
going to
saying
be a
that
Honestly,
in the
I would have
chat.
short.
made that my as soon as that would happen, as soon as that happened, I would have been like, "You know what? I'm opening a panel so we can discuss this."
Or
That
go
would
up
have
in the
been me.
panel she was on, I guess.
Or that too. I don't know if Peachy would have allowed him, if that was, I don't know if that was that the panel that was she was on, or
No, Peachy
So,
Rider. When mommy first came out, the day that her kid was taken, and fuck, the police was freaking out and wigging, and he couldn't tell anybody what was going on.
well, yeah,
That's the
wouldn't
Then
you?
problem.
Your
That's
child
the
just
big
got freaking,
problem.
your 6-day-old child was just ripped from your
yeah.
arms. I
No,
yeah,
think in
I
any
know.
circumstances, you would
but
have
in
been
In
that
that
livid as
panel,
well.
I
but
know,
in
but
that
she was trying
panel,
to
it was
figure out.
crazy.
She was trying to come up with all these ideas as to why it would have been the child would have been taken, and she was saying things like,
It was COVID.
if they wanted to test us for drugs, or if they wanted to test us for COVID, we don't know. Me and the baby were tested. We came back positive. I don't know if that was it. And I'm like, well, what did they test? I remember her saying that,
Mm.
and she doesn't remember saying that. And I said, well, please go back into any stream you can and find it, because I'm not trolling you to make a big hoopla. That's not what I do. I hear things and I want to get down to the truth instead of seeing. Because in Discord, that's a totally different thing. I mean, they're calling her and her kids every single name in the book on some
Yeah,
channels.
see, that's you
You
know
know,
what? I have a problem with that. Like, first of all, I mean, people can say and do what they want, but I mean, the whole subject matter is very sensitive. For myself, I mean, I'm not, whatever they want to do is fine. But for
Yeah.
myself, it's not something that I would go on a panel and talk about. That's just me. I wouldn't feel comfortable. I would just want to, that's just the way I am. I mean, and but if you're going to do that, I suggest doing it, being very concise, being very clear on the details and on the up and up. It's like when all these questions start circulating, then you get people in, let's say, other platforms,
So now I have people that I didn't throw under the bus coming to me saying, so and so heard what you said about me and you threw me under the bus and fuck you, Beaver. And I'm like, what? I didn't throw anybody under the bus. I took the blame for me coming out to say it. I didn't say I heard it from so and so. I said I have the question. If you guys want to hate me for asking the question, I totally understand, but I want to get the answer.
it was just miscommunication. It sounds like, well, she'll get.
That's all it was. But it's such a touchy subject because she just had her kid taken.
Okay, I'm going to put in the chat a copy. I'm going to put in the chat a copy of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services regarding Child Protective Services guidance for COVID-19. If in fact, and I haven't read this thoroughly yet, but if in fact that is the reason that the child was taken, it would clearly state in this the reason why.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys get to talk to mom, I don't, she's distraught, so I don't think she would believe anything I said anyway, but I didn't have any bad intentions of trolling her. I was just trying to figure
And
out
she
the
should.
answer. Is she in chat now?
Oh, sorry.
Is she in chat now?
No, I don't see her.
I could be said. He also said that he was, what did he say here? He said it's because the way you asked it, Beaver, I was watching. So it was just a matter of the delivery of it. And she was distraught, and hearing bits and pieces, she was talking. She wasn't really paying attention to the chat so much. She was going back and forth and people were talking to her. So it's like, she was all over the place. I think she just wasn't in a good way. She wasn't like, her mind wasn't all
I
there.
think I delivered. Yeah, I agree with I could be. I delivered the question too harshly over and over again. Like,
but people are going to accuse, though. People are going to accuse because if they did have a problem with meth, I mean, people were just throwing it out in probably chats. It's not. I think it's cruel. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I mean, that's just. I mean, I might say things, but I wouldn't be like, oh, meth, it's meth. I mean, that's like a.
well,
the only question I have, and I wanted to ask her that, and when I see her, I will, is why did she give guardianship over to her mother?
She said the lawyers told her it was the best thing to do because they already had a case.
Because
but I don't know. I mean, I don't know North Carolina laws, but I mean in Massachusetts, it doesn't. The way that worked doesn't really seem correct here. But and as far as in my state, sounds weird.
Usually they deal with it case by case.
Yeah. It just sounds a little bit weird, but I mean, or not weird.
Well,
I should say.
If she had a fear, I could understand.
She claimed the lawyer advised them that it was the lawyer's idea to do that. That's what she did say that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So I don't, but she didn't, actually explain further, like, well, for what reason? Because it's better. I mean, to me, to say it's because it's better because you have another case. That sounds like that's not good enough. There must be more to it,
Yeah, I that was the only part that was confusing me was why, because here in Kansas, they go case by case. It's not, okay. I'm just saying if, this is hypothetical. If her children were taken for whatever reason, whatever reason, should that reasoning still be continuing? And if they did do a test and the children came back and she came back fine, then they wouldn't bother her. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I don't know why the lawyer must be an idiot.
I do remember her saying, maybe you guys, Golden, if you know, that I believe someone asked, oh, I think I did. I asked, oh, so the parents have custody? Because when they were talking about getting a lawyer, and it's not what they're talking about, or doing these things, I said, if they don't, if mommy and the daddy, whatever, baby daddy doesn't have custody and the grandmother does, then she's going to have to start doing this process. I mean, yeah, they can get
Yes.
instruct her, but it would be them. And then that's when I asked, I said, oh, I didn't. And then I said, oh, they have custody? I said, "What? Oh, right from the hospital." And someone, I think that they said it was a temporary custody. I don't know, like a 24-hour. I wasn't sure. Something about that. There's so many things that was said that that were said, and
Okay,
I just
yeah. So
don't
then
think
I
they
don't.
even know themselves.
I don't understand.
Me neither.
Yeah,
It
I
just
don't
wasn't very clear.
understand. So,
Yeah. So
So that's where people are getting doubts. I think there's some kind of holes in their story, but not saying it's with bad. Anything's wrong, and maybe it's just the way they're explaining it. I
I
don't
okay,
would
know.
yeah, because
recommend.
I may have misunderstood because I was under the influence from what I heard from her was that the grandmother had guardianship because they had it notarized and whatnot and the paperwork drawn up. So my thinking was, well, if the grandmother has guardianship, then she would be the one who would have to deal with child protective services.
Yeah, they would be like a mommy of many, and her husband or whatever wouldn't be getting a lawyer for that. It's not there. It's a separate case, like thing, right?
There's a
Yeah.
lot of things going on that we don't know that they
So,
haven't shared
but
with
I may be
everybody.
wrong,
But
so don't take my word for anything. I'm just,
No, we're
yeah,
I
just
don't have
talking.
all
No,
the
we're not
facts.
accusing or
I
anything.
would
No.
Yeah.
I would recommend that you guys, if you guys can see the interview, that way you can understand where mommy of many and her husband are coming from, so that you can understand their constant issues with CPS.
Yeah.
And I
And I
don't know if
thought,
they're being singled out. I don't know what's going on, but there's just you can't tie the whole entire story that I saw. You cannot tie two and two together. It's just there's just so many things missing that you want to ask questions about.
I would
But
tell
and
you, if
I
I was a
don't,
lawyer,
like
I wouldn't advise anybody, my client, going on to the. I mean, I'm just saying,
no,
to
I
go on
wouldn't
and
be
be talking
sharing
about their
that.
case like that. I always thought from the very beginning it was not really kosher to do. I thought I cringed a lot of times thinking, man, if they, you might slip up, or they watch that shit, and if someone reported that, or if they found out, they could watch that and use it as evidence. They can.
Yes,
yeah,
yeah, they can.
Not that I'm
I
saying
didn't,
there's anything bad that they did, but just to discuss it. Sometimes you just might say things, or things can. It's just not cool. They're looking for something.
yeah.
I didn't realize she had 5 children. I thought she had 3 that was in custody. But um,
It's
the
a hard
thing is too
situation.
is we really don't know for fact what exactly happened with the other children.
Right.
Okay, so we don't know for fact. You have to also understand that if there's prior cases, DCF will come out and make sure everything is in order. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to take the child, but they'll come out and check to make sure,
The
if you have a, that the
certain
child has everything it needs, it's safe, you're safe, you got what you need, depending on the severity of the previous case or open case or whatever. So, but I don't know enough, so I can't really. But I was just confused about the guardianship, because if the grandmother had the guardianship, then they should be dealing with the grandmother, not them.
Yeah, I would recommend, if you guys can see the video, to watch the video of the interview.
Well, I'm going to pray for the baby no matter what.
Yeah.
That is my
Yes,
main thing is
absolutely.
the child, and I'm going to pray for that child. So,
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, regardless of it, I mean, they could do supervised visits and have the mother bond with the
yeah,
child, and she could nurse the baby. There's no excuse for it. I mean,
yeah.
Mhm.
unless
Well,
she's a
can I?
drug fiending, murdering, crazy, whatever she's doing, but it's not that situation.
No, it's not.
This
Yeah.
is the guidelines for North Carolina COVID-19. They have the specific guidelines. At CPS intake, an inquiry should be made to determine if there is any concern about COVID-19 exposure in the environment where a child lives. If there is a credible concern of a COVID-19 exposure to the child, the information should be documented in the official case record, and the client should be directed to call their medical provider for directions and follow the guidance provided. They do not come and take your child.
Okay,
Well,
If
but
now
during a
what?
face-to-face visit with listen, during a
Oh, sorry.
face-to-face visit with a client, support witness, alleged perpetrator, or other person, if the county child welfare worker identifies high risk of COVID-19 based on the current clinical risk factors in the individual or their close contacts, call local public health officials to determine the risk and notify the supervisor, and they will in turn notify DHHS or DSS. They
I,
do
Aha.
not come and take your child. They need the medical agencies need to do that.
Right.
Public
So at
health
right.
that point,
officials.
when they were at the house, they should have went on to what you just said and contacted that
Well,
other agency, and they
CPS.
would determine
Yeah.
Yes.
if
And I'm going
what
to
the
put a
condition
link in the
was.
chat with this too,
Hold
guys, so
on, you
That's
guys are missing
you
interesting.
guys
something.
can
You guys are also
have
missing
this to
something here.
read. Um,
Well,
but
CPS did come to the house, and mommy of many and her husband refused for them to come inside. She said that she brought her baby to the door so that she could verify that the baby was healthy, but would not allow child services to come inside.
but you know what? The mom wasn't her mother, from what I understand. If I'm maybe you guys just tell me if I'm wrong here. Wasn't it true that her mom was at Walmart and that they were there? Is that probably maybe the problem because the mom wasn't there and they were
I
there?
don't know that. I don't know that at all.
I mean, if she
But
had custody, maybe they weren't supposed to be there. I don't know. I'm just saying if that was
but
the case too. I don't
but
know.
look at the no knock warrant. If you research what a no knock warrant is, a no knock warrant is for them to catch you off guard so that you do not have time to get rid of the evidence.
Yeah.
They searched the house with a no knock warrant. They busted down the door. They didn't tap on it. They just kicked it in. Why would
No,
they
Yeah.
do that? Why would they do that just for COVID?
Wait a minute. You told me that that's what happened?
she told me, didn't tell me. She said that she let them in when they
No,
came back with the no knock warrant.
she said a
I
no
didn't even
knock
know that
warrant.
no knock warrant part. Okay, go
A no
ahead.
knock warrant gave them the accessibility to just barge in and take whatever was on that warrant. But when
So
you
they
look
went
up
Oh,
there, they didn't go in, then they got a no knock warrant and they went back and then they went in, then they took the baby?
yes.
CPS was there first to do an inspection
Something's
on the
hmm,
home where the baby was.
And to see the
okay.
baby.
She wouldn't allow CPS in, and it became a fiasco.
She's like, oh, I showed them through the door, and
Yeah,
then they left and
CPS left, and then the police came with a no
oh, I
knock
didn't know
warrant,
that.
allowing them to gain access without knocking on the door. They were able to just just open up the door and come right in without anybody knowing. That's what a no knock warrant is
Okay.
to get you without you knowing. So they came in to find something, to get something from them so that they didn't have a chance to get rid of the evidence. That's what a no knock warrant is.
Right, but wait a
Oh,
minute. But
okay.
let's say if it was just for the COVID, she was complaining, I don't want you in the house, da, da, da. Let's just say, oh, because of COVID, and they were getting all upset about it, and Mommy and Manny just showed them to like at the at the glass door or whatever, right at the door, and said that's it. That's what I'm gonna do. I just don't feel comfortable, blah blah blah, because they weren't wearing masks and stuff.
Yeah.
What Golden was, I don't know where Golden is, but what Golden was saying was due to COVID, what she just read is that they, at that point, they left. If they had no other reason because other than the COVID thing, they should have contacted the local, whatever, health department, whatever she read,
Yeah.
and they would determine the risk factor and where it goes from there. But that's not what
Yeah.
happened. If in fact it was just for COVID, they
But
wouldn't
why
got
would
that
they
no knock
even
warrant, which
issue?
would wait a minute, no knock warrant. They couldn't do that for the COVID. What they did, if that's the case, then they did it wrong. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird.
Hi,
Why
everybody
would
in the room.
I
why
think
would
they
they
might have screwed
issue?
up. I think they screwed up because of COVID thing. I think they didn't realize they had to follow that step. Let's just say that everything was on the up and up, and they just went. They did it like as if COVID wasn't even in effect.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
a no knock warrant is used for catching someone in the act so they can't dispose of the evidence.
I understand that, but what happened was, if they went to the house, like you just said, they went to the house and they didn't let them in. We know that part. Showed them at
That
the
was
door.
CPS.
Right,
CPS.
CPS. So and then when CPS left, CPS, what it's sounding like is that they initiated. They went to the police and filed whatever they do, and got the no knock warrant for whatever reason. But did they know that when they said it was due to COVID, and that's what their argument was, that supposedly that Nicole, mommy of many, was saying, no, because of COVID, this and that. This is why we don't want to let you in. You're here, look at the door. This should be sufficient. Then they should have taken the next step. They probably didn't realize the COVID policy or what they said, claiming that's a type of situation. Because
Right.
therefore, they wouldn't be able to go to the police and do that no-knock warrant unless there was something else going on. That I don't know what is required or what makes them eligible to get that no-knock warrant. I mean, it's got to be something serious, right?
It's got to be something super serious that they don't want them hiding the evidence.
Right, but ordinarily they probably can do that if they don't let you. If they go to the house for a visit and they refuse the visit, they probably can do that. But
They can
due
get
to
a warrant.
COVID, there's a certain policy that was just recently in effect due to the COVID. And if it was due to COVID, they should have followed a different policy.
A
So they
warrant
screwed up.
is knock, 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 knock. I got a
I
warrant.
know, but
Check these
they
premises.
did it wrongly, you know. If it was for COVID, they did it wrongly. It's not like normal circumstances on regular visits. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem is the problem about the whole situation is we do not have all the facts. She has not shared that with us, so we don't really know.
Right.
Well, according to Bieber, it's on that interview, and I don't know the interview you're talking about, or was a live panel with
AK Twin Mommy and DSS and his wife did the interview. And it just gives you a brief history of the shit that they've been dealing with.
Yeah, I didn't.
But it's like I told the look. I went to AK Twin Mommy. I don't know her from shits and giggles. Okay, I heard she had a video for me to watch. I was interested because I wanted to donate for this cause, but I'd like to get some history of what's going on with this family, not just by hearsay. I have people over here saying they're, they're they already have a lawyer. They don't need money. They're just doing it for drugs. I got people over here that saying the baby, the baby, the baby, and I'm like, hold on, I got to come in the middle and know where I stand with all this because we're paying so that she can get her kid back. But if I felt in my heart that she doesn't deserve her kid, I wouldn't pay money into it. You know, I guess that's
I'm
where
sorry, what did I miss?
No, we were just talking about how when they went to the house and they said, "Oh, you can't," you know, they went to the door and we were saying, "Oh, was her mom at Walmart and they were there with the kid with the baby at the mom's house, the grandmother." And blah, blah, blah. And then he was saying that they had a no-knock warrant. They went there, they didn't let him in. They said, "Oh, here's, look at the baby at the door." DSS left and possibly went to the police and then initiated the no-knock warrant. And what I was saying was they did it wrong then. If it was due to COVID, and like what you were saying, Golden, due to COVID, they have temporary like conditions, due to COVID. If that was the actual reason, they should have went to the health department and they would determine the level of, whatever you said, the level
right.
of
because they're in no position to say whether a child has been
right. Because see, normally, like if there's a regular visit and they refuse, they probably can do
exposed
that
or if they
no-knock
have
warrant.
it. Yeah.
Right. They could do the no-knock warrant ordinarily if someone refuses to visit, to view to go in the house, But under these circumstances, like I was saying to Beaver, they screwed up and they didn't realize it and they did it wrong. You should talk to her, Golden. You should email her or something.
I'm familiar with no-knock warrants being like if there's drugs in the house, they're going to give a no-knock warrant so that people don't have a chance to get rid of the evidence.
Right,
So
but it's not necessarily for drugs though, because if you don't let you in for the visit, ordinarily,
well,
if you
do a Google search of what no-knock warrant means, it has everything to do with drugs.
With DSS though, like it's a DSS non-visit. Anyway,
doesn't say anything with DSS. I'm sure that there's something in that mix, but Google search what a no-knock warrant is.
So wait a minute. If I go to AK Twin Mommy's channel, I can check it out. It's there.
She's in Discord, and you'd have to ask her. It's very personal. I've put so much heat on her tonight that she completely hates me. So
wait a minute. I thought this was like a panel she had, and she was talking to her on it. But you're talking. This is an entirely different video or something.
It's a YouTube video, but she has to have it on privacy or something like that because when it was available to the public, she was getting. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, I know that
That
she did
shouldn't have been released. What
her
a nightmare.
own
That's
up
crazy.
on Mommy of Benny's channel. She did have her update videos, and none of that she mentioned. So it must be an interview that, like you're talking about. I don't know. I haven't seen
It
it,
was a
so I
YouTube. It's
can't
a YouTube
comment on it.
interview.
Hmm.
It's not openly shared. It's on private. It's not on private. It's on what's the other one? Um,
D Live?
Unlisted?
unlisted. It's on unlisted so that
Oh,
nobody can
private.
search for it, and you have to get the link in order to view it. And she posted it in her Discord, and I watched the video of it, and it made me sick to tears within the first 25 minutes of it, and I was so angry at the parents in the video that I just turned it off and I didn't want to watch anymore. I built up that angriness inside of me, and
But this is my thing. And I'm gonna say this. I've said this before, but working with families all the time, and Kumanina knows what I'm talking about. Is that before they decide to rip a child from their home and their parents, regardless of the situation. Let's say their parents are on drugs. Okay, and we're just hypothetically speaking. Let's say the parents are on drugs. Before you rip a child from the home, you need to do everything you can possible
to
to
prevent
make
that.
sure that to prevent that from happening. As i.e., if they are poor,
Come on.
they need, and they can't afford to keep their lights on or running water. They need to find them and get them help services that can help them keep their lights on,
Right.
water running. And then if they do have a drug problem, they need to make sure that these parents get the help that they need. The child, you're doing no favors for this child when you rip them apart from the only family that and home that they've ever known.
Well,
In my opinion, it just makes it worse. One, I'm sorry, but if anybody ever took my kids from me, that would just make me want to drink and freaking smoke a bowl or whatever case. You know what I'm saying? I never. God forbid that would ever happen to me. But I'm just saying, I can't even imagine the amount of pain that I would cause myself because I would feel so powerless. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
you
I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't, regardless of how anybody feels about Mommy of Many and DSS, no
know,
one deserves that unless you have
no,
been physically harming, beating the shit out of your kids maliciously, and you're an evil fucking person.
or neglect.
They're well, neglect is a broad spectrum.
Yeah, it
Now
is.
I could look at, when people say, oh, like we were talking about earlier, the amount of children that are taken away from poor people, specifically black folks, okay, is astronomical in the system. And it's because why? Because rich people look at them and say, because they don't have what they have, or they live poor, these kids have what they need. That's all that matters.
Hmm.
So what? They don't have PlayStations. So what? They don't have fucking, the most expensive toys available. As long as they're getting an education, they've got food in their bellies, and they've got a roof over their head.
Hmm.
I mean, you know what? Back in the day, my dad used to have to go get well water to take a bath. It was good for them back then. And I know for a fact in West Virginia, there's people who are dirt fucking poor
Oh,
that live
living
on
in school
$200
buses.
a month, living in tents,
Hmm.
and they don't fucking take their kids away.
Right.
So
Exactly.
it really depends on the demographics here, where they're living, where
Mm.
they're from. There's got to be other parts of the story that we're not getting,
Right.
or there's somebody seriously fucking with this family. And if that's the case, then they need to stop that anonymous reporting and start making it mandatory that they're documented.
Yep.
I also want to point out to this too. If this happens in your area, you'd probably want to go public with it locally and not take it nationwide. I don't know. They've been on the Steve Wilkes show. They've been on
Mm.
I don't know if Mommy of Many or the husband, but they were on Steve Wilko's show.
To rule
Um,
out something about doing a lie detector for something or other.
yeah, something
Mhm.
like that. I haven't watched it, but they went on TV and they're promoting the DSS issue here on YouTube. So it's a big deal. You know, it really
It's
is
It
a big
is.
deal.
it's not easy to be I mean, I
Uh,
don't know. I mean, I'm
And a
not
lot of these parents that get their children ripped away, they are poor and they don't have the resources and they don't have the ability to fight. They don't think they can fight. They're
but
like
Steve,
anybody else who
but the
who
Wilkos
gets
show
fucked
did
over by the
nothing.
government. They don't know that they have these rights.
But they went to
Nobody
the
tells
Steve.
them.
They went to the Wilkos show for help, and the Wilkos show didn't do anything
I
for them.
saw that.
But as far as I
that's
know,
because he wasn't lying. I think I mean, I don't know if they were I don't know what the deal was. Something about wasn't he accused of something and then they did a lie detector test and
Yes,
I
and he
mean
was
maybe they did
proven.
help. How do we know they didn't help him?
Yeah.
Maybe they weren't whatever they did. They just kind of guide you in the right,
direction, yeah.
yeah, in the right
And
direction. I mean, doesn't mean they always
there's good friends of hers that I spoke to yesterday in chats that are done helping them, and they're constantly helping them, and that things don't change. So I take that in heart too, and I'm thinking in my mind, you know, people are just scared to ask questions because of the urgency of needing money to get your kids back. People don't. Sometimes people just don't want to know, and they just want to give. And I think that I'm kind of emotionless when it comes to kids and stuff because I don't have them of my own. So I don't have that desperation feeling. I have that news media feeling where I just want the question now, and if I don't get answered now, I push it. I keep pushing to piss people off to get my answer, and that's just something that I've always had troubles working with is knowing when to shut my mouth and just approach it at another time. I just think it was just all bad tonight, and it happened in Jeff's room, and I was in the heat of getting pushed aside by the questions that I was asking, and
yeah, but there's a lot of drama surrounding it too. I mean, not to I mean, I don't even know if
yeah,
I
it's the
should bring
big
it up, but I mean, the whole thing about the putting the baby's picture up, that turned out everything just associated with it got all
yeah, yeah,
a
Yes,
mess.
I
And I
didn't
just,
see any of
yeah,
that.
I don't, that
yeah.
was not a big deal though. I mean, Jeff didn't want to, I mean, Jeff posted it and 10th didn't want to, and that's his business and whatever. He thought
Did
he,
DSS or Mommy of Many allow him to do that?
Mommy of Many said it was okay, but
Yeah, I
10th
think
just
he,
didn't want
Oh
to.
well.
That's all. 10th just didn't want to. And I think FTP got angry with that.
yeah,
Oh,
FTP
so
got
it,
pissed.
excuse me. So it was on 10th Man's panel.
No, Jeff's panel what do you call it? Fuck DSS went on there. They
Excuse me.
posted the pool thing, and then I guess Jeff posted a picture on his panel, whatever, real quick, whatever, picture of the baby or something that
Oh
FTP must have or shared or something. I don't know. And that was okay. Jeff was fine with it. Not a big deal. Like he said, it's just a baby. But for some reason, and I understand it's I don't have a problem with it. 10th didn't feel it was appropriate. He didn't even post the pool thing. He wasn't talking about it. And he's like, I don't want it to be like the thumbnail on my live stream. It
no.
just seems
Okay. I
it
think I
would seem
remember.
strange.
I
It would
was
be seem
there. I was there. I didn't see the picture. I must have missed that part. But in the chat, 10th Man said that he wasn't getting because FTP came in and asked if he could post the poll. And
Hmm.
10th Man told him no because he was like, "Oh, I'm no longer. I'm. You guys said that I wasn't part of this community, but when you need me, then I'm part of the community." That's why he didn't put it in his chat.
Yeah,
And
so
that's why
no,
he
but
got pissed. It had
um,
nothing to do with the baby's picture
that's what he
or
said. That's what I
any
heard,
of
and I
that
heard him
shit.
say it, but I
No.
missed the other part.
Mm-mm.
So,
that's what
No.
sparked the argument, anyways.
oh,
Yeah.
But ladies, thank you very much for having me up. Whatever you guys want to think of me, you're gonna do that. I don't feel like what I did was wrong. I guess the only thing I can see
Uh
it from your point of view was that I pushed the question too many times in chat, and it made it look like I was accusing. So
yeah. It's
yeah,
hard
that's
to
what I.
do in a chat. I would
Yeah,
immediately just made my own panel. It would
and,
have been less accusatory and more to the point.
yeah. You
and
weren't
I
on
think
there. You weren't in the chat, Beaver, saying, meth heads. Oh, you guys are. You were just
Yeah.
asking a question. It's fine. I
well,
mean, she
yeah, I
wasn't
know,
like
but
freaking out. She was just.
to begin with, I was getting people's attention saying I think the baby was taken because they were both positive matched with meth. and I shouldn't have said that. I should have just kept it as a question instead of a rhetorical. I think I came out with a rhetorical, and that's not
Mhm.
what I tried to get my point across. So,
Right.
anyways, it happens. It's
Well,
bad.
thank
I
you for
apologize.
clarifying.
I apologize to you ladies. I know I have to apologize to Mommy and
No
Minnie, her
apologies. I
husband.
mean, I don't think you have to
Um,
apologize. You can talk to her, and
yeah.
she'll hear this and she'll understand what happened.
Well, Tank's no longer talking to me anymore, so I just figured. All right, guys. Thank you.
Okay, see you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line is that, they could have been, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of questions. I mean, we don't all know, they could just be
We
caught up
don't
in a
know all the
system.
information.
Right. People get caught up in a system. I'm not saying that it is that way with them. I'm just saying, but this is a fact. They get caught up in a system, just like a person does it, and they get into trouble with the law. Then things happen, and then it's just, it's not easy to get caught up in. Like, if you don't have a lot of money and you have a lot of kids, I mean, you're not living the high life or whatever, and then just shit happens, and the next you can't pay your electric bill, and or whatever, shit
Well, like I
happens.
said, there's no law against being poor.
Exactly. But yeah, you're right. But you know what? As we were saying before, that it's hard for them. It's like they take advantage, or they don't know enough to speak up, and then shit just happens.
A lot of times, families that end up tangled with DCF do not know all of the laws and ins and outs of this system.
They're
So
right.
they're going into it blind, and unfortunately, the system pretty much wins. You ain't got money. How are you going to get the help? Now, we do have organizations that do help with that, but you'd be surprised how many people I've come across who was not aware of these organizations.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, for example,
Absolutely.
what was I thinking? Oh, if someone, we were talking about when people make about the calling in of a complaint, whatever.
Mhm.
I meant to say earlier that if that happens, if, let's say, you've never had any, you're a first timer, like they get these calls and it's the first they ever hear of you, and then whatever, and now they're going to come to your house. When they do that, you don't have to let them in on that visit. But they don't tell you. They make it seem like they have to let in, because that happened to someone, and they talked them out in the other, the front door or whatever. But you don't have to let them in that first time or whatever. You contact the lawyer person or whatever you do and investigate. You have that right. But they don't do that a lot of times, you know what I mean? And that's when it all
It can
starts. It
be
gets violated, and caught
it
up in
can
the
be very
system.
stressful for a person going through this the first time, because it doesn't help that you have a police there. Then you have this
Yeah.
lady, you have no idea who it is. They got all these accusations. They're not telling you, of course, they're not going to tell you what your rights are. They
Nope.
don't, when they do come in and take your child, they don't give you any information, what you can and can't do. And, and a lot of times, a lot of people, like I said, they just don't know where to turn. They don't know where to turn. And
Yes.
that's why
No.
I'm so adamant about getting information out,
Yeah.
making people aware.
Do you have a group or
Yes.
something you're talking about that? You're part of a coalition or what, can you explain that more? Or do you have any information that you can give me a link so I can get
Yes,
involved?
I'll have to pull up some information. It's all on my computer.
Well, I have my
I'm on my
email on
phone.
my about page. My email's on my about page on my
Okay,
channel. So you can just email me that if you could. Thank you.
definitely,
Kuma,
definitely.
I didn't want to trash your name before. Mina. Is that, am I saying it right?
Kumanina.
Nina.
Yeah.
What about just
That's
Nina?
Yeah, you can call me whatever you want. That's fine. I answer to it all. Um,
That's open-ended there.
well, what we try to do is give the power back to the children and
Mm-hmm.
to the families. And, you'd be surprised, Golden Eyes knows how
Mhm.
many families do not know their rights, do not know what they can do or where they can go to get the help. It's a very seriously stressful situation when you have, police and some strange person come into your door making accusations.
Right. And guess
You
what?
know,
If it was a police officer in a situation, you have your Fifth Amendment right. You don't, and you can call, you have a right to not speak and contact a lawyer, even if they want to, they can arrest you, right? But so what is it? Why don't they have rights? You know, when they come to your house, like you don't have to let them in. They should hand you a paper and they should automatically be,
yes.
providing
Well, you
you
can
and
tell them
serving you.
legally. You can
Right.
tell
But they
them
should be
legally to
serving
fuck
you. They
off.
should be, yeah, but they should
Yeah.
be going there not violating your rights, just like a police officer coming to your house. They should not be violating your rights. They should have that within their policy and how they handle things, but
Mm-hmm.
they don't, is what I'm saying. A lot of
Nope.
times they don't. They just say and do things the way they want to do it.
Well, because they know that most people don't have, they're not, they don't know their rights. They don't know
Yeah.
that they can tell them to get the hell off their property and that they can need to come back with a court order. They
Yeah,
don't
you know
Mm-hmm.
know.
what?
A lot of
They
them
should have
think
some
that
kind of a
they just take
system.
advantage of that.
Imagine if we went like DSS watching, like, they had a system where like we would get like a call on a radio, like, DSS going over to blah, 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 blah. And then we go there and we can film them
Hmm.
from the
Well, and
road.
that's why I said earlier, they could avoid all of this shit. They could avoid
They
all
need to
of
be
this
held
shit.
accountable, damn it.
Yeah.
Yes, they could avoid all of this though by just getting the appropriate information from the accuser, right? The person who is making the accusations, and 100% vetting, making sure
Mm-hmm.
before they go and violate this family and strip
What if they
search a child, they need to
had,
make
right?
sure that they get their facts straight and make sure that they're going there with 100% vetted, knowing that they are going there for a purpose, not on
Mm-hmm.
some bullshit claim,
Yeah, there's a lot of
false claims.
legal parts of it. And I think that, I mean, I know it sounds maybe crazy, but it wouldn't be neat to have like, people that in areas in certain cities and towns where you live, if you could do it and have people that would be willing to volunteer that, they would call this like, I don't know what they would call it, like just a volunteer advocate for someone. I mean, to help them out to, and have them some basic information for them. So if the DSS worker went to the house for that first visit, that they have to provide them with that card and that
Yep.
information, and they have the right to call right then and there, or they at least have 24 hours to contact that person and then DSS would be back, something like that.
Right. But
I don't know if
then
they
they're
have
all
that.
should.
Maybe they do. I don't know.
Yeah. And I think that there should be people who make false claims. They need to have a law against that. There needs to be a
Yes.
law until they start banning anonymous reporting and
Right.
make
Hold the
it,
people
yeah,
accountable that are calling.
yep, and yeah, and I'm telling you, it would almost zero, pretty much none. People would be less apt to call and make
Yeah, because
false
who's going to
claims.
want to call? And all of a sudden they're going to subpoena you to go to court. What are you going to do? Commit perjury?
Exactly.
Now that's I
Exactly.
mean, if someone could prove that, I mean, it's possible they could prove it. You're going to jail, man. Like, fuck that. Why would you want to go
Yeah.
take it that far with a lie? That you have to
I
be
work,
crazy to do it.
Miss Heather, I work very closely with children. And what we do is we advocate for children that are abused and children that are also taken out of the homes on false pretense. So both sides. The thing is a lot of times you have I want people to understand that there are cases where children are seriously abused, okay? And you need to understand that a lot of times these children are not speaking out because they're afraid. They've learned that if I speak out, I'm going to get more punishment once they send me back home. Okay.
Right.
So I fight for the rights of the child. But you
Exactly.
have to realize too that there's another part of fighting the rights of a child. If a child is truly being abused, you have to fight for them, and then you have to think about their placement. Okay. A
Right.
lot of people, I've seen so many children go into foster care and they're abused also in foster care. So you have, but then I've also seen children who had false allegations. The child was taken out of the home, and then you need to be able to help the parent on giving them the information that they need in the organizations that they can go to get the help and assistance also. So it's a huge broad subject when you are dealing with anything to do with families.
Yep.
guess what everybody needs to do is like, especially in, if like getting involved in it, it's like you just have to go to basically research it, law library, and they pull their policies, do FOIAs, and get like their information to learn it. And it's not. There's a lot to it. It's craziness. But like Heather was saying in the chat about what about the parents' rights come first? I know you were just explaining that, but she had missed the part that we were talking about how the child should have an advocate too. But you have to think about both sides. And I know it's hard, but they definitely need to revamp their system. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, there need to be some definite changes, and especially with this whole computer algorithm shit that they're trying to pull across the country. I mean, they're starting it in Pennsylvania, and they're trying to make it as something that's going to go across the country. Now, I mean, really, this kind of predictive and analytics. Are you shitting me? That means the humans who created the algorithm decide who's in those systems.
So
these
much
are
for
going to be
social
used as
services.
predictors.
That's not socialing.
Yes.
That's not social services.
Yeah, so they're going to use these algorithms to be, the strong predictors of future danger to a child. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, yeah, you can plug in. It's the parameters that they set in there. They can set what they want it to be. It could be I don't know, the kids out there, they're having a bonfire, and if the kid touches a stick on this side of the da-da-da and puts it in the thing,
and this is what really pisses me off, if they think children are falling through the cracks now because social workers are too busy, following through with following up on false claims, that the children who really need help aren't getting the help they need because they're wasting valuable resources. You think that's happening now? Now we're going to depend on a computer algorithm to make sure that our children are safe? Fuck you.
What, is somebody going to lose their job because they have to put money into that, and now they're going to have even less people?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm telling you, there's something seriously going on in this country. It's oh my God. I mean, they're trying to push all this bullshit on us, and meanwhile, they're ripping our family unit apart.
Especially during these times, during the pandemic. My God.
Yeah, and it's money. It all comes down to money, like everything else. It's always the almighty dollar. Always. Somebody's got their hands in somebody's pockets. They don't give a shit about any of these babies.
My biggest concern about this whole situation with the cove or whatever you want to call it, I'm not sure I want to say it too big because I'm hearing people's channels are coming down. My worry is, we were talking about people that are poor and how it affects the poor population more than others. Yes, they're saying that they're not going to shut your utilities off during this time because people have lost their jobs and whatnot. But I don't see anywhere, because I checked, I don't see anywhere where it protects the person. Okay, like I'll say for myself, okay, let's say I'm not able to pay my utilities, and this goes on for 3 months. Okay, so now you have 3 months worth of utilities. There's nowhere in there that protects the person. Once they say, okay, that protection is gone, and let's say you call the utilities and you say, okay, I can do a payment plan, but you haven't found a job in time, and now they're going to shut you off 2 weeks later. So, I mean, there's got to be something put in place to balance that out, because a lot of people are going to, like for me, I was a bus driver. So I have to go and look for a job as soon as they say, okay, you can go back out in public again. So if my husband wasn't working and I was a single mother or a single person, some places they pay you once a month, some places they pay you every 2 weeks, and usually they keep the first check. So what are you going to do? I mean, they just don't have that safety net put in there saying you need to give, okay, once we take this all away, you need to give people, 2 months to try to get caught up on bills. You know what I mean? Or something.
Well, yeah, you know what? It's like, okay, during COVID now, nobody's get shut off. Well, guess what? Why? Because of the whole, it takes that for people that are having a hard time, like what you were saying.
Yeah,
It's like it's ridiculous. I mean, long as you're paying, they should have, if long as you're paying something, I don't care, something, they can deal with it.
Hmm.
yeah,
They can deal, electric company, they're awful with utilities. They'll shut anybody
they
off.
are.
So it makes it hard for someone. And that just, then you're shut off because of that. Now your bills, now it's 2 months behind, and then you're behind. And
Hmm.
it can get bad fast for people.
Oh yeah.
You know?
So I look at that and I worry because, I have friends, that don't have a job and they don't have anyone else supporting them, or, both of them are out of work, and their concerns is, if I got 3 months worth of utilities and, water, gas, trash, electric,
Hmm.
and it takes me 2 weeks to find a job because, everybody's going to rush to get these jobs. Okay. Um,
Right.
and we're talking about poverty level here. So, depending on education, their best bet of a job is fast food. So, you know, and it's not like they're going to be hiring everybody back all at once because
But they have
these
unemployment. You're talking about the pandemic, like no
yeah.
working. They have that. Yeah, but you know what? Every state has the CARES Act. I applied for it. I just found out about it. And what you do is you go on. If you're out of work due to COVID, you know about this, right?
No.
Okay, well here we go. Look it up. In each state now, they passed it in Congress. It's legislation saying that during COVID for the it's Unemployment CARES Act, and you get everybody. I'm not joking about this. You apply for under the Pandemic Unemployment Act, and if you haven't been working due to COVID, your place of business is not offering any work or whatever, you get $600 a week. I'm not joking. $600 a week. Well, my state gives $600 a week along with whatever you were making. They'll look it up and they just give you a number. Like they're giving me like $300 or something like that, and $600, but everybody gets that $600. I mean, anybody and their brother can get it. Do it.
Oh wow.
And
Then I
it's not
will let
taxable. It's like a stimulus check. I thought it was too good. I mean, this is crazy. I said, no way, this doesn't sound right. My son did it and someone else, and I did it, and I got approved, and I got the confirmation, and everything's being processed. I have 4 weeks going back. It's going back to March 8th. But the
okay, then
$600 thing only starts in April 4th or something like that.
what's it called again?
CARES Act. See, just type in
Okay.
all caps, or just type this into the Google. Type in it's pandemic unemployment.
Okay, then I will let them know.
And put your state in there. Put whatever your state is. Then like Massachusetts pandemic unemployment, and information. And make sure you're at a .gov site. It takes no time to do it, and you get the email. I got the confirmation and all the information back in 24 hours.
Wow.
I couldn't
Okay.
believe it. I mean, I'm like,
Wow.
everybody should do it. I'm like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? It's like it's helpful, but you have to go into the computer system on a weekly basis to certify that you're still not working due to
Yeah,
COVID.
you have to
I mean,
follow
it's
through with
people.
it.
People think, oh, it's going to be easy, they're giving it to everybody, they're not checking up, but you know what's going to happen. People are going to screw it. People are going to lie, and then what's going to happen is when you go back to work, they're going to attach your pay, and they can take all your bank accounts. So they're going to get the money. So people think they're going to fool them, but they're not.
Right.
That's good to know. I'll let my friend know. Thank you.
Everybody do that,
That's
man. It's
good
like
information.
They had to shut down our unemployment website because it was just getting bombarded. So they had to shut it down for
Oh
like
wow.
24 hours to update a bunch of shit so it could take the the amount of traffic that was going on. It crashed the whole site.
yeah, we'll see how
System.
long it takes. It's supposed to take 10 days if you don't use direct deposit. They'll send you like a debit card with the money on it. But who knows? That's what they say. I have a feeling it's not going to be just 10 days. That sounds
Well,
too
it
quick.
would depend on what quarters you worked. You got to be able to prove that you have it available. I think has a lot to do with it too. I don't know, but you can appeal everything. But just know
No,
that
they
when you appeal, you also have to go in as if you're collecting. So you have to go in once a week and do what she said. Like, you have to make sure you file for
Okay.
you're still not working, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because even though a lot of people are They don't tell you that either. I mean, they do, but it's like a very small writing on the paperwork that you receive. And so if you do have to do the appeals process, make sure you're still filing once a week, because they won't
Okay.
give you that money if you didn't file.
Okay. I'll let her know.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that was
God, excuse me.
that's good to know. That's good to know.
Yeah, I live in a tourist city, so they're just all of our casinos are down. There's nothing open right now, so of course they've been just inundated with unemployment requests. So
Oh yeah, I can definitely
yeah,
see that.
um, but yeah, we've got to do something. Everybody's got to start getting together, and this is why I think panels like this are so important, because uh, even though I really wish it didn't come about this with mommy of many and that situation, but unfortunately, this happens all the time.
Yeah.
There are millions of children out there that are just being ripped from the only home that they've ever known, and from parents that do love them, and it's because they're poor, and they in someone's eyes, they believe that for some reason, I'm not saying this is the reason why mommy of many and DSS got their kids taken away. I don't even know that situation. I mean, full disclosure, I don't
Yeah, I
know
don't either.
everything about that situation, so I can't speak on it. But I can tell you with experience that a lot of these children and parents, the shit and the amount of shit that they put them through, they don't deserve it,
Yeah,
especially
they do
coming
put them
from
through a
abusive
lot.
homes. Yeah, especially when they're running from an abuser, from spousal abuse or domestic violence, and then they have to deal with that shit once they get away. No, that to me is just putting them through more trauma. It's like, what the fuck? And what do? They end up going back because they don't want, they just like, what the, I can't do this. Instead of offering them help, they make it worse for them.
Yeah.
Something needs to be done, and that's why Kumanina and I and people out there like us are out there fighting for the children and fighting for these parents who they don't know any better. They don't know how to go about the system
They
and who to
don't.
contact. They don't have any resources. Nobody tells them anything until it's too
Nope.
late,
Yeah,
until
that's
their
true.
child has already, been ripped away, and then a week later they'll get a letter in the mail telling them about their rights.
Yeah. Well, that's
It's
if you're,
bullshit.
basically that's there's a fine line with the letter. The letter just pretty much tells you, this is what we're going to do, and you will come to court on this day, and that's it. That's all they tell you. They don't tell
Yes.
you that there's organizations. They don't tell you to get a lawyer. They don't tell you none of that stuff. They say when you get to court, we can give you an appointed lawyer, depending on the situation. But, they don't give you those resources that are most important, for a family and for the children. And a lot of times there is nobody there to help the children. And that's the
Yeah.
biggest key that we need to understand is I understand that the parents, yes, they're suffering, but the children are the ones that suffered the most. I mean, imagine being a 5-year-old child being ripped out of your mother's arms. What their psyche is when that happens. I'm not saying that I just want to, there are children that are abused, and yes, they also need somebody who is there to stand up for their rights. But it just seems that a lot of times innocent families are being attacked.
80%.
Yeah.
80% of the claims that are filed in with Department of Child Services are false.
Yes.
80%. That's a huge number. Now, while we're wasting all these resources, and sending people out on these false claims. And by the way, like I said before, by the way, they're, strip searching children, violating people's homes, going through their things and making, accusatory statements. Meanwhile, the children that really need the help are
not
left
getting it.
to fend for themselves, and they're not getting it. They're not getting it. And the monsters are getting away. And then we see on the news, we find out that these babies have died. What's that little boy that they did a documentary? He was a huge case, but they did a documentary about him on Netflix. I want to say Gonzalez. I can't remember his name. Oh my God, this is this little boy who fell through the cracks. I mean, he had a good home, and they kept giving him back to his mother. His mother was his mother was a drug addict, and his stepfather wasn't even his father. His mother's boyfriend was beating him and starving him and chaining him up.
I think I remember hearing something about, yes.
Okay, and for years this was going on, and the family was trying to get him out of there, and no one would help them. No one would help them. They kept falling through the cracks. This happened in LA.
Yeah, that's.
She gave him up at birth, said she didn't want him. She was young. So I guess her brother had him, and he was gay. He had a gay relationship. The mother wanted him back, so they took him back. Then he went to her sister's, and then she wanted him back again. And so it's a long story, but the gist of it is, her boyfriend, she allowed her boyfriend to abuse her child, and he died. And now the bitch is in prison, as she should be, and that motherfucker got death row.
Yep.
So you know what? This is the kind of shit though that would have never have happened had the system been set up to do mandatory dude, this anonymous reporting shit has got to stop, because these people who are malicious in their intent are sending people out because they just want to get back at them for some bullshit, or they just want to do something because they don't have nothing better to do. They're at home.
Yes.
They don't know, they just want to be nosy. Bullshit stuff. And it's like now there's kids that actually are falling through the cracks because of it. And then we're taking children who are happy away.
Yes.
Oh
So
my God. And we're
Heather,
creating
Heather had a really good question, and I think you answered it very well. That there's just so much that is, how do I want to say this, that fall, like you said, fall through the cracks. And there are children out there, and I work very closely with them, with organizations to try to help these children because they don't have a voice. And people forget that the children need to be able to have a voice too. Those that are abused a lot of times are sent back. And I just don't understand that. If they're a legitimate, a true case
legitimately
of abuse,
yep.
Yes, thank you. Why are they sending them back? I don't understand that. So that's where we're working. Yeah,
because
I know
in a
why.
lot of cases they just do before they think. They go in, they take the child, and then they do their investigation. No, that's not how it should work.
Yeah.
What they should do, it should start from the moment that the hotline got the call. They verify the contact information before screening in the report, and that would immediately discourage any. They call them trolls, so don't nobody bite my head off, but that's what they call them. That would immediately discourage the trolls. I mean, hotlines and child protective services agencies should be given the right to engage in they should be able to screen the reports. They should be allowed to assess the credibility of these claims.
Yes.
Prior to sending someone out. They need to be 100% vetted. I don't know how many times I should say this. they should be 100%, these claims should be 100% vetted before you send anybody to somebody's home, period.
See, like I was speaking with you guys on your last panel, Miss Heather, I have also been in the system myself. So I have seen how the system works and how they treat children in the system. Unfortunately, a lot of times these children do not get the help that they need to deal with the fact that they were traumatized for whatever reason in their life. Sexual abuse, whichever one you'd like to choose. They're not getting the counseling. They're not getting the help that they need. They're not getting the emotional support. They're being popped from one foster care to another foster care. They get comfortable in a foster care with people who really love and care about them. They take them out of that. They stick them in a crappy foster care. Now they're being abused. It's just, and the children fall through the cracks because they're, it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
It's
And
very,
then don't get
very
me
frustrating.
started that it is on every level, because don't get me started on the fact that, there's children out there who are legitimately abused. Right? They get them in a good home where parents want to adopt these children. And what do? They make it a nightmare.
Yes.
They make it a fucking nightmare. It takes like 3 years for anything to get done. And by the time you do go to court, I mean, it's like in a lot
Keep
of
in
cases,
mind, there's no guarantee that they're going to get adopted by the family that they've been with for 6 years.
That too, yeah, that too. Because they'll make up some excuse or whatever. I mean, thank God that didn't happen with my boys. But I mean, I just look at all the shit that they put, my family through, and it's like
Well,
3 years
Golden
of going
Eyes, I'm
back and
sure
forth.
you've seen, there's been many cases where parents, listen, we're talking about abused children now, okay? So
Yeah,
you have abused
legitimately
children that are
abused.
in the system, and you have foster family who wants to adopt them, who have had them for 6 years, who wants to make them part of their home because the parent or parents did not follow what they were told to do by the courts. They did not
Yeah,
come to their visitations. They
and
pretty
that's
much
what
gave up
happens.
all
Yeah,
their rights. And
yeah.
then they tried to adopt the children out. And what happened? These parents go get lawyers, and there you go. You've stopped it. So you have that going on. It's just, it's very frustrating to see it. And then they talk about opioids. Oh my God, the fight against opioids. Let
All
me tell
right.
you, these children in this system is medicated to the T. Don't think they're not.
Oh yeah,
They
they are.
are, because they don't want to deal with these children. They don't want to take care of them in the way that they need. They need the emotional support. They need the psychological support. They need all of these things, but they're not getting it. Then they send these kids at 18 out on the street and kick them out with nothing and expect them to survive.
And then most of them end up living in the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's sad. I mean, it's like a never-ending cycle, because then, you know, they start out their poor little lives, being ripped from their homes, and then they're put into a system where people really don't care about them. I'm not saying all
Mm-hmm.
foster homes are like that, but a lot of them
Yeah.
are. They're just in it because they want extra money, and they figure, oh, I just got to do this for them, give them the minimum amount, basically, with clothing and toys and everything
Mm-hmm.
else. Give them the minimum, that would basically suffice a CPS worker, and then keep them coming in like a conveyor belt. Now, when these kids grow up, like you said, they grow up. Let's hope that they do graduate, but most of them don't
A lot
even
of them
finish
don't.
school, and then they're uneducated. They have no skills whatsoever. Um, depending on where they're placed, they end up in a city where they're living in the streets. You see this all the time with the homeless.
Yeah.
Our homeless, a lot of them are mentally ill and they're veterans, but you'd be amazed at how many kids between the ages of 20 under 25,
Yeah.
18 to 25 that are homeless, and they've been on the streets like bouncing either from couch to couch on the streets. uh, they've been that way as long as they can remember. They don't even know what a home looks like anymore. They don't even know what it feels like anymore. It's really
Be
sad.
real. Be real. Yes. Be motivated. Get out there. See what you can do. Start small if you have to. That's the key. As long as you are making an effort and coming forward to help those that are in need, I don't care where it's from, children, elderly, parents, it doesn't matter. You know, you look at our, my situation when I turned 18, I had not finished school yet. I had one more year to go. And they gave me a black bag, told me, there you go. And I walked out the door. Did they give me a ride somewhere? No. Did I have an ID, social security card, birth certificate? No. Did I have any money? No. I was homeless immediately when I turned 18.
Mm.
Immediately. It's ridiculous.
Um, what and I say that too, and I absolutely agree with that. I know a lot of people say to themselves, like, "Well, I'm just one person. Like, what can I do?" And the first thing is go to your community,
Hmm.
go to your local shelter, go to your local battered women's shelter. Ask there's social workers on site usually. They will just ask them, hey, I want to volunteer my time. I want to make a difference. What can I do? What can you suggest?
Yes.
That's all it takes. And
A
they
lot of
can lead you
times,
in the direction.
yes, and a lot of times, and I'm sure you know this, Golden, they
Hmm.
will pay to train you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They sure will.
They they will help pay for you to
Depending on
be
the facility. Yeah.
educated. Yes,
Hmm.
depending on where you go.
Hmm. Yeah. It's called a reimbursement program. It's a education reimbursement program.
Mhm.
A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them have that. Yeah. A lot of businesses, any business actually,
Mhm.
you just got to ask about it. It's part of their benefits program. You got to be working with them for a bit, but when you start volunteering, you could let that, like I volunteer. And if that's something that you want to do, if it's something you feel like you could do on a full-time basis,
Mhm.
and it's something you want to dedicate your life's work to, hell yeah, tell them and say, they have a college reimbursement program if you want
Yeah,
to
they
get
do.
your education in it. Yeah. And do more than just volunteering. You actually get paid for your work. Now, I volunteer.
Well, that's
Um,
what I do. I
but
volunteer. I'm not getting paid to do this.
mhm,
You know, we
mhm,
have meetings once. I mean, well, we haven't, we have meetings on the phone now or a conference call, but for those who are able to go to it or join in. But mostly what I do is I go to the meetings because to learn more about the new laws that are going through, the rights that are passing for children. So a lot of what I do is footwork. I do the footwork. I go get the petition signed. I go pass out the information. I go along with the professionals that of the organization that are counselors that are, you know, um, to give out information and be a support system for those children. You know,
mhm,
you have to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere.
mhm.
Mhm.
Oh,
And
she wolf.
just seeing the smiles on those children's faces,
Yeah.
knowing that you taking the time to get down at their level and show them that they have somebody that will fight for them is so rewarding and
Mhm.
I just my heart swells, knowing that I'm making a difference in another child's life to let them know that we are here for you. You will be safe. We will fight for you. We will be here for you.
Yeah,
That someone is
absolutely.
hearing you.
Absolutely. She Wolf made a comment in the chat. I just wanted to address. Yeah, we're not talking about Mommy of Many. Her case. We're talking about Child Protective Services. I don't know what they call it in your area. DSS, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, we're talking about them in general. About false reporting. You know, all the a whole spectrum of
Yeah.
things under that.
I
Yeah, we're not
really
talking
think
about
they should
her
be
case.
held
I don't know anything
accountable,
about her case. Yeah.
but I really do. I think they should be held accountable when they do false reporting, and they don't never get held accountable basically when they make a false report. No lie, y'all. And Golden Eyes, I know you've kind of heard bits and pieces, but they literally opened a case on me because they received a report that my child was born. That's why they opened a case on me.
Mm.
Hmm.
Oh my God. See, this is what pisses me off. And I said this earlier. In the normal world, repeated false claims about someone would suggest harassment. And any future reports would have less credibility. But in the world of child welfare, repeated false reports give the case more credibility. It's bullshit. And that's why false reports, no matter how ridiculous, are kept in child welfare agency files sometimes for decades because they don't know because why there's policies that say that child I'm sorry there's policies that eliminate child abuse and neglect, recommend that what hotlines not screen out any they don't screen any calls to prevent repeat offenders. I just call them offenders because that's, to me, that's what they are. They're constantly on the phone calling CPS on either one family in particular because they're targeting them, or they're just calling about whoever. And if there was a system that they could put a name in when the hotline takes a report, there's a system that they put all this information in. There should be an area when they pop in a name of the accuser, right? That it would automatically pop up everything that they've ever reported. So any claim that they've ever reported with DSS would pop up. That right there would tell me, oh, okay, this motherfucker is a troublemaker. He's got some report. He's done this. He's done this often, or she's done this often. So they would refer that to the police department and have them
Well,
investigated for false reporting.
Yes.
well, see, Golden, but at the same token, you got to remember when you make a report, you can make a report anonymous. So if
Well,
you
that's what
choose
I'm
to remain
saying.
Well,
anonymous, I mean,
That's
it
what,
just makes it so much
and those are
harder.
the laws that we're trying to
yes.
change. These are the
Yes.
laws that we're trying to change it from anonymous to confidential, meaning
Yes.
confidential that you won't find out who actually reported you. But if a judge, if it comes to find out through an investigation that this person is constantly, it can turn out to be harassment because it's
Yes.
documented. And if it is
Gotcha.
harassment, then a judge can say it is so, and then you can turn around and press charges against them. Because guess what? Guess who's going to have to take that responsibility for it? DSS will have to take that responsibility for it. And I'm sure they don't want that. But the
Mm-hmm.
laws aren't the laws haven't changed. We don't have that ability right now. It's because
Right. They need to
everything's
hold them
anonymous.
accountable.
Yeah, they need to be held accountable. Because I'm telling you, if right now people are getting away with it because they're not being held accountable because
Right. I
it is
wonder how much
anonymous.
damage. Think about if you could find out the truth. How many? Well, actually, you probably. I don't know if you probably can with the data. If you have that data, they're not going to probably give it to you. But to find out how many cases were unfounded that were called that were repeated reports, wouldn't it be
Mm-hmm.
interesting to find that out?
Right.
I can tell you right now, and this is just a rough
80,
estimate, it's 80% in my area.
They have
84 in
such a
mine.
report.
80%.
They have a report like that?
80%. Yes, you can actually hear it. Let me see if I can look
Oh
it
my
up.
God.
80% of all CPS cases are 80% are unfounded. They have been cleaned off the mark of no abuse found. 80%. An actual 2% of all of hold on, let me make sure I got the numbers right. More than 4 out of 5 reports investigated by Child Protective Services agencies are false. 4 out of 5. And all that time wasted on false reports is stolen from finding children in real danger.
Is that your state or is that like nationwide?
That's everywhere. That's nationwide.
Well, thank God it's not your state.
4 out of 5.
Oh
No,
my God.
nationwide is worse.
Wait,
I mean,
no,
think
wait a
about
minute.
it.
That number is your state, and you didn't give me the nationwide numbers yet.
No, that's the nationwide number. That's
Oh, okay, that's what I
nationwide.
thought.
4 out of 5. More than 4.
So
More
if you
than
break it
4
down
out of
per
5.
state, per county, so it's then the numbers don't look so bad.
Yeah,
but
if I broke it down by no, the
But
numbers
still.
don't look so bad if you break it down by state. But I'm gonna tell you what, that's like that all over the country. And how
there's those
CPS
cases that were
investigation, the
unfound.
process works.
Right, but there's
Anonymous
cases that
callers.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying how the process works. Anonymous callers have weaponized Child Protective Services against other families. Because people want to be assholes and be vindictive and evil and malicious. They pick up a phone and call CPS, and that's bullshit. They shouldn't be able to get away with that on allegations that have no merit.
That's why we're trying to get a petition passed to where
Yes.
they have to say who they are to make the report. So that way, if they are
Yes.
calling in, and it keeps being founded that it is not a legitimate reasoning to be going out there, then they are held responsible, and then charges can be pressed against them.
Or do they have qualified immunity? Oh my God.
No. What they're doing, what we're trying to do is replace. What we're trying to do is replace anonymous reporting with confidential reporting.
Yes.
Confidential reporting meaning that the accused would not know the accuser's name. Okay.
Yes.
Anonymous reporting could be replaced by confidential reporting, meaning that unless a judge found that it is an act of deliberate harassment. Okay, the accused would still not know who made the accusation.
Yes.
So they're protected.
Can you share it? Can you share it? Screen share it?
Screen share what?
The petition?
Yes, I can do that once I get it pulled down from my computer. Yes.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to do. Now, I know where their argument is coming from, and I think I heard someone say it earlier on the panel, is, well, if you're giving your name because you're reporting a child that's being abused, some people are going to be afraid to report it.
No, then they don't have to be, because that's why they call it confidential.
Confidential, yeah. So that's where our argument is coming from here with them,
Right, but they can be used in court. That's the law. Anyway, I'm pretty sure if they report them and they have the information, even if it was a serious case, they could subpoena that person to court for that. I think they could anyway if it became something serious. I mean, if someone's repeatedly calling about stupid things,
because they would be witness
really
to
anything,
because essentially they're witness to the abuse. If you're making a report, that means you've witnessed it. Right? It's not just hearsay, you've actually witnessed it. Unless the child told you that they were being, that they were being abused, meaning, if the child or you see bruises, you don't know where the bruises are from. Like when your kid goes to school and teachers report shit because they see that a child has bruises, whatever. I mean, that's a whole other issue. I could go on.
Like even when you care for children, when you care for children, when you have someone people don't think about things like that. You have to be careful. Like, when you have a
Uh-huh.
situation, if someone's watching your kids, I don't care if they're 16 years old. It should be the policy that I don't care if it's your neighbor, your cousins, whoever. No, if
Hmm.
if something happens, it doesn't matter what. If it's they get hurt, you call and you let the parent know. You text them. You don't.
Yes.
I've always done that. I don't care. They'll say, "Oh, don't worry
In
about it." No, and they can say that, but
in
I'm still going to text
daycare,
them.
in daycare, it is required by law,
Hmm.
that if a child falls down, gets an abrasion or a cut or a
They
bruise,
have to
you
document it. Yeah.
you document it. Now here's the key. You have to turn it in and call the parent immediately, because then there will be an investigation on how it happened, what you can do to keep it from happening again.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, it's a
Are
good
you
thing.
kidding me though? I mean, I
I
was
know
the
it's a little bit much.
clumsiest kid when I was younger. I freaking had bumps and bruises. I still bump into shit. I still fall. I'm
Yeah, but
like I
that's
Right?
am
to
the
protect the
clumsiest
daycare
person
provider
ever.
too, though.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Well,
It
yeah,
is.
that's what yeah, exactly. But I'm just
But
But
people
saying,
it's
use
that
also
kids
it's also to reassure the parent also that, okay, look, we investigated it, we talked to you, we talked to the child, we talked to the daycare, we talked to, and we checked the environment, it's to keep from any sides pointing fingers.
right, but it's on the D. It's kind of like it's nothing. How can I say it? That when they
just
do
covering
that,
their
it's
ass.
right. It's not like it's kind of like on the DL. It's like it's cool. We're just gonna check it out. But if it was the other way around and they go to the parents' house, they handle it differently. It's like
Yes,
that's
they do. They do.
what's up with that?
My daughter fell from the second floor of the apartment complex where her dad lives at and broke both her arms and ended up having to have surgery on her arm. Do you know that they did not make a CPS report on him?
Hmm.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Ooh, wow.
See, that doesn't make sense to me. That right there just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that
So,
I
Mommy of
would.
Many, how do you feel? How have you been dealt with? From your perspective, how do you feel it was handled? Things in your situation, not telling me the details. I'm just saying if you had to deal with things like that with calls and dealing with them with that
I
kind of.
think one that when documents have been proven false by paperwork and lie detector tests, that they should take that into consideration. Um, I feel too that, like, I know normally they give a year for a parent to do everything that they need to do. If they go to trial and everything else and stuff, and they court order you to do things, but they literally give you just a year from the time that they take the children. They don't give you a year from the time that they court order for things to be done. Now, we didn't have our hearing until 8 months in. North Carolina General Statute says that you're supposed to have a hearing within 60 days of them taking your children. And 8 months in, they court ordered us to do certain things. One of the things that they court ordered my fiance to do, it takes 6.5 months for him to do it. 5 months after our hearing, they done a TPR on us for the other two children. And I think that when they court order you to do something that requires at least 6.5 months, that that time should be allotted before them trying to do anything. Um, I do believe what Golden Eyes says is correct, and what Ku I don't know
Kumanina.
how to say your name, and I don't want
You
to
can
butcher it,
you can
but
you can call me Michelle.
call you what?
My name's Michelle. You can call me Michelle.
Okay, Michelle. Okay, and what Michelle is saying, I do believe that they should give their names when they make the report, because I know a lot of the reports prior, you know, had been closed out and all of them unfounded. Um, and I think that that should be a law, as they said, where you have to give your name on a report, because a lot of the times people get spiteful and people call and say, different things just to try to get you hurt or whatever. And I do believe that that would be helpful in showing, okay, this person is a spiteful person and they just call out of harassment to try to bother the family. So
Mm,
that is one thing that I do believe in, is them doing that, making it mandated to where they have to give the name when making a report. Even though, you won't find out from CPS who made the report, but it goes in their system so that way they can verify, later on, like this person's done called and made, say, 10 reports, and each one of them has been unfounded. So that way they can weed out the false reports. And then three, I do believe that they should be held accountable for when they mess up on their end. I've got videos of where one CPS worker who was not even on our case admitted she lied to another county CPS, stating that we hadn't done anything we were supposed to be doing to get our children back home. And we actually had done basically everything that they had asked us to do before we was ever court ordered to do it. And stuff like that, I do believe that the workers and whatnot need to be held accountable for their actions.
I agree. I agree, especially if they're not doing their job. They have a specific job, and if they're not doing it, they're not following through, or they're reporting falsely. Then absolutely, definitely, they need to. I've got some information I'm going to email to you, mommy of many, about some just resources that maybe they can help you find in your area that can help you. Um,
Hmm.
I know that a lot of people are going to sit here and say that the reason agencies and many politicians resist the, anonymous reporting, because they want to make sure they're just erring on the side of the child. They say that they argue that if they don't allow anonymous reporting, a child in real danger might be missed. And my answer
Yes.
to that is, we actually miss more children now than ever because of it.
Yes.
Children in real danger. And and like I said before, 80% of the time
Well,
these
the problem is
investigations are nothing. Their reports are false.
Golden Eyes. The problem is they're understaffed, underpaid, and uh they're overlogged with so many reports. And like you said, 80% of them are
Hey,
false.
baby, baby.
I mean,
Oh, my
it's
old man done fell asleep. I was going to say, he's actually got the paper of how much our CPS worker made last year. And basically, like how many days she was present, how many days she had off, and everything. And it's just amazing at how much these workers get paid. I know she made well over $50,000.
wow. In your area?
And
Yeah,
that's in
see.
our area. That's our county.
But does that explain overtime or anything like that?
I think I saw that video when he went there and got a he went to the yeah, I think I saw that video. He videoed that. He got the
Yeah.
pay, he got the vacation time, sick time, everything,
Yep.
like everything that
Okay,
she's
you
ever
did see that.
taken.
Okay,
Yeah.
wasn't sure. Wow.
I mean, they don't even, and a lot of these reports don't even meet the minimal standards
No, they don't.
for substantiation under state laws. 80%, y'all. That's got to tell you something. Like, uh, 4 out of every 5 cases are found are there's it's false. 4 out of
Well,
5
see,
is such
that's
a
like
waste of
when they came in, they
resources.
removed the baby. They said that the baby was in an injurious environment, right, Golden? But you tell me how my child was in an injurious environment, but they left 5 other children here, which is my brother's kids, because they didn't have an open CPS case on him. But they knew the kids lived here prior to removing my son.
Huh. So that does that make sense to you, Kumanina?
No, it doesn't.
You don't have to have a case. You don't have to have a report. If you see a child in danger, you're a CPS worker. You're a mandated reporter.
Yes.
Okay. If you see a child in danger and you're removing one, but you won't remove the others, there's something wrong with that. That doesn't make
You
any
have to
sense
remove.
whatsoever.
They usually remove all, so that's a little suspicious.
Yeah, that's a lot
Exactly.
suspicious.
And it makes me believe that they already had it set out that prior to the baby being born, that they had it set up that they were going to come in and they were going to remove the baby, and they were going to lie on paperwork any way possible for them to be able to remove the baby. And like I said, I've got videos, and matter of fact, I'll email them to you, Golden, because we have them set to where, not nobody can see them unless we actually send them the link. But I will
Hmm.
send you the link to the videos of where CPS came out to this home, and
Mm.
Okay.
you can watch them and you can see just how everything went. We asked these
Okay.
people about Hunter asked them. He asked them about their if they had masks. They said they had masks in their car, but they were not required to wear them. We did not want to expose the baby to COVID-19. Even came in the house and recorded all of his stuff, where it's all at and everything, and showed it to them. And not once did they ask us if we'd come back into the home and even record the home to show what the home looked like on the inside. And then in our paperwork where they filed to remove the baby, they said that they asked for a safety assessment. The day that they came out and removed the baby, not one time did they ask us to sign a safety assessment.
Mm. See, okay. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, there will always be screening in child welfare. Okay, the choice is between rational screening by doing things like eliminating anonymous reporting like we've been talking about, or irrational screening in which workers are in such a rush to make decisions because they're so overloaded that they wrongly label children as abused and wrongly ignore abuse in others. Now, this is I'm thinking this is what's happening with you. They're not really investigating shit. It's just you've had these reports happen before in the past. So they're looking at that, automatically making assumptions, and they're going to run in there and take your child um, because of that. Now, you said there wasn't a report though. As soon as the baby was born, they just came and took it.
That
But you said somebody must have anonymously made a report.
they said that they received a report that the baby
Yeah.
was born, and that is
Yeah.
what initiated them to come out.
Wow.
That's not a good enough reason for them to
That's not
come
a reason
out.
at all. Yeah, that's not a reason at all. That's like saying, "Oh,
We
I just
had
gave
that
birth.
on
Uh,
video.
she just gave birth. Let's go see what let's go see if
Yeah.
she's taking care of that child correctly." Who the fuck does that? Nobody ever. They have to have a reason. That's harassment otherwise.
Yes.
That I swear to you and Golden, like I said, I will send you the links through an email, and you can watch them
Okay.
yourself and you can verify
Okay.
exactly what I'm saying is 100% true. That they received, that's what they told us the day that they came out, because they came out after hours. They came out around 7 p.m. and they said they received a report that the baby was born, and that is what initiated the report.
Okay. I'm
Now,
gonna send you some
are they
information.
trying to Okay. Are they trying to claim that the reason why they came out could be from past situations with your other children, or are they just saying they just coming out there because of the baby was born?
They told us that that they received a report that the baby was born, and that initiated a report because we have an open CPS case with our other two children.
So
Mm.
were they coming out just to verify that the living um quarters were safe and the child was safe? Was that all it was?
They, if you watch the video, in the video they said there's really no allegations because we asked them what are the allegations. They said there is no allegations. We just received a report that the baby was born. So because you have an open CPS case, we had to open a case on him.
Mm.
Oh, that doesn't make mm, Jesus.
I'm going to send you some information. Unfortunately, the National Coalition for Child Protection Reform, they don't work with individual cases, but they can definitely refer you to somebody who can help you.
Do you have a children's advocate office where you live?
Not that I'm aware of, unless you mean like the Children's Advocacy Center.
Uh,
There's a oh, go ahead. Sorry.
go ahead, Golden.
Well, there's a the National Coalition for Children. Now, it's called the Prius of Child Advocacy.
Okay, so
Um,
it's different name there. Okay.
yeah, but no, they're all over the country.
Yeah.
But
I've never
even if
heard
you
of
don't
them.
have it there, you could call them, and they can. All these things are resources. Even if they can't help you, they can refer you to
Yes.
somebody who can, because that's what they're there for, right? They may not have
Mm-hmm.
the
We
ability to help you directly, but they can refer you to people who can help you.
Now, see, we might not have it in our town because we're so small. So it might be in one of the bigger surrounding cities, like the
Hmm.
metropolitan area.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's what it takes, we'll be willing to travel there. No problems if that's what it takes.
Because I know I've called them regarding like when children witness domestic violence.
Yes.
You know, that's when CPS gets involved with my parents, my mother's. Now, I've dealt with them on that case. Now I'm gonna tell you, it's you already probably already know this. This is going to be a long road for you. I
Yes.
mean, I pray that you're strong, and I pray that your children are back with you safe and unharmed mentally and physically. And my thoughts and I'm wrapping my arms around you right now as a mother.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't even imagine going through that. I can't. It's horrible. And I'm so sorry that you have to go through this shit.
Yes.
Do you get to at least see your baby?
I am waiting on them to give me a call back to let me know whenever I will get to see him. Because
Mm. So they haven't even allowed you to breastfeed him or anything? Uh-oh, did she drop out?
Did,
I can't
did
hear.
we lose her?
I think we lose. Yeah, I think we lost her. Oh,
can you hear me?
now I can hear you. Yeah.
There you are.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to email you the links too.
Oh,
So
that's okay.
sorry, that might have been my fault.
That's
But what I
okay.
was saying is, I haven't been able to breastfeed him, but I have been pumping and I've got it in the freezer. And I guess the day that I get to go up there, I'm going to drop it off because they're closed, as they say,
Uh,
due to the virus. So
Um,
nobody's allowed in the building where I could just take it up there every day.
what the fuck?
okay.
See, part of that doesn't make sense to me either. I mean, why take a child away unless they're in like really immediate danger? but why take a child away in the midst of a pandemic? And if that is your concern, why take them away and put them in a facility where they're going to have many hands touching them, and as just opposed to the parents? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm so frustrated. I can imagine how you're feeling. I can't even imagine how you're feeling is what I meant, but I'm so frustrated right now by all this. Uh, this is like I'm gonna do some research myself and see if I can't get any resources for you. Um, Maybe do some of the legwork for you and just find out. I wish you would live closer. I wish I could. Because
Yeah,
I would
the
be like,
COVID.
I would be beating the pavement with you, girl.
I don't know if
Um,
she was here when you were when you were explaining. Be Real was saying, they should have followed the COVID guidelines.
yes. Yeah, COVID guidelines. And I put them in chat, but I'll email those to you as well, mommy of many. According to North Carolina, they have guidelines that they have to go by regarding the virus. When they came and
Okay.
got your son, were they wearing masks and gloves?
No, they were not.
See, well,
And
that
see,
right
that's the
there,
whole
they.
thing. See, that's the whole thing, Golden. That's what got us because we actually have on video where they said that they don't have to follow the governor's orders.
What?
What?
Yes,
Bullshit!
we
It says
have that in the
writing right
video.
here.
You have that
Oh
on
my.
video?
Golden, yes, I just
Oh
sent
my
Golden the link, and
god.
when she gets a chance, she can watch them. But yes, they said they don't have to follow the governor's orders, that they're not required to wear masks.
Oh,
When
they're
we
full of
asked the
shit.
CPS workers when they come out, they said that they have masks, but they was not required to wear them.
So they essentially put your child in danger.
Yeah, they messed up big
Yes.
time.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, girl, you need to get you need to get an attorney. You need to get somebody that can um advocate for you like ASAP. That
Right?
doesn't sound right at all. Yeah, cuz your child under the law, he has his own attorney.
That's right.
Once they took him, he has his own attorney. So he has one. You need yours, and you need to contact his attorney because you're the mother. Your rights haven't been taken away. You still have parental rights.
The
Hmm.
only thing they give a child here in North Carolina is a guardian ad litem.
What?
That's it?
What kind of backwards ass shit is that? I don't. Okay. What the fuck is going on?
That is all
No,
they give them in North
no.
Carolina is a guardian ad litem.
Oh,
Oh,
my God. Oh, wow.
I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to get a hold of some people to find out what the hell, because that doesn't make any sense. Anywhere I've ever even heard of, Nevada, California,
Hmm.
Arizona, um, and even Cumanina, where she lives,
Yes,
a child always has their own attorney.
that's right.
Always.
Be real, a guardian ad litem is the voice for the children in the courtroom. They go out and they see the children. They come to visits every once in a full blue moon. And I don't think I've seen my child's guardian ad litem in over a month. And that's basically all they are. Is they're supposed to be the voice for the children. Now, this guardian ad litem for my children that they have has sit here and said that my children has told him that they don't want to come home, but sorry, I don't know if you know him as DSS, but my fiance Hunter
Yeah.
has recorded every visit with the children, and the 4-year old each and every time from the visit sits here and says he wants to come home. And yes, be real, they are just in the court. Like they
Oh,
get
wow.
appointed through the court and they come to the visit. They go out to where the children are placed at, to see the kids and play with them and interact with them and everything. But as far as it goes, they mainly come to the courts to quote
Mm,
unquote be a voice for the children.
okay, so it's like a social worker.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's like a social worker, but it's not the actual physical social worker.
Okay.
Hmm.
The guardian ad litem has seen my children more times than my own social worker has, probably.
Mm.
Wow.
I'm really confused by all this. So I'll have to do some research and find out what the hell is going
Yeah.
on in that backwards ass state because that just doesn't make sense to me. But I've got some stuff I want to send you, just some links. Maybe we can, you can call and find out if there's anything that they can help you. And I'm gonna send you also. I put it in the chat. It was a while ago though, so I'll send it to you too. The North Carolina guidelines for COVID for child protective
Mm-hmm.
services
Yeah, she
that
just
they
read them
have
a
to
little bit ago.
follow. Yeah, they have to follow those. They have to. It's part of their. Oh my god, I'm just fucking livid. That just I don't. Mm. All right.
Mm-mm.
Um. Wow. Well, thank you for coming up here, Mommy of Many. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Just kind of explaining to us, like what happened and your side of the story.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Um, and like I said, I sent you the links to the videos for you to watch from
Okay.
when CPS came out, and you can see, it's going to be like vid 1, vid 2, vid 3, and vid 4.
Okay.
And that way you can, because I don't know which link is which, so you'll just kind of have to click on it and go from there, and I guess start from video 1,
Okay.
and that way you can see and you can hear, except for when the cars did come by. It may have cut out a few words here and there, but you'll hear majority of the conversations.
Okay.
But like I said, we set it to where nobody can really see it unless we send them the link, just because for our protection, and that way they don't know
It's
we have them.
understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But y'all,
Oh
it's like
gosh.
3:30 my time, and I got a busy
Oh,
day tomorrow.
oh,
Oh,
and
I get it. I get it. That's
it's
okay. Don't worry
2:30
about
my
it.
time.
I won't hold it against you. I know it's 1:30 here. It's been a long night already.
Yeah.
I've had a long day too, so I can understand. But thank you again. And like I said, my as a mother to another mother, my arms are like wrapping around you right now, girl.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so I'm praying for you and your children, especially that precious little one. I just mm, I don't even know
But
what to
I
say.
will try
But
to catch everybody later. And
okay.
Take care.
if you want to, just email me whatever you think you have that may help me and
Mm-hmm.
Hunter. I would greatly appreciate it because, like I said, we have we had a consultation with the lawyer today.
Oh, good.
It didn't really go as planned, and this lawyer basically said 10 to 15 grand, and I know it
What?
wouldn't take that
Whoa.
much. Yeah. And
Wow.
the
Oh
I'm
my
sorry,
god.
my brain went blank. There's another lawyer we called. We are going to wait on them to give us a call back. And, I've reached out to the governor's office and sent them everything, all the documentations we had, sent them the links to the video for them to be able to view the videos of where they plainly stated in the video that they don't have to follow the governor's order and whatnot to, show, hey, you've got people working in your state that think that they don't have to follow, your orders.
Mm.
So I'm waiting to hear back from the governor's office as well, because I feel that the governor can take action and the governor can do something against the cops and CPS in this county for one, what they said on video. And
Mm-hmm.
video evidence speaks better than pictures ever will,
Yep.
especially when you got the audio for it.
Mm. Absolutely. Oh my God. Okay. Well,
Record, record, record.
it looks like we've got a lot of people in here going to be like doing some research for you and forwarding a bunch of stuff to you. It looks like Nevaeh was she worked at DSFS in Illinois a while back, so she knows a lot about it too. So I think with all of us, we'll be able to get at least something your way to hopefully get someone in your area to help you.
Yes.
I mean, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated because, like I said, y'all, we feel like it was already premeditated because even in the video, they asked for the baby's birth certificate, which by law I found out they're not supposed to do that because that's private documents. Then they asked me for the mother's verifications of facts after the lady had already asked me where he was born at, and I told her that was none of her concern. And then the other lady asked me for the mother's verifications of facts. And I told her, I said, no, I
Wow.
said, the only reason you want the mother's verifications of facts, I said, is because y'all want to find out where he was born at. And she said, yeah, you're right. I'm not even going to lie to you. And I said, exactly. I said, I'm not dumb because on the paperwork, they have to have what county the child was born in to be able to file the paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And so basically, they already had it premeditated when they came out the first time that they were coming to take the baby somehow, some way. And they knew that the paperwork we had, they asked us if it was notarized. We told them, yes, it was notarized. They asked to see the paperwork. We showed them the paperwork. And they still
Mm.
came and took our child.
Oh, wow.
This sounds like a big clusterfuck,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't it? It just something doesn't sit right. I don't. You know what though? We're gonna figure it out.
And the
Everything's gonna
paperwork
come to light.
the paperwork that we had done was done before CPS ever came to the my mother's house, and um, they tried to say that a notary paper is not legal when it comes to a child. That any paperwork concerning a child has to be done through a judge, has to be signed off by a judge, is what they told us.
That's a
So
lie.
wait, a notary when you gave your kids? Wait, hold up. Okay, so I remember I was sick and I was in the hospital in a coma. Now I prior to that though I have what's called a living will.
Mm-hmm.
I have a
Hmm.
living will because I am a mother and I have children, and I wanted to make sure if anything were to happen to me, that my kids were taken care of and things were going to be handled. Therefore, I had my living will and I had it notarized. Okay. I had it notarized that my mother would take care of my kids. My mother would have them if anything were to happen to me. Now, I had to actually use that when I had an asthma attack and I ended up in a coma. Now, um, and this was in the state of California, mind you. In the state of California, that was a legal document because it was notarized and witnessed. Attorneys weren't involved in it at all, but it's a legal document. It was notarized and witnessed. So
We
had I
had
died, that would have been used. That's a power of attorney,
Yes.
essentially.
We had 3 witnesses. There was myself, Hunter, and my mother, and then there was the notary. So there was 3 witnesses, me, Hunter, and my mother, and then the notary. Now, whenever, because y'all know I do have the open CPS case on my other 2 kids, so I reached out to my attorney of my for my other 2 children. She tried to tell me one that the paper wasn't notarized and that Hunter's name was not on that paper. And I showed it and I took a picture of it and I sent it to her. I said, "This paper is legally notarized." I said, "And Hunter's name is indeed on this paper."
Hmm.
Mm.
That doesn't seem right. I
And
don't know.
then
I think, do they think that you're like just dumb hicks or something, that you don't know your rights? Do you think
I
that
don't
that
know
might be what be?
because in the petition they filed for them to take Lucas from us, they also put that we gave my mother like consent for like medical treatment and other needs that may
Yeah, I've
occur.
done that.
It
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
state that. But see, here's the thing: it didn't state that it was a provisional custody of by mandate paper that we signed, giving my mother temporary custody of Lucas until we see how all this plays out with the other children. Because if, we get the kids back sooner, we set it up for her to have custody of him until 2023, just to be on the safe side.
Mm-hmm.
But we assumed, we would have the kids back before then, and we would go about, making sure that me and Hunter could get Lucas back home as well from my mother. But they didn't even put in the papers that it was a provisional custody by mandate paper. They said that we gave my mother permission to do medical treatment and other necessary things for Lucas. It doesn't say that it was a provisional custody by mandate paper, and nowhere on that paper does it require a judge's signature.
Well,
Mm.
I took my grandson out of the country for 6 weeks. Okay. All I had to have legally by law was temporary guardianship and legal rights to be able to take care of him medically with permission from my daughter, which all we had was notarized, and I was able to take him with his passport, me not being the mother, out of the country. So explain to me how yours is not legal but mine is. I mean, I know
Mm-hmm.
you can't explain it, but it just doesn't make sense. I took an American child out of the country that did not belong to me with a notarized temporary guardianship.
Mm. There you go. Now I have to say something, and I was just gonna say it, and then Be Real actually beat me to it. Kuman, sorry, Kuman Kumanina started speaking, and I didn't want to interrupt her, but I would suggest that that you not talk too much about this, like go into
Hmm.
too much detail. Um, one, it's nobody's fucking business, and
Correct.
two, this is an open case, and you're going to be going to court and fight. You're obviously fighting, so I would wait till you speak to an attorney about this. I mean, you are in a public forum, and who knows what who could be listening, and what they could be, and everything can be used against you. You know that. So, hell, we've even experienced here on YouTube how people can misconstrue words and twist people's words into meaning something else. So, I would just try to limit, speaking about it too
Oh,
much.
trust me,
I,
I understand that, Golden.
yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if you've seen earlier
Right.
what I had
I
said.
didn't. I heard about it. I didn't. I heard about it, and I spoke my mind about that too. But um, I'm gonna go back and maybe I don't know. I might go back and listen to what was said, but I wouldn't. I mean, this is just you. You could do what you want. I would just, if it was me, I wouldn't speak about it too much anymore. People know what's going on. You can refer them to other videos if you want, but I wouldn't like get up on panel anymore unless you are very limited on the information that you're giving. But I would speak to an attorney before I would do anything else like that.
Oh yeah, I plan to keep reaching out to some attorneys. I actually took 250 out of my own pocket to pay for the consultation.
They made you
For
pay
the
for a
attorney for the
consultation?
yes, the lawyer. I took 250 out of my own pocket to pay for the consultation. And like I said, this lawyer was a dud, but we actually found another lawyer who was going to charge a consultation fee, but she decided to waive the consultation fee. So that's why I had called her law firm back, and I was, going to try to set up a consultation with her, and I'm waiting on her law firm to call me so that way we can set one up. But I've been reaching out to a couple of different lawyers. But yeah, around here you got some lawyers who will charge consultation fees, and another lawyer I know who's a good lawyer. Their consultation fee is $125 or $150,
Wow.
but I don't want to waste that money again for this lawyer to be a dud like the one that we talked to today, because that $250 that I had could have went towards the lawyer.
Yeah.
Hmm. Or towards valuable resources that your children need.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just don't get it, but we'll do what we can to help you. Get some information to you. Maybe you could get a. There's got to be someone out there like because we have homeless advocates out here. Who they even have attorneys for the homeless.
Mhm.
That that there's certain like in LA. I know specifically because I think I forwarded some to Doug. No thanks. Um, that I found and we'll get somebody. We'll find someone. There's got to be even with the petitions that are going on with the National Coalition for Children.
Yes.
They've got to be able to refer us to somebody that can help you guys. At least some attorneys that make it their life's mission. I know there's student attorneys even that they get together and they are also working for cases just like this, and they're hungry.
We
It's what
have
they want.
Washburn Rural Law School here
Hmm.
in Topeka, Kansas, and they also do a lot of pro bono with the college students that are becoming lawyers, and they also take cases for free. So I would
I know that a lot of people like to
like
turn their noses up at student lawyers, but I'm gonna tell you what, they're almost better in my opinion because they're hungry.
yes.
They need to you build their career before they graduate. They need to get
Well,
cases that they won or that they worked on. They're preparing for
mhm,
a life in law and whatever field that they've chosen. So sometimes it's better because they're hungry. They really want to win, and they're going to do what they can to win.
that's right.
And usually when attorneys are working, especially with children, they decided that they're going to do this for children, or they've got a specific cause in mind. They're definitely doing it not just because they want to establish their careers. They're doing it because they really want to help.
Hmm.
There's reasons behind it. So um,
We had
yeah, so like I said,
a
we'll get it.
friend of mine's sister had lost her two children. What had happened is she had became homeless. Um, so they took her kids, and she found a place, did everything that they told her she had to do. They still refused to give the children back, always coming up with one excuse or another. So, or telling her she had to do this again, or she had to do this, or kept putting it on
Mm,
more things that she had to do that really had nothing to do with the case in the first place. It was because she was homeless. She had no shelter, and the mission was full, so there was nowhere for her to go anyway. But
Mm.
she went to Washburn Law, and they helped her, and she was able to get her children back. So I would definitely look into that too.
Okay. Well,
I've done
God, I don't know how long
basically.
we've been running.
It says a little over 5 hours.
Oh wow.
It
Oh,
says 5
geez.
hours, 10 minutes, and 26 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, I'm on the YouTube side. I'm looking in chat. I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring people over there. But, oh my gosh, you guys, it's been such a long day for me.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
gonna tell
I'm
you
on the
what.
last thing I need to do, which is my therapy that they're court ordering me to do. And I just done my 7th therapy session today, and I got my 8th one scheduled for next week. And I either got like 10 or 12 of those that I got to do. And once I get those done, everything that they've ordered me to do has been completed.
Oh, good.
Well, that's good. Yeah, just keep doing what you need to do so they have nothing to come back at you with. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That way they can't say, well, you haven't been doing this, you haven't been doing that. And I would get everything documented. I would get everything in triplicate. I would be like, anything that's signed, I'd be like, I want a copy of that. Like
That's right.
every single thing, everything getting in triplicate. Put that shit in a safe place. Whatever you need to carry around with you, carry it around, because that could be lost. But always keep another copy in a safe place, because you never know what they might pull out of their ass. And try to
I
say that
have a
you didn't.
whole like bin full of paperwork.
I bet. I bet. Oh
Yep.
God. Well, it's been a. I'm gonna tell you what. This is one of the panels I've. This is probably one of the only panels I've done where I'm just emotionally drained.
Yes.
I really am. This is like taking a lot out of me. So I think. I mean, we've been on
Well,
this topic going on for
it's
6 hours.
it's a passion. It's a
Yeah.
passion. It's definitely a passion.
Especially when you get so I get so yeah, it is a passion, but I get so emotional when I talk about
Right.
it. I just get frustrated. I know I was sounding like 10th man there for a minute. I'm like, whoa, hold it back, Golden.
Right. Right.
But yeah, but it's so frustrating. God, it's fucking frustrating.
Well,
But
with a
Well,
we're
lot
I
of people,
basically said 20 minutes ago I was going to go to bed, y'all. I better hop
I
off here because if
know.
not,
yep.
I ain't going to go to sleep.
All right. You take
Yeah.
care, Mommy of Minnie and Miss Golden. Thank you for letting me come on your panel.
Oh no, I love that you guys come up here. This is why I have panels like this. I really like to talk about we like I say this all the time. We start talking about something really important, and then it kind of evolves, and we end up having it. But this is to me, is this is important. I mean, this is going on all over the world, but
That's true.
especially in our country. I mean, think about it, you guys. 4 out of 5, 4 out of 5 are unfounded. They've come to be they found to be false reports. 80%,
Mm-hmm.
80% of all reports that come in are false.
Or false.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And just think about how many children are falling by the wayside because we're wasting so much resources on false reporting.
That's correct.
It's bullshit. So I really thank you guys a lot. And if any of you guys have if you want any information regarding the National Coalition for Children and making changes, signing petitions to get rid of anonymous reporting and,
I'll be
do
getting
a
that to you.
confidential reporting, yes, absolutely. You can get that from Kumanina. You have your email in your channel?
No, I don't, but
Oh,
I'll
okay.
get in there tomorrow and put it in there.
Okay. She has her email
But I did get
available.
Miss B Real's email, so I do have that.
Okay. Okay, cool. B Real's also she's been inspired to help out. Nevaeh says that she's going to take a look at the information, and my email is also in my channel. So if you guys want to put, I've also put in a bunch of links in chat too. So if later on when this video is posted and the live chat is up, you guys can click on the links in the chat to get more information. But we're all going to be working closely together to see if we can't get some help for this family, because it just doesn't seem like there's some, I don't know, something just doesn't sit right with me. I don't know. I'll have to
Mm-hmm.
figure it out.
All
But
right. Take care, sweetheart. I'll let you go
thank
so you can
you.
say goodbye. Thank you,
Okay.
dear.
Have a good
Bye-bye.
night.
You too.
Bye. I don't know why I wave. I do that every time. I find myself waving like you could see me. Oh gosh. Um thanks Tank for putting my email in there. And Rainbow Love, I did see your message in chat about your girlfriend with uh, the two children. I'm sorry that happened to you. There's a lot of things that are going on in this country, and this is what I say when I hear, everybody has. We all want to make changes. The government's screwing us left and right. State agencies, county. I mean, it never ends. It just keeps going. Um, I'm going to say what I always say, and that is instead of getting up on a platform and talking about the change, bitching and complaining about it, be part of the change. Get out there and you in your community. You're only one person I know, and believe me, it does seem like a huge undertaking for one person. But all you got to do is just go out into your community, go to your local shelters, go to your battered women shelters, even go to uh, any place, a group home. There's group homes all over your city. I guarantee you've got 5 in your city. I mean, anywhere you feel that you can go to, ask questions. Say, look, I want to make a difference. I want to volunteer my time. What do you know about this? What do you know about that? Ask about the petitions. Ask about how you make change, um, and what you can do. And if nobody's giving you any answers, then go to somebody else. Somebody knows something, and they're just bullshitting you. Don't stop. That's what I do anyway. I don't stop. If I come to someone, they don't know anything, well, you know what? You don't know, then direct me to somebody who does know, please. You don't have to be an asshole about it. There's a way to ask for help, and um, getting out there and just even volunteering. Um, just a little bit of your time. I mean, every little bit helps. There's kids out there everywhere that need us. Abusive relationships with battered women. They need our help as well. These kids have been through enough. It's bullshit that they get ripped from their families, the only life that they've known, from loving families, and they get ripped away because of a false report. It's and no one's doing the legwork, no one's doing the investigating until after they've been taken. That needs to change. So we need to get out there and make sure we do what we can to open people's eyes and take action. Absolutely. There we go. Be real. Hashtag take action. So I'm glad that she's been inspired. I'm hoping that we've inspired others as well. So with that, I am going to say goodnight, and we're going to end the stream. And I will see you guys on the flip side. All right. Bye.